Wow, good shot.
What up, chat? We're live. I was trying to make sure everybody was all good to go. We're here, chat. Nact stage 2, day 3. I know the title said BTK and TOB. I ended up using the title from the previous one, and that's why it was saying that. And then I caught that because I didn't see the ending. Oh, but we're here now. We're here. So we got AO, Area 77, NightHorde, KOF. And then during that time, after the NightHorde versus KOF, I will have to turn off my camera because I am going to be in the NACT. So if I'm bouncing in and out of the live stream and stuff like that, it's because of that. Let me start the giveaway today.
How is Novaria getting caught so close to his little?
Oh, wait a second, but they do get the catch. Oh. ISO able to take the tower, fly checking a little bit of trouble, possible Black Dragon, but wait, everyone's getting melted down. Yato picking up a kill as 4 taken away from Avalon, all for the price of none.
All for the price of none.
Able to find MLBBNA. ISO getting brought low as well. Fly chicken. Trying to get out of here.
Giveaway is going.
Once again, Dodge Lollipop. Meal flickers in and gets him. It's a trade. ISO picking up another kill though. Super Shark getting low as well. Yato flickers in and finds Shark, but taken out from Zia.
Alright, Mobile Legends, is Liz here with the weekly recap for the fall season. Now, last weekend we had an electrifying finish to stage 1 of the NACT, and we're already gearing up for an even more intense stage 2 this coming week. Now,
Liz is getting so good at interviews and like doing a lot of this. Like I like it. I like it.
This rising star
She's doing really well.
Stage 1, pulling off not 1, but 2 Lord Steals against MLBBNA. His fast fingers, positioning, and quick reaction time have turned the tides around for the Ahara brothers, securing that victory against Spring Champs BTK. Now we've managed to snag Zia for an interview, so let's take a look at what went on in his mastermind during those game-changing plays.
Alright Zia, so obviously in the first stage of the regular season, you stunned the world with your marksman. You're the new addition to the Ahara brothers, and you really blew the world, especially your 2 Lord Steals.
Oh no, I wanted to see the interview. She was looking good right there. Yeah, she was looking good. Killing it out there. Killing it, Jorge. Killing it. Let me get that out the way.
When you find something in life that speaks to you, then you win that thing.
I can't decrease the cooldown. I'm
8
drooling.
teams.
Calm down, Ooga
The dream
Booga.
for each team. Take their place on this trophy.
Calm down.
Who's gonna win this baby and go on to M5? If you want to hoist this holy grail, then know this.
Give me a little Asian baddie one day, chat.
Now it's your moment. Come and get it. It lasts a lifetime.
You guys are wild. Woo.
Welcome back to
At
a
least
heart-pounding
3
week of the
minutes.
NACT regular season. Time really flies as we're already at the end of stage 2. Today is a major turning point as stake is the highest.
It was already.
With
It
our
was at
lower
like
bracket teams.
250
Can
seconds
Avalon
last
and
time.
Bloodhounds secure their victory to tickets to
doubled
LA, or
it,
will
so.
one of the 4 contenders break through? Let's find out. I'm your host Liz, and joining with me are our favorite dual casters Wheezy and Eunice. Wow, guys, I noticed you're surprisingly not matchy today.
Jeez, putting us on blast, but you know what? We're excited to be here nonetheless to see the teams try and carve their way up today into a top 4 placement, right? We're seeing 4 teams currently tied in 5th place, and they need a top 4 or a top 3 position to be able to make it to the playoffs in Los Angeles.
Yeah, definitely need to have that standing to be able to get their one-way ticket to M5, but today we have a lot of tight matches, and some of these teams are only difference by 10 points, so we definitely have to see what one match difference can bring, but none of the point. I'm excited, so.
You bring a very good point. Today is going to be a very wild ride. And to get us started, Wheezy, why don't you take us through the format and the schedule of the NACT?
That's right. As we looked at the open qualifier, 96 teams fighting it out. And it went down to our top 8 representing North America. Stage 1 was a fierce battle, as you've seen them fight it out in a single elimination format. And then we progressed on. We're currently sitting at stage 2, double elimination.
Can't wait for LA. I've been growing my hair out, Chad. I don't know
all
if
with
you
an
guys
amazing
realize.
point breakdown.
I'm trying to
First
like
place
get
100 points, at 8th place 60 points.
I used to like
everybody trying to climb up that ladder to make it to the playoffs. It will be a double elimination. All 5 inside of Los Angeles will be able to claim victorious. Right now, today's is going to be insane.
I'm gonna end up fading my sides again, but like having them both
and make it to the playoffs for a possible champion.
Versus I was like fading one side and kind of having it pushed to one side.
Now looking at stage 2 bracket. I mean, we've seen it last week, right? Tensions were weighing heavy, and the Ohio brothers made it all the way to the finals undefeated. Took a couple of teams down to the lower bracket, and that is where we are right now. It is going to be best
has to
of
beat
3.
whoever's in the lower
First up,
bracket.
we are going to be seeing AggravateOne up against Area 77.
And then make it
then NightHorde and KnightsofFate.
Again.
Then they will be battling it out against Avalon and Bloodhounds, whoever wins each of those series. And that will claim them a spot in the semifinals.
KOF was the only team
3.
not just go bald.
Can't wait to see where this goes, but the losers final ends.
KOF is the only team that
fight it out, going up against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
No, it's not all today. No.
Yeah, and the
it'll be
standings
all
right
this
now,
weekend.
Look at the brackets. Everything is pretty intense
Stage
right
3
now.
be
We
done
are seeing a lot of teams that are
today.
really just trying to stay in there with the point system, as it's a little bit different from last NACT. But speaking about last NACT, there's a little bit of a shift in the prize pool as well. There is $10,000 on the line and $100,000 diamonds for first place. But for this year's NACT, each team, whether or not you get that first place win or that 8th place seeding, you are taking something home. But not only that, you are taking a one-way ticket over to M5, as it is one of the most prestigious tournaments that everyone is willing to fight for. And this year, we are going to see that in Los Angeles.
I do need to go get my
And who will be the face of NA for this year's M5? I think that's what everybody is really caring about. And, you know, what are your thoughts on the M5 tournament this year?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, just looking at these teams, just seeing how much they've
like
been
a hobo here, chat.
It's not
I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Season, right? These teams have only been improving. So, all those other regions out there, you better be careful, because North America is definitely on the way.
Nor, you are very right. North America is on the way, and for you guys at home, while the prize pool is the perks of players, all the giveaway is the perks for you. Take your phones out and get out one of these amazing skins. We have 40 giveaway codes listed on the screen to redeem one of these amazing skins. Now, I don't know which skin you guys are most excited for, but I am looking at the Space-Time Shadow, so make sure you pull out that link and get yourself to be one of those lucky winners. Now, Eunice, which skin would you get if you were to pull out your phone right now?
I don't know. All these are actually pretty good, but I'd probably get the Dark Rose. But there might be 39 giveaway codes for this time, because Wheezy might get his hands on it, but I'm gonna get on it first. So 39 giveaway codes instead of 40.
And make it 37 now. But now let's quickly go into this day 1 of today. So today, after stage 1, we're looking at
we're back.
The current standings. Now, these standings will change depending on depending on stage 2's results. But right now, the Ohio brothers or BTK are pretty safe as the top 2 teams. Avalon and Bloodhounds are pretty close together as 3rd and 4th. They're only slightly apart. And the bottom 4 teams, these teams really need to shine today to break our expectations, to have a chance to even
I was surprised him and Eunice wasn't
spots.
like matching.
Now, without further ado, let's get into the matches today. First games between AggravateOne versus Area 77. What are the predictions gonna be? I already know there's going to be one oddball out for UA, as he always votes for the underdogs. But as we all know, Area 77, a lot of fans are voting for them, and I voted for them.
All right, I posted a poll for you guys,
and Eunice also voted for them. So, guys, tell us why we're looking forward to see Area 77 take a game today.
Well, this was definitely a hard one to vote for, right? I mean, both of these teams haven't claimed a single match this entire NACT fall season, so I guess that's going to be history in the making today, with one of them able to move
Does
board
she
in the
fight with
losers
Weezy?
bracket,
I don't
but
think so.
I personally picked Area 77 just because we've seen them on the
Why would
professional
she
scene a little
fight?
bit longer, right? This is a team that's competed in previous NACs and
I'll move out
held
the way
top
so
8
you guys can see there.
Yeah, we actually talked about them a lot last NATC, especially in that spring season. They were doing very well, and I do not think they will back down any much today.
Xena
But for Aggravated One, I do hope that they are able to take matches, as they also have been performing well. So I want to see where this match goes. And mind you, these are only literally 10-point differences, so any match can change the entire standing for this entire loser bracket.
And for all of you guys,
they bring some like really good material
whichever
to
of these teams win today, they're gonna have one game on top of each other, and they're gonna finally get a win this season, as well as take a series. So that's something to look forward to, right?
Yeah, something I'm definitely excited about, right? I mean, right now we're looking at two teams holding the gates, right? They're trying to just keep that top 4 placement. I mean, you're looking at what, Bloodhounds on one side and Avalon on the other, and right now this is going to decide, can they hold that placement, right? Everybody else has to be able to place at least top 3 or top 4 today out of those tiebreakers to be able to move forward to the playoffs.
I hope Area 77 wins,
and yeah,
but I still like, again, like
stage 3, there's still
it's
a
not
lot
like
to
I
look
hate
forward to, but today is definitely a crucial upset.
like Area
so without further
77
ado, let's quickly jump into game 1.
And moving on into the Land of Dawn for the draft, two amazing teams ready to go head-to-head in the losers bracket. Stage 2, round 1. We have AggravateOne up against Area 77. Now, just looking at these teams, right?
To get all the lotteries,
of them claim a victory in a single match. This has just been clean sweeps.
They'll at least win one, right?
Not working in their favor. So today, you know, hopefully it'll work in their favor, but somebody's not going to be able to move forward, and I wonder who that's going to be.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna fall a little bit short in this match, but we are currently in draft phase, and I already see a Ling ban coming out and a Kaja ban coming out as well. I feel like the Ling is kind of a respect ban, right? But we have seen Fallen,
I mean, you're onto something,
almost
Ronan.
any single jungler that does play that assassin route, go ahead and pick up that Ling. But in this recent patch, he actually got nerfed a little bit, so his crit chance is a little bit lower, but it is still used very well in North America, and we are about to finalize a second ban for the side of AggravateOne. And I don't know, Weezy, this is a kind of a new underdog team, right? They kind of were able to prevail in the top 8 for this NACT. We've seen some good plays, but I definitely want to see what they have today. So Franco's going to get banned as well. So both suppression heroes and tanks are out for right now. So Area 77 is going to go ahead and finish up their second ban as well.
And I'm liking the way the draft is going so far. I mean, the Bling's a little bit questionable, but maybe just trying to limit.
I mean, they got rid of all the suppressions already,
their
so.
Jungler over there. But when we are looking at AggravateOne, there is
going with the underdogs.
I mean, Final has been replaced with Cartman for this game, so
I mean,
maybe that'll change the dynamic of AggravateOne. What we've seen them kind of play.
I don't have the points.
We all know when
up,
players swap around, it can either make or break a team. So we'll see how that moves forward.
They're like tied right now, I think, or something like that.
But so far, with both suppressors off the table, it opens up the
on the
opportunity
lower
for an assassin
side,
to possibly walk through with no contest.
Yeah, but speaking of no contest, I do see a Valentina getting banned out. And in our recent patch, right, Eve is still... she's good, but she got pretty nerfed with her real-world manipulation. But we can definitely know that Valentina has the ability to take all those abilities, right? But taking off Kaja and Franco off the board with Valentina's IMU, it does give a little bit of more wiggle room, which prevents both of them from going suppression. So you want to go for that more that set tank route. So we are looking for possibly Kufra, Lolita, or one of those good instant set heroes. But I do know that Valentina is also one of those high damage magic heroes, right? We've seen Hoon do beautifully well last season and this season as well.
Back to the draft.
And also still currently used in MPL as it is a very strong hero for the mage players.
I gotta do my famous thinking pose, you know, just sitting here trying to think which way this is gonna go.
Are we gonna do a draft guess again? Pee in the bottle?
Look, you already beat me on predictions. Just let me have something, Eunice. But okay, Uranus. Uranus is. I'm voting Uranus. Can I pick 2? Can I go two guesses?
No, that's not fair.
Shoot. Okay, I'll go with Uranus.
Okay, you're gonna pick Uranus?
Yeah, first pick.
Oh yeah. Well, there's your Uranus.
Okay. No, oh my goodness. That's who I was. That was my second.
You're too slow. You're too slow.
We should have waited till the bands were. This is just completely insane right now. And I was gonna say Terizla as well. Watch it. This is crazy.
I feel like it's Terizla, and then I'm still looking for Kadita, right? Every single time, especially in MPL, Kadita gets banned very often. So, and we've seen TOB run it in that roam position and that mage position as well. We've also seen other teams in last season run Kadita against the Eve, but Eve is still open. So, I don't know yet. Oh, there it is, actually. I'm wrong. Eve gets first picked into the hands of Avery by AggravateOne, but just like we said, Kadita's open, so I'm looking for a direct counter for that as well. But, I mean, they could pick up Terizla, right?
They could pick up Terizla. I mean, that wouldn't be the worst option, and it's surprising that they picked the Eve, especially after you mentioned that manipulation, get a little bit of that nerf, right? Eve's not going to be able to slow you down as much as she used to. I mean, Eve wasn't really picked for damage. It was more picked for the utility to provide that slow to control entire zones, but now not having as much slow effect on the opponents could be costly. Not to mention, when you're picking it this early in the draft, there's so many options to counter it. I mean, I guess that's possibly why they took out that Claude, right? The Claude could get to the back line on the Eve and shut her down, so I'm thinking that was their game plan. Also the Ling, too. I mean, these are two heroes that could have dived in and gave the Eve a hard time, so it looks like they're just trying to structure this around Avery.
So Terizla and Kufra got picked up. Merciless running the Terizla and the EXP lane, and Jules gonna go ahead and run that Kufra. And I know that Gals, is it Gals and Jules, right? The brothers. So definitely have that synergy. And I'm definitely excited to see it coming out from A77. And then AggravateOne's gonna go ahead and respond with Irithel, and Uneven's gonna go ahead and run Xborg. And actually, there was a game on MPL. It was RRQ versus Alter Ego, I think. Irithel hurts once she gets her crit items, and with the new items that has been built in, right? The Haas class mixed in with Scarlet Phantom, the Great Dragon Spear, you have a higher chance of crit. So we've seen Clint come back, we've seen Irithel come back, and Bruno has also came back as well. So I'm definitely seeing maybe one of those marksman pickups as well. But DPR, he's hovering, and I know he is, but I do wonder what he's gonna pick, because I think they're gonna go for a tank jungle for the side of AggravateOne, but Export can be also flexed. So Beatrix.
You know something funny, right? I mean,
what?
Fanny wasn't banned. Fanny wasn't picked, and there's not really anything to counter the Fanny on the table. I mean, they have the Kufra, and there's no suppression. So, I mean, you could take the Fanny if you really wanted to, but...
Does DPR play Fanny?
I think that's what it is. They just... Well, it's Area 77. I feel like what we've seen them in the past, they play pretty much everything. I want to say Area 77 has been... Even though they're not able to always execute and win the matches, they're very high on IQ when it comes to drafting. So I definitely think they have something up their sleeves. But yeah, they are going to ban out that Joy. And I mean, Joy could be a problem, right? I mean, there is no suppression on the table, nothing to really stop in their tracks. And they picked the Terizla, so they already have their XP lane that they're running, and they don't want to have an even harder time trying to chase down this Joy. So, I mean, what we're looking at so far, Area 77, strong frontline presence and a little bit of versatility from this Beatrix to be able to use multiple weapon types, fight from afar, fight from up close. I'm liking what I'm seeing, but when we look at AggravateOne, have this X-Board who definitely soak into the beefier opponents such as the Kufra and the Terizla.
So will they nerf Fanny? I think Fanny's already been nerfed enough, yeah?
Yeah, but I feel like this X-Board is going to be placed in the jungle area. I am looking for a Yuzong pick actually from AggravateOne, and Yuzong against Terizla, I feel like it's kind of a one-to-one situation depending on who has aggro over the lane first. But I feel like that's also a good pick. Is able to kill through more QT on the Benedetta. Use a Black Dragon, get through, push through in these team fights. But they're also missing a mage. So I really want to see what mage they are willing to pick for A77. And AggravateOne's actually not banning out any mages. So they have a little bit of wiggle room. Gals can pick
I give my cat some water.
Florin though, however. So Angela's still open. But Kufra is already picked up at A77, so maybe it's something to pair it up with. If I'm not mistaken, which we've seen, it's pretty tanky. Angela's been pretty good in the meta currently right now. They're finalizing their last ban, and if I'd ban Kadita because it saves Avery and Magic. They both can't run Purify, and instead
I don't think there's any subs right now.
Very interesting.
Now,
DPR is really good though,
the Kadita's still walking, and I think that'd be an
definitely watch out for DPR.
Something that we haven't really seen too much of that could
you also
really
again still gotta watch out for Mars Cutie and
AggravateOne to stop Farza from dropping down those feathered airstrikes, right? I mean, I feel like
probably enough.
This draft so far, Area 77 could definitely profit.
Am I like looking right at the camera?
Get to the side lanes and
I look weird. I always think I feel like I look really weird looking at the camera.
But you also mentioned the Kadita, which is
I like staring into your soul.
Being able to kind of counter Avery on that Eve pick, but right? DPR is going to lock in his jungle pick. They are going to go in for the Lancelot.
YZ. Well, there's your answer. Well, I harped on the YZ, but I don't think they can pick Farce or...
YZ probably has a ton of best sets, man.
Dragon. So Farce is definitely going to be off the board. So I still think Kurita is a really good pick for the side of A77. And we are missing one more, which is going to be that roam position. I'm going to go ahead and see a Grok get slided in. Good walls and good wild charge to give a little bit of CC for A77, but DPR running lands.
That's like one reason that like being a caster is like rough for me, because I hate wearing all of that like dress stuff.
The backline on Avery and Magic. Gals is hovering over his choice right now, but I feel like you don't have much wiggle room right now, right? You can go Kurita, you can go.
Ask for a pause.
Lilia actually. Lilia got a little bit of a revamp. Ooh, Fairness. We forgot about the saving grace, Weezy.
Yeah, and that's going to provide sustainability on their team, right? Yes. I mean, they have strong frontline presence. They have the damage. You mentioned DPR running the Lancelot, not the tank build that we used to see in the past, but making his way back. I think they're having a little bit of a
technical difficulty. I don't know.
That's what they need, right? They need the damage.
North America is the only teams that ever run
export,
man.
Keep your team alive. So this is really going to be in the hands of
I feel like it's just because like
really
it has that invincibility.
Damage in DPR to help assist on the early cuts and pickoffs and possibly
just making you sleepy.
Objectives. But I'm gonna be keeping my eye on Merciless and Gal's Cutie for this, right? I mean, they can definitely
those two
dive into the front line, eat up all the damage, and then get healed right back up from those Cutie.
Yeah, definitely. But
how much they get paid?
Careful though,
I think every caster has their own like pay.
This Fairness, but Weezy, take us in.
I can only imagine
to the first match today.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are jumping into the land of Dawn, the losers bracket for the NACT Fall Season
When we first started and everything, it was about $200 a cast. So
speaking of pauses, let's take this time to talk about.
But I'm pretty sure that's on the board definitely changed,
teams, right? I mean, you mentioned Avery.
The
they have a little bit of a harder time because they do have that Lancelot on the table, and they also have Merciless.
I was the most handsome. Listen, I don't know. I'm just. You don't ever see me in dress shirts. If I go out, I'll wear a dress shirt and like flex it, but like I can't, like I don't know. I just
give them even more of an advantage for the dive potential.
Like I hate wearing sleeves.
But guys, look right down below. While we are in a short temporary pause, there is a giveaway code down there. So if you guys can whip out your phones, claim the
whip out your phones,
potentially win a tournament chest. But going back to what Weezy was saying, right? They have a lot of utility towards that mid to late game, and Black from AggravateOne running this Exborg does beautiful mid to late game as he has that sustainability and that lifesteal, but towards that early game he might struggle a little bit. Easy jungle clear as well coming in for AggravateOnes, but DPR running this Lance, Magic and Avery definitely has to be careful, and Avery does definitely have to time his RWM into Fairness because the Colt's Altar will definitely nullify a lot of that damage. So I feel like it's kind of a give and trade, right? You can either use it for Cartman's Wild Charge or use it for Avery's RWM. So what do you think Jules has to do, right? He has two options. He can use it for the Wild Charge from Grok, or he can use it from RWM for Avery.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think something we gotta have to look at with this matchup is AggravateOnes did do a substitution, right? Cartman is playing in place for finals, so that may change a little bit of that synergy as they are jumping into the beginning phases of this match. You are seeing some of the emeralds pop up on the screen. A lot of those brave smites up there. The Lancelot did go in for the damage.
Oh, area 77.
Well. Yeah, but Magic just got dropped down dangerously low on that bot side. Gal's QT did
her
a lot
voice is just monotone.
Like
she has to like bring it up and down.
Beautiful.
I think it has to do also with like the
to make sure Magic does get all his gold butts. Avery and Jules going at it in that mid lane, and you know a lot of poke potential coming from both mages, but it's like a little bit of a brawl.
Glad you're here, Carmen, man.
That's what we're watching right now.
My cat's like always trying to fight me when I stream.
Play patient but also aggressive at the same time, as they are trying to draw first blood.
I still do casting, but I do it like mainly internationally. I really like managing pro teams. It also is better for like my resume and overall. It's just
whoever gets turtle
it's a more professional role than a caster, and that's why
team. So
that's why I go for that.
Definitely should be an objective heavily focused on. You are seeing DPR already getting in position, but the same thing for AggravateOne, slowly starting to rotate around as the turtle will spawn in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, and within the next 10 seconds, right? Usually we both see EXP laners rotating already over to the turtle, but with the EXP nerf, we don't see both roams at level 4, but Black are already doing a lot of aggro towards DPR, but Cartman's gonna go ahead and first pull the aggro towards AggravateOne, but it's going to get a restart, so we might see a little bit of a wall stance coming here, Wheezy, between both of these teams. But Gals,
gonna rush in, not gonna hit the Tarnished Revenge.
almost.
Avery just got level 4, so he does have the manipulation.
You only like
Here
me
comes
and
the Black
Trex?
Dragon. It's a
Me and
bird.
Trex
It's
are
a
really
plane.
good,
It's uneven. 0-1-2.
duo.
But there it goes. Penalty zone dropping down. Merciless drawing first blood. Takes down Black in the hands of Area 77, but uneven. Even out the scoreboard is going to pick up a kill of his own. Is going to go ahead and find
DPR.
Jules Cutie. DPR very low. Not going to possibly be able to get
Where is
that
he
turtle.
going?
And he's not going to be able to get out of there. But he gets
What?
executed by the turret. A wise decision denying the kill for AggravateOne.
denying the
Wow.
kill, but we still have the neutral objective still up on the board.
Yeah, this is
but
the
Cartman's
tofu.
gonna go
This
ahead
is
and
the
pull,
loser
but Mark
strategy, yep.
QT takes off Magic off in that bot side, which will give a little bit of an easier time for Gauss to go ahead and rotate over.
much
but looks
love,
like
Miguel,
aggro,
man,
this
much
might
love.
be an uncontested turtle if DPR can't make it in time.
Yeah, and he
I think
needs
it's
to
like
get
a
there, right? He
50-50
still has a
right
little bit of
now.
time.
Area
Turtle at about
77 still
25%, but
looking
the
a little,
whoa,
roughy.
blocking him in. He still gets
DPR,
it
let's
with
go.
the Phantom's execution and the Retribution combination. First turtle going to Area 77.
Beautiful
Pika
Phantom
Pika is
execution
actually
coming
back,
in from
so he's
DPR. He did
managing
get taken
the
off the
pro
board, but was
teams now,
able
like
to
half
hustle
of
his
them.
way
I was
back over to
managing
the
all
turtle.
of them.
That is
So I have a little
turtle
bit more
and 2
free
kills on the
time, so
board for A77, and
makes it a
with the
little
turtle
bit
being
easier
picked
for
up,
me.
it's actually a lot now, right? Before the turtle gets picked up, both roams don't really benefit from clearing lanes alone anymore. But with that being said, Mark QT, we gotta watch out for him too, right? We saw him do beautifully well last season. We might see them, but top side, Yuzo just getting chunked, and bot side, we see the rotation coming in from Avery. We might see a little bit of a skirmish or a sandwich, but no, we are gonna go ahead and rework the rotations back around.
You are going to see Merciless pick up that Bloodless Axe in the XP lane, right? So he will be able to sustain himself, get a little bit of some additional HP to not have to recall back as often, using that execution strike to his advantage, right? We kind of mentioned his key role in this, being the frontline presence and relying
You heard
on
about the
Jules Cutie
drama
to
of
keep him
Hoon and
alive.
Mobile
But you are going to go ahead and see
I'm
Cartman
glad all
pulled
that
back
stuff
by
flew,
Jules Cutie,
like,
speaking of the
when
devil, and
it was
DPR
done,
running
man.
in with the Thorn Rose. Cartman hugging the wall, trying to negate the CC, makes his way into the turret, still alive, but you're seeing Area 77 put some heavy pressure. I mean, look at the gold already. 50% of it's been stripped down.
Yeah, we are
Sometimes,
seeing
like,
almost a 2K goal
bad
lead coming in from
publicity
A77,
is also
but
good
Black might have
publicity.
just overstepped just a little bit. Got
You just gotta.
definitely chunked down.
It's rough because
by
you have to ride a
DPR
fine
on that
line.
lance,
That if
but
you cross
look
that
at the
line,
setup
it's
bot
crazy.
side Magic.
There's no
Not gonna be
drama
able to
right
hit
now.
that
I
time
don't
revenge
think
that
so.
Gauss Cutie was looking for. Magic still having a hard time defending his lane. I mean, Mark Cutie is just bullying
There's
him down
definitely
there,
the
right?
NA
I mean, he's
drama
definitely
here.
out-farming him. You're looking at about a 2,000 gold lead within the first 5 minutes for
Already
Area
joined
77.
Avalon.
But we are seeing the objective coming out in about
Where'd you
5
hear that?
seconds. We're going to see both teams start to rotate over to that top side. But since DPR's up there, looks like he's going to definitely pull the aggro towards.
I don't think there's any
Weezy,
drama
from
right now.
last
At least
season,
I
we've
haven't
seen
heard
Mark
about any
QT,
drama.
right? He's been doing actually really well on the marksman pick. But speaking about well, Gals QT looking for Black.
He's going to use the last insanity, but not going to be able to go in for the turtle.
I don't
Black
keep
Dragon
up
from
too much
uneven,
with, like,
wrapping around
Mobile
again. A
and
little bit of a
Boom
replay from the
streams.
last
Sometimes
engagement.
I
Merciless
catch
is going to
the
find Black,
clippers,
though,
but-
takes down the jungle for AggravateOne's. Magic finds Gauss Cutie. DPR in position
yeah,
for the
they're always
Retribution.
gonna have it in their
Thorn
blood.
Rose
It's like-
combination is going to be able
that's
to
how it
claim
is.
that for Area 77 as Jules Cutie takes down Cartman. That is a 4-2 kill lead, and
It's
the
always gonna
second
be like that,
turtle
I feel like.
going to Area 77.
And on that entire
Made
fight,
to Hollywood.
A77
Started
just
NA
burnt all the
drama.
utility, but uneven, playing very beautiful macro against Mark QT to prevent him from pushing up these lanes, as they did do a little bit of a lane swap. But I feel like it's a little bit too early. No turrets have been taken down, but mid-side, we do see Avery laning beautifully well. No deaths on the board for Avery, however. He does need time to scale. We are looking at a little bit of items here, right? We do
He said it-
see
he said it in
Avery
his
picking up
stream.
the Ice Queen wand for a little bit of that slow, but Jules QT's gonna go more for that penetration, but uneven.
Very
What up,
low.
JD?
Mark Cutie drawing the kill
What's
with the assistance
up?
of Gauss Cutie and that magic ball to slow him down. And that will be the turret going to
going
Area
good, man. It's
77,
going good.
slowly climbing on these
Got a little bit
objectives.
of a
And
long day
AggravateOne
ahead
needs
of
to
us.
find a way to pump the brakes.
But
First
heck,
objective taken in by
it is how it is.
A77 into the hands.
No, BTK
of
be tomorrow.
Mark QT on this Beatrix. Beautiful
it'll be
macro and push coming, but
BTK
Magic and
tomorrow.
Black
If
gonna go
BTK wins,
ahead
then it'll be
and
TOD
pressure
versus
Merciless. But
BTK.
looks like the read has been done. DPR is gonna start working his way towards that bot side.
We're
but
doing
look at
all of the
campus
like
department.
losers matches.
Very low is going to
coming
hug that wall still to negate the CC from Jules Cutie. DPR is going to Phantom Execution into 2, but hit with the wild charge and the silence. Manipulation dropping down. Black is going to find DPR. Jules Cutie responded back, takes down Cartman. Avery very low. Mark Cutie on the chase, dashes in. One more shot. Not able to hit the mark. It looks like Avery will go back to safety. But yes, Superman in the skies, looking for somebody to drop down on. Is going to force Area 77 away. They don't want to deal with Uneven right now as he clears the mid lane.
Absolutely, but Mark QT sitting at 2-0 right now. Definitely a beautiful goal coming in from A77, especially
is that a
Mark's
flame?
area.
Is that
This is going to be another
No, that's a dragon.
AggravateOne as A77 go ahead and capitalize on these turrets, but we are looking at almost a 5K.
I don't think Wheezy
coming
can say Superman.
Turtles coming up in about
I'm
just
pretty
now.
sure that's
buffs have also been reset around for
against
both
the
teams.
rules.
We
like
might see a
you're
little
not
bit of
as like
again, but
a caster. You're
is
not
that going
able to
be the same
reference
story
like
told once
other
again at the turtle fight?
other
And we do need to
companies,
focus on Merciless, but this time Uneven doesn't
things like
have
that.
the
You
Black
gotta keep
Dragon
it.
at his disposal anymore.
You got to keep it
It definitely
like.
doesn't have the Black Dragon at his disposal anymore.
What up, Passenger?
And right now, I'm kind of keeping my
Saw
eyes on
that.
Mark Cutie, right? I mean, he's dealing a lot of damage. He only has 2 kills, but he's claimed 2 turrets for Area 77, and there goes another turtle in their hands. That is 3 turtles so far, leading by 3 kills. Mark Cutie, they have to stop him. Soon enough, he'll be able to deal so much damage that AggravateOne will have to kind of stay in their face and even out this farm.
Yeah, definitely even out the farm.
I think it's going to be Avalon or Bloodhounds that make it to face
is
BTK.
Black in trouble.
Looks like he's going to last his sanity out of there. Gets out alive, but a huge penalty zone and a flicker in for the double knockup. Manipulation dropping down Mark Cutie. The Devil takes down Cartman. Call to being activated by Jules Cutie to keep Area 77 alive. Black Dragon waiting to drop down. Finds the back line. A double petrify knockup with the furious dive as he finds a kill and shuts down Mark Cutie. Mission accomplished, and he gets out of there without losing his life. High IQ play for an Uneven 0-1-2.
Definitely call Uneven 007 as he was able to shut down Mark QT on this Beatrix and a beautiful Petri coming in as well.
That's why you got to make like controversial
Alter definitely
posts
was
and
popped
stuff,
a little bit too early. Did forget about Uneven as he has the Black Dragon
let the
at
comments
his
go
disposal.
wild, dude. People
but we are
love
seeing a
the
little bit
comments.
of a tilt in gold, but Gals QT's not done.
Not done. You are going to see that penalty zone drop down. Magic getting out of there. Just showing the mobility provided by this Irithel. Last sanity in. And Gals Cutie out. As you are going to see Black pick up a double kill. Finds Merciless as well. Wait a minute. Is AggravateOne turning this around?
Yo!
Definitely turning around. The goal lead has closed to about 2K
What
instead of
a
5K.
play by
Turtles have definitely
IAO.
been evened out as well, but we might see an objective. Their first one taken away, but Mark QT in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna go ahead and back out, but that is an ult wasted for Avery. And we do see Lord coming in about 15 seconds, and we definitely have to see which team will have the better team fight for this time, as AggravateOne actually played that beautifully in the turtle fight.
Sometimes you gotta be controversial.
Right, I mean, we've seen Avery, right? He picked up that Ice Cream on nice and early. He's going to be able to provide the slow he's looking for, even though it got a little bit of a debuff, right? It's not as, or a nerf, it's not as strong as it used to be, but it looks like it's still effective for AggravateOne, as they are still banking in for that option. But as this Lord does spawn in, first Lord of the game, we've seen every single neutral objective go to Area 77, right? 3 turtles so far, and also 2 turrets. We haven't seen anything go in the favor for AggravateOne outside of kills, right? I mean, they haven't claimed a turret, and they haven't claimed an objective.
Ooh, looks like they're gonna go. Wild charge, here we go.
And you are going to see the co-alter to save the team and negate the damage from the last insanity provided by Black. Black Dragon drops down Uneven. Furious dive, but hit penalties on DPR. Finds him, takes down Uneven 0-1-2. Thorn rolls out of there. Jules Cutie very low. Taken down by the burn of Avery. That is a long distance kill. And that is going to be 7-8 on the scoreboard. Still not leading in kills, but still finding answers, but they got to trade it into objectives.
That was wild, chat.
Yeah, Jules Cutie did get taken off, but with his passive, he is able to come straight back on the board. But this is going to be a 4v2 fight for this Lord in Black. Is not looking to give it up for this objective, as they do need a response to the objectives that A70 has been taking. But Lord is getting chipped down, but oh no, Avery might be in trouble.
is going to dodge that penalty zone drone that dropped down over there by Merciless. The battle over this objective. Lord still in play. About 50% does get reset. Black is going to find Merciless. Gets a mega kill. DPR very low. Phantom's executions, but not able to extend the distance.
Bro.
And Black picks up the kill. Takes down the jungler for Area 77, which means this may be the first objective of today's match, going into the hands of AggravateOne in the jungle.
He misses. Blood, Avery.
No, they are going in for blood as well, right? I mean, they got the cake. They're trying to get the cherry on the top as well. As the Lord is going to go ahead and go into the hands of AggravateOne, which may be able to kind of turn this game in their favor, right? I mean, they have this Lord, which means it's going to be pushing up the lane here momentarily. And this may be what they needed to claim some turrets.
Black is insane.
But speaking about cherry on the top, let's take a look at his items real quick. We are seeing that AggravateOne has turned the gold lead around into their hands. We see
they
Black
started insulting you.
with the war axe and bloodlust as well to give that.
You gotta know how to ride the controversial line that doesn't put you under the bus.
Let's take a look at Magic and Mark QT, right? Mark QT has been scaling pretty early in the early game stage. He is locking in 3 core items. He is looking for a pen item as well. But Magic is gonna lock in with Hawk's Claws. But speaking about Hawk's Claws,
yeah, battling it out uneven. Speaking about uneven, 3-1, that's an uneven combination right there. I mean, that math just was not mathing, and he gets taken down. And now AggravateOne just trying to seize the mid lane turret as the Lord is going to go ahead and push into the tier 2 on the bottom side. Avery will take the mid lane tier 2 as well. And now turret advantage is going in favor for AggravateOne.
You guys are wild,
one
chat.
Lord pickup can do a lot of damage, especially on your major objectives such as turtles and also turrets as well. So we are seeing AggravateOne turn things around very slowly and put things into their hands, show them who is king of the jungle and who is the king of the map. A conceal play coming in from Gauss QT. He's going to go ahead and land on Cartman here.
Tried to find the setup, but didn't get what he was looking for, and now the punish may be on the way. Cartman and Magic dealing some damage, forcing Gauss QT back, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and readjust themselves. But, I mean, this is a pretty close game. 9-9 so far, even though the first objective was Area 77. AggravateOne still kept their foot on the gas and maintained themselves, and now here we are, a pretty even matchup.
Yeah, pretty even matchup as well, but we have to play things a little bit slow right now, right? We do see the score
you mean
tied,
yesterday?
A77, lost a little bit of their income. They are 3K gold behind as well.
It's been a while
right?
since I've played, but yeah, it was a fun time.
Was able to put their feet on the gas and start going and rolling down the
JD.
map, but we do see Lord coming up in less than a minute.
JD
so
trying to get me with that Kaja.
It might be a little bit crucial, right? The time is ticking, but the death timers are also increasing.
Tried to get me.
See a beautiful split push coming in from A77, but good response from Uneven. Kind of micromanaging these waves, but look at the setup on the top side. Avery and Cartman.
Definitely waiting for somebody to step in the wrong place, but will they do it? Time will tell. Now, I mean, I'm looking at Black, right? He's 5-2-1 on this export, just having an amazing game. So he picks up that Rose here. For that additional shield.
You can do like creative lobbies.
But, I mean, they're just having a great time. Black was able to still kind of sustain himself and pick up majority of the kills for AggravateOne. I mean, he has about 60% of the kills for their entire team. And then, I mean, you mentioned the Aerith though, right? With new items in play, definitely going to be a heavy hitter, a high priority pick. And I think that's going to be the next power spike we're looking for, right? Magic kind of closing the distance.
The Zos build that I did was actually really nice.
But we are seeing A77 kind of camping out in the mid lane area. Oh, Conceal coming in. Black, is he going to catch this on time?
Oh, no, he misses. Black. Gauss QT not able to get the times revenge, and now the punish. Avery drops down the manipulation. Merciless falls in Avery's magic damage. You are going to see the wall drop in as well. Avery finds Gauss QT for a double kill. Magic finds Jules QT, takes down both brothers in an instant, leaving only Mark QT and DPR by themselves, which means they don't have the numbers to be able to contest this objective. But AggravateOne, they're not going to go for the Lord, right? We have the numbers. All we got to do is just take them down and possibly close this out. I mean, you're looking at Jules QT spawning in time, though, which means they have sustainability, but looks like they are going to go in, crack open that base. AggravateOne still having a huge advantage, able to turn this game around in their favor.
What a wall!
Yeah, that one fight did cause A77 to lose their mid inhibitor turret, and that is not looking too great.
JD said I can roam in jungle.
AggravateOne as they pick up this Lord. This is the enhanced
That was
Lord.
crazy.
The second Lord getting pushed through, but DPR is looking to try to see if he can go ahead and contest this, but a little bit too late by Mark QT.
Oh, rushes in, finds Avery, a shutdown. Calls activated, negating the damage from Black on the last Insanity. Now he is very low. Look at Mark QT chasing him down. Venice Rage not going to hit the mark, but he is not done. DPR is going to secure the kill, is going to shut down Black.
Shut down Black, but that is going to be a Lord. Not in the favor of AggravateOne anymore. They are going to go ahead and take it down in that mid side before it does
but it was lack
further.
of lacking.
Aggro has definitely pushed A77 up into those turrets.
Playing whatever.
And they're just taking
I let the
down
people
one by one.
fill in around me.
Here we go.
Gonna rush in, huge Tyrant's Rage onto the wall. The double stun. Marcuti caught in it. The Petrify dropping down, but Cartman does fall. Marcuti picking up the kill, but Magic responds back, avenging his teammate. Is gonna go ahead and take down Marcuti. That is a 2-to-1 trade, but neither side.
I feel like a lot of games have actually been going a lot longer now.
Now, I mean, looking at what we're seeing so far, right?
It was a fun game.
13-12. I would consider this a high kill game, right? I mean, both teams have double digits.
I'm just in Legend right now,
double digits, but
and I play at a way higher level.
Gold doesn't really matter anymore. Really matter towards who has the immortalities and how many times they're going to be popped in these team fights. We are seeing this can be anyone's game, right?
We were also playing on Central Host,
these team fights very well.
Better for me.
Fighting also very well, but we also have to watch for Gals QT and Jules
also, a lot of people got to actually like utilize all the skins. So if you wanted to play like one of your favorite heroes, you got to be able to use any skin.
Cartman and Avery, as they have always been sticking together and giving a lot of sets, but we see Cartman getting sent down to the bot side,
rare.
and I don't know if he does read everyone.
I don't know who the Layla was, but it was
to
funny.
camp that top side.
Yeah, definitely kind of waiting it out, waiting for either side to make a mistake, and that's kind of how you have to play this, right? I mean, we're now 18 minutes in. The respawn timers are getting closer to being 1 minute long, so you have to be careful on the fights that you choose. I'm expecting some quick concealed plays to find a pick off from either side to be able to turn this in their advantage, but right now this is going to be pretty much even. Now, I mean, looking at Cartman, he did substitute in for Final, and he's having a great game. I mean, he's 0-4-10 over there on this Grok. We've been seeing him drop down those Guardian barriers, those walls, to be able to trap Area 77 from escaping, and they've been very effective alongside his wild charges. But the same thing for Gals Cutie, right? I mean, he's been pretty on point with his sets, and also his synergy, that brother synergy that you mentioned. You just can't beat that, right? I mean, it's two brothers playing side by side. They literally grew up together. Like, how can you top that synergy when it comes to a tank-mage combination?
I'm just watching this happen, right? There's 3 members of A77 just dancing around in the bush, and Cartman just knows they're in there. Avery and Magic getting a good read, and they aren't trying to do anything as Lord is coming up on 10 seconds, but ooh, Magic has to be careful. Gal's charging up. Is he gonna land?
Oh, double stun! Big play. Marcuti takes down Magic. They got what they came for. Waiting in that bush for the opportunity, and they seized it. And now, with the marksman being down for AggravateOne, they have the numbers, and they also took down the ADC. They may be able to claim this Lord.
I think that was a little bit of a misplay or miscommunication coming in. Cartman had a good setup on all 3 members for the side of A77, but looks like Kufra, Gals QT can go ahead and take the aggro over Cartman, and that is going to be a Lord picked up in the hands of DPR, and that's going to be the Lord that A77 is going to use to potentially close this game out if AggravateOnes are not careful with how they're playing. They can't step on anyone's toes right now, right? They gotta be careful as one death is now going to start turning into minute timers, Wheezy.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the items so far, 15,000 gold for Marcuti, only to 12,000 for Magic. And I mean, just looking at the items, right?
Can't believe
he is
Area
full
77
build already. I
turned
mean,
this
he could
back
just
around.
sell his boots and just pick up something before we even
that's
see
what happens
Magic
with,
get full items. And that just shows you how much of an early advantage he had for taking those first 2 turns and picking up the first kills. But now, speaking of kills,
like that.
Lord making his way into the base. Gonna go ahead and take down this mid inhibitor turret, which means both bases are cracked open for the mid lane.
Mortality picked up by Merciless.
Definitely cracked open, but this might be a crack in the hole, depending on which team makes that first mistake. And as we always talk about, right? One mistake can cause a crucial difference by Gals. Charging up in the bush.
It's gonna charge up in the bush. Looks like they
During
are gonna
halftime, I
possibly
have
try
to
and go in
disappear.
for some more
But
of these turrets. No, they're gonna go ahead and change direction now. I think that's a wise decision. Oftentimes, we see a lot of the teams in the lower portion of the top 8, right? Like the 5th through 8th place teams, being a little overly aggressive and confident when they have this advantage, right? You got to know when to pull your punches and regroup. You don't want to overstay your welcome and then be punished for it. I mean, it's a 21-minute game so far, so the respawn times are going to be about a minute long right now, and if anybody falls, it can definitely be a game changer, and this may be a fall right here as, oh my goodness, a wild charge from Cartman! Gets out of there with 1-8. Whoa! Marquita with the sniper props his immortality. He's still in there, though. Don't even jumping in with the furious dive. Getting the Shaw essence. Draws immortality from Marquita. Merciless finds Cartman. Last sanity from Black. In the center of 3 members of Area 77. Finds Marquita. Can he get another? DPR finds one. Finds Magic. Pass through. Look at Avery. Very low. Looks like Jules Kitty is going to be able to secure that kill. Black not able to get away. Immortality has been procced, and he's caught between 4 members of Area 77, and DPR secures the kill.
GG's?
Secures the kill. That leaves Uneven all alone, trying to see if he can defend the base. That is, however, just one wave pushing in through. A77, are they looking to end the game? Is that all she wrote? Or are we looking for a little bit of discipline play as Lord is coming from 30 seconds, but Black Dragon has been popped?
Man, he's got to play this off flawlessly, trying to clear out the minions. Can he do it in time? Magic won't spawn in for at least 18 seconds, but he is holding his own. He has the immortality. He dodges the time of trade with the immortality, but there is still 1 minion in play. A very close call, almost able to defend them, but Area 77 will push through and take game 1 against AggravateOne.
Absolutely shredded that.
That is a beautiful game played and almost perfect for A77, right? They were snowballing early game, lost that mid game aggro, but they are able to turn things around and take that win into their hands. So that is a 1-0 score right now for A77 as they were able to take down AggravateOne, and how the stories have turned itself around, right? We kind of see AggravateOne kind of a little bit behind, right? They did great mid game, but mistakes have been made, and A77 was able to take that win away. And congratulations, that is your first win of today's 3 matches.
Not only their first win of today, but their first win in the NACT fall season for a match. So, you know, definitely want to see if they can claim another one.
The funny thing that I'm seeing here is that Eunice is like chewing gum.
It was a high kill game. I mean, 18
Eunice is like chewing gum, right?
22 minutes.
Like who?
Yeah, I definitely have to give my credits over to Marquita. However, he was snowballing beautifully, but this is a 22-minute game, so Weezy, you and I might be sitting here for a little bit of time if this is how games are going to go today. Both teams playing a very aggro, but 14-18 on the kill board. We do see gold kind of tight right now for both sides as the gold has been fluctuating the entire time. We do see all major objectives have been taken in by A77, 3 turtles, and a good Lord aggro fight. And DPR was able to secure that as well, but Gals QT coming in with 11 assists was able to do beautiful sets, the Tyrant's Rage and the Revenge coming in to make sure to take AggravateOne off the board. But Avery coming in with 3-2-8 was doing beautifully well.
I think it was
the backline, preventing Jules QT
with
from
the combination of DPR
I feel like both
and
teams played very well, but Mark QT and Gals QT's synergy is a little bit top notch. But Weezy, break me down on this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely back and forth, not a one-sided story. You are seeing it right here. Merciless found Cartman in this engagement. Gals QT going to the back line. A lot was going on here, right? They just split up into 2 different areas to fight it out. They're like, you take this side, we'll take the other. The split from Area 77, too much for AggravateOne to handle. The kill is alongside Jules QT found Avery, and it's just an overall victory for Area 77. A slight mistake from AggravateOne, right? And I mean, like I said, not a one-sided story. It didn't look like it was in their advantage for the early game. I mean, Area 77 kind of closed out and took everything in the beginning, but then they had a lot of mistakes that happened, and AggravateOne was able to kind of even up the scoreboard. But like you said, when it gets to that late game, about that 21-22 minute mark, you can't be overly aggressive. You got to be patient and wait for somebody to make a mistake. And like the mistake was on the side of AggravateOne.
The carry.
Or looking at a lot of the stats popping up. I mean, Rich Guy, looking at Mark QT. We talked about it, right? 2 turrets, super early in the game, and some of the first kills.
Yeah, but look at all the stats in that red and blue bar. They are very tight, right?
742 gold
going head-to-head, neck-to-neck.
A minute's
sure
not
to
even
step on anyone's
that
toes
fast, right?
For all
like 1,000 is
but
like
looks
when you get into real
had a little
speed.
bit of that aggro, more towards AggravateOne.
Like you're literally micro in every
win for them, so congratulations. That is the first win, just like Weezy said, for the fall season. And you lose your bracket finals, so definitely hope that you guys can prevail up top and secure your spots for the LA invite over for semifinals and grand finals.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting, right? We got to kind of reiterate the importance of this. I mean, this is stage 2. There's only 3 stages, right? And stage 3 is almost on the way. So they have to find a way to make it into top 3 or top 4 positions for this stage if they want a chance to kind of compete in Vegas, or not Vegas, but LA for the playoffs. So that's what I'm going to be looking forward to. Definitely Area 77, congratulations on getting your first victory
Yeah.
of a match so far. Now, looking at AggravateOne, they haven't won a single match yet, right? I mean, Area 77 was just in that same boat. I'm hoping
Winter
this
is
goes to a game
coming.
3. I love seeing a game that keeps you on the edge, wondering which way it's going to
Okay.
go. And just from what we've seen in game 1, I think we
What's
may have
up, dude? What up,
Yeah,
ready?
looks like the bonus skins is a little bit too much for Aggravate1 to handle, but
Know what it
as
is, baby.
to go for their name, you definitely can't be stepping on their toes, or else they will turn things around. As we did see,
I need
what
to get some
literally
sleep
happened,
tonight,
right?
is what I need
But
to do.
I do want to talk about the mid lane
I stayed
run
up way
matchup. We
too
do
late.
know that in A77 we have the brothers, right, running that mid and tank synergy, as they have synergy in person as well, right? But I also want to harp on AggravateOne. Avery and Cartman did beautifully well, but there were a lot of misplays that I saw happen, right? We do see from A77, it was always Mark QT playing along with Gal's QT, right? And then Mark Q kind of just helping and assisting, right? But AggravateOnes, we do see the setup. Setup was beautiful,
AggravateOnes
especially
had a
that
lot
one
of
fight
beautiful
before
setups.
Lord. We did see Cartman getting a lot of vision. I was laughing at them because A77, right? 3 were in a bush, just dancing around, having some time. But it looks like Cartman wanted to go for a siege on all 3 members as Lord was coming up. And
Area
obviously taking
77
members
got
off
rid of that
Lord, making it a
export.
little
That
bit easier to
was-
fight, but
that
a
was
little bit of miscommunications. I hope I don't see that happening again.
I don't want to deal
for
with that
AggravateOne.
again,
that
Ban.
could change a lot of things, and Weezy definitely.
That Exborg was literally the most
I can't help
annoying
it.
thing
Like, it's
for Area
so funny,
77.
man.
And
Even
then
when I've
the
been drafted
Yuzong
rank, I'm
was
just
even
sitting here,
more
like,
annoying.
just thinking everything through.
Gotta get your
Now,
team cap on.
you mentioned AggravateOne and some of the plays that they, ran into against Area 77 in the last match, especially that triple push play that was caught him off guard.
I felt like
Was able to
Black
get the backline
definitely was
ADC,
showing
took
out
down
on
the marksman
AggravateOnes.
for
Like he
AggravateOne,
on that
match
X
over there.
board,
So
like that was
I
well
would say for AggravateOne,
executed.
in order for them to kind of
moves
take this
by
match in their favor,
an X-board.
they need to deny the early game from Area 77. I mean, they took the first 2 turrets. We've seen something interesting that you kind of called out as well, right? The marksman swapped. Marquis went into the XP lane, and they dropped their XP lane into the gold lane.
What time is it? It's 3:52 p.m. right now.
AggravateOne and get them uncomfortable, and then they were able to take down the XP lane, found uneven at 0-1-2, got the first blood onto Yuzong, and also claimed the first turret.
There's so many
and that was
wars
like a
over
flawless
overseas,
execution,
man.
Just a game plan that
Like
worked
small
in favor for
wars.
Area 77, and I think AggravateOne, they have to find ways to counter that, right? You cannot be reactive when it comes to the early game. You gotta either be the aggressor or be completely even, right? You don't want to just
Yeah,
let them
that
kind of play the
export
game
was
in
a
their
menace. The
favor or just let
Yuzong
plans
was also
work
good. I
out. So
forgot.
I think for
Was
AggravateOne,
it
wasn't an issue
Avery?
with drafting, was an issue of execution.
Avery
in
is
the
I
beginning
think
phase,
who
but
it was,
Team
or maybe it was
synergy.
Cartman. I forgot
something
who
that
was
looked
the
promising too was
Yuzong.
how they came alive in the mid game. I mean, they were able to turn it around, and
yeah.
it looked like they were going to take
They
it.
did. They did. They had a 3-kill goal lead as well. They were taking Lords away from the hands of DPR too. So that's, we both thought, right? AggravateOne was coming back, right? They were sieging everything. They had objectives at one point, right? When that Lord came down, they took topside, they took midside, and cracked open their base, but you can only tell a story once, right, before it repeats itself. So hopefully it doesn't repeat it in this game. But A77 actually banned out Valentina and Eve, and that is actually 2 good bans, which means we leave room for Kurita, Farsa. We also seen Lilia getting played as well. And Fairness is actually still open, and Valentina's banned out, so no comping of anything. But speaking about comping, we do see first suppression tank coming out. It's gonna be Gal's QT running Kaja, and that's a pretty good first pick, which puts assassins at a little bit of a chokehold, right? The suppression can't really escape away from that, but we are looking for a tankier route for AggravateOnes. Black is gonna go ahead and run the Frederin, and we're gonna go see Avery run Fairness one more time.
Kind of looks like an Ube strat, right? It's like a tank type
It looks like
jungler.
Ube.
And then you
Yeah,
have
it
the
does
Paramus
look
to
like
keep
it.
them alive. I mean, it definitely working in favor. But I mean, that's 2 heavy cards showed early, right? I mean, you know who the jungler is now, and you know who the possible mage is going to be for AggravateOne. Now, something interesting about this is they have this Paramus, and they had Paramus last game,
Ooh,
right? No, it was
Claude.
Area 77 who had Paramus last game, right?
All right,
No.
I lowered
Yeah.
the gambling
No, A77
chat.
had it. Avery
Not a
ran
lot
the
of
Eve,
people are
so
going
the
crazy
Cold
with the
Ultra kept getting
gambling now,
countered,
so.
right? So definitely have to
I
be
lowered
careful.
it
But Mark
to,
QT ran his Call of
3
Blazing
minutes
Duet's
instead
definitely
of
gonna
5.
cancel out Avery. But Black can also be, the Frederin can be run in the EXP lane. We don't see as much anymore, but
I know
it
you
can still
guys
be run
love
in
the
that EXP
gambling.
lane. So I think it's still a little bit of a flex. We can't drop the gun yet, Weezy. You gotta load the bullets before you can pull the trigger, right? So we're not there yet. So we might see a EXP, but there's still also Lapu got picked up, but Yuzong is still open. So more of that tankier route, then which means AggravateOne needs definitely a burst marksman, right? Avery around the Faramis does good chip damage, but it's not burst like Valentina or Farsa or Eve. So definitely want to kind of balance out the draft a little bit as they lock in. But Joy, ooh, into a Kaja. That's a very ballsy move, I would say that.
It's funny how this played out. I mean, when we were looking at the bans
ballsy
the last
move,
one, right? You seen Joy was banned out.
Is that a ballsy, yeah?
They weren't banned. They were picked on opposite sides of the
ballsy
table.
move,
Avery picking up this Theramis for their team in the draft is going to deny Area
only losing today,
again, right? I mean, it was definitely working for them, but now they got to work against
I think it resets the count, the timer on everybody does. So.
And he was dominating. He was bullying Magic in the gold lane, and with the assistance of Gauss Cutie to help secure those kills. So I would say find a way to get to the gold lane, protect Magic if you do want to kind of take the advantage in the early game. Is definitely one of those keys to victory. But looking at some of the bans, something getting banned out that we haven't seen in a while.
They run a Joy into a Kaja?
AggravateOne.
Yeah, but we still have a lot of things open still. We still have the Kadita, right? I don't know why no one's picking Kadita. Kadita's so good right now. He's been using a lot in MPL too. I mean, if it's getting used overseas, I mean, you might.
I think we'll see it.
Here, right?
I think we'll see it. I think we'll see it for Area 77 right now. I think they'll pull.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
It's not banned.
I've seen
Kadita's too squishy.
Play it from TOB. We've seen Shark.
Also, Kadita can get caught out by Joy. And, you know,
Kadita can be flexed around as well, but we're gonna have to definitely see. They have a lot of magic right now for AggravateOne to kind of balance it out. I'm looking for possibly a Franco pick, maybe. I completely forgot about Novaria.
Yeah, I was wondering when we were going to see her banned out or picked.
But she's getting banned. Yeah.
She wasn't even banned in the last game, but she wasn't picked up. So,
yeah, she got banned.
Yeah, they are going to ban her out this time, and the last ban from Area 77 is going to be trying to limit some of the roam options for AggravateOne.
Now, I mean, would definitely
we have on the
be
table
good.
So far, late game damage is definitely checked off for Area 77 for QD, and also survivability in the goal lane.
Ooh, this is
very hard to kind of take down unless you have somebody that can rush in and
wait till you see what they pick, chat.
Some suppression.
Now, I got like a little bit of future vision because I can see what they're actually doing right now.
I mean, there's already suppression working against AggravateOne right now with Gauss Cutie picking up this Kaja.
You almost fell over, Cat.
0-1-2 on this Joy.
You almost fell over, little lady.
Speaking about Joy, I know Uneven,
almost fell over.
one-trick that hero, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen it in our last NACT, the last season. But Cartman's gonna go for this Lolita pick, and that's very interesting. It's gonna do a lot to cancel out Mark Cutie's Blazing Duet, prevent a lot of damage hitting their back line. But, you know, Cloud running a sprint, he can still peel through that. It just matters if the team can catch up with him. And Dexter, right? Dexter is a partner. So definitely have to see if they can keep up that duo synergy. And we're going to go ahead and see A77 pick in their pick as well. DPR and Jules QT are the two people that are left. We are missing a mage and a jungler right now. So there's no suppression on the board.
You got food there, little lady.
We're going to see Mardis. Ooh, so they're going to go that tank jungle again. Mardis has been picked so many times. We've seen Savages come from Mardis, and we've seen them also in the EXP lane as well. So going to go ahead and run that tanky route.
I can finally breathe, though.
Ooh, see a Valir
I think
pick,
I might take
so
some
Kadita,
sinuses.
I guess, today, Weezy.
Sinus pills here.
Today.
I'm like dying,
I'm seeing
Cat.
Bloodhounds run a lot of the Valir, but to see Area 77 pull it out, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, Bocarasco definitely has been kind of favoring that, but now Area 77 kind of sipping on the same tea. But looking at Mark Cutie, right? He does have this Claude. He can definitely undo the Cult Altar from Avery if that goes out, but also if he does the Blazing Duet, they can use the Cult Altar to negate it. So it's kind of like both of them can cancel each other out.
Also, guys, every match that a team wins, by the way, I don't know if you guys knew this, but they get 100 additional USD.
You have Mark Cutie
to their prize
definitely
pool.
rush in, hit him with the Azor's Wrath.
So like every team should be trying as hard as possible because I mean $100 every series, that's pretty crazy.
You gotta hope that you can catch a Claude in a Nubian Blast with the mobility that he has with the Battle Mirror image. It may be a little bit of an upscale battle. The only thing really working in favor,
if you get sent down to the lower bracket, you kind of get a chance to win even more
also
money.
The burst fireballs from
right.
Yeah, but speaking about Mark Cutie, Maddox running a Leslie, which definitely counters Claude with the Blazing Duet.
It kind of helps the lower tier teams.
Take us into a potential match point
go grab a
for game 2, or are we looking for a match 3 between these two teams?
That's right, as you are seeing both of them revving up in game 2 for the losers bracket in ACT fall season stage. number 2. And we are looking at Area 77 and AggravateOne, right? A little bit of history from what we just seen. Area 77 was able to take a game away. Like Eunice mentioned, this means they have a potential to close out this best of 3 with a sweep. AggravateOne needs this victory. They need to find a way to get to top 4, but it's the same for Area 77 as they are tied in 5th place.
Absolutely, and we already see the aggro coming in from Magic as he is able to kind of start chunking down Mark QT over there, but Gals, Magic just be in trouble.
Ooh, very low, but able to get out just in time. Area 77 trying to draw first blood within the first minute, and that was a very close call, right? I mean, when we kind of talked about the keys to victory, we mentioned find a way to get Mark QT uncomfortable and get Magic online.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do need to get Magic online. Leslie is a late game hero, and she needs a lot of core items, more than 3 to start hitting some punches. But Gals QT might have just stepped on some shoes, but beautiful pushback from Jules. Yeah,
the Searing Turret definitely working his advantage. A great save from Jules QT to be able to keep him alive. Definitely focusing on his team. Now, First Blood is still trying to be drawn, and you are seeing some strong presence in the gold lane from AggravateOne as Cartman is kind of helping the ADC. They realized, hey, that was where we kind of fell short in the beginning, so let's put a little bit more focus in the gold lane, and that may be what they need to tip the scales in their favor.
Yeah, but tipping the scales, we do see objective coming in about 3 seconds, but ooh, beautiful pushback. That's a lot of damage actually coming in from Valir, right? You hit any creep or turtle, or you last hit your minions, you get your first skill back, and everyone's level 4, obviously except for the roams, but here we go.
Black is gonna claim the turtle. Merciless draws first blood, takes down Uneven 0-1-2, but the co-alter out. Cartman trapped on a wall, may not be able to get out alive, but tries the flicker. A good attempt, but DPR finds a kill. That is 2-0 for Area 77, but they lose the first neutral objective.
And looks like we can still even up the gold, right? The 2 kills can, I guess, equal up the gold, but we are looking for a direct invade DPR. Can he get the buff? He does secure it, but Uneven looking for blood here on Jules.
This electrifying beats onto Jules QT. I don't know if he'll be able to pull that off, though. Looks like Jules QT will be able to get out just in time. Mortar coils in. Where's the decimation he's looking for? Whoa, gets pulled back. That was a very close call. Wait, he might be able to pull it off. Yumi on blast. 4 possible stun. Mortar coils to negate the CC. That is some huge utility wasted from Cartman. Now, I mean, looking at what we're seeing so far, right? DPR picked up his first kill. We know the Martis is a great way to kind of pave the way in the early game when teams are overly aggressive. The power of that decimation can definitely make it in your advantage when teams are very low in HP and try and continue that fight. And I think AggravateOne realizes that, right? They're playing a lot more passive, but they're playing focused. A little bit of a different story from what we've seen in Game 1.
Yeah, but we do see the setup coming on the top side. DPR and Black are just going head-to-head with these jungle creeps, but we do see Claude starting to scale towards that mid-game. We do need both of these marksmen to definitely come online, as both marksmen are towards that late game, but I'm a little bit worried for Avery running this Faramis, right? Once a Blazing Duet does get popped, the Colt's Altar is not going to do too much and not give that saving grace, Weezy, as you love to call it, for the rest of his teams here.
You know, I kind of like how Magic picked up this Leslie. Definitely going to be an okay matchup against the Claude in the gold lane, but also because he has the ultimate sniper to be able to give vision. When there's a Claude or a Kaj on the opposite side of the table, you need to know where they're at all times. But speaking about knowing where players are at, a big kill. Black takes down Jules QT, finds the mage in the mid lane, and now going to focus on this turtle.
Focusing on Turtle. Black is going to go ahead and start that as well, but looks like this is going to be uncontested, or unless DPR is looking for some blood here. Noon and Blast.
The bravest fighter from Merciless trying to find a kill. Alter being activated. Blade Duet from Mark QT. Merciless very low. Look at the turtle. Black is going to secure it for AggravateOne. DPR is going to find Avery. They're able to find a kill, but not able to find the objective. Magic finds Merciless. That is going to be 1 member falling so far. DPR is going to take down Cartman for a double kill. My goodness, 4-2 on the scoreboard. Area 77 still leading with kills. Jules QT is going to go ahead and find a kill, though, with the Searing Turret and the Burst Fireball. Is going to find Uneven in the Tier 2 turret for the top side. Just look at the power of the Valir. A wizard in the making for Area 77.
Wizard in the making, but some magic brewing up in the
What
pots.
up?
And oh my goodness,
Area
Jules is just
77 kinda
putting
going.
magic
Oh,
and
damn.
Avery
5 minutes
on
in
their
already.
backs, and they're not allowed to move. That's a lot of damage
that's
also
not too
coming in
crazy of a
from
gold
Jules.
lead.
And I feel like this Valier pick, I was questioning this Valier pick just a little bit, but he is doing well. Good pushbacks
some
coming
good
in, right?
coffee,
He is
chat,
able
some
to
good
kind of
coffee.
help the CC a little bit towards Black and Lolita, and
The
is
next
also able to
matches, I'm
cancel
gonna try to
out
get the players
Lolita's
ready.
Noonan Blast if she does decide to ult in there. But here it goes once again. Look at all that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to crack open the turret for the top side, and that means that they may be able to rotate Marcuti to the bottom lane if they really wanted to claim yet another, and this is kind of like how we saw in Game 1. Area 77, Marcuti was able to take a turret, and then they rotated to the opposing side and took the other, and that's where AggravateOne kind of fell short. I feel like they kind of pick up in the mid-game when you don't have to really worry about the map awareness of where these turrets are. That's where AggravateOne kind of shines, so... Speaking of AggravateOne, big Numion Blast, not going to hit the mark in the mid lane. Another wasted ultimate from Cartman. And keep in mind, he's substitution, right? He's substituted in for final, so it's definitely a different level of synergy. And you are going to find that turret fall. We just talked about this. Marcuti able to claim the bottom one as well. But battle on the way. Quarter coils in.
Jules.
See DPR very low, but look at Jules. All the teams trying to fight it out. May be able to find a kill. Co-ult being activated by Avery. Magic in the back line, trying to deal that damage from afar as the turtle spawns in. Blazing Duet, dropping down. Merciless joining the party there, low. DPR hits the decimation, finds Avery, gets a double as he gets uneven, gets DPR to a triple as he finds Magic. A Maniac takes down Black. DPR is unstoppable, and now we'll be able to claim
Marcus
this turtle
is like
uncontested.
The only person that can like
unstoppable indeed.
make
He
Maniacs
did
like
get
this.
that Maniac. Unfortunately, the Savage let Cartman off on a very low end of the stick as he was able to get out, but that is 7-0 right now for DPR. A perfect KDA, and he is doing well rotating around the map, and this is not looking too great for AggravateOne as they are losing objectives left and right, but the gold lead also is not in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 turrets falling, right? And again, AggravateOne, even though they, look like they're going to have a great early game, they start falling short. And
I don't know what's up with my, like, stream chat system. Like, I can't view it here. I have to, like, go look at it on YouTube.
It's like their offensive pressures.
I can't see any other of my other channels.
Very low. Look at that. My mark, a little bit of wasted ability. Not gonna be able to find any kills though. It looks like they're gonna disengage.
Kind of being pushed
back
now.
I see Avery running this flicker. I want him to try and do some pulls, right? We do see a little pushback, but Avery has the potential to be able to pull any of these members as long as they don't have Purify, except Marcuti, right? The Ghostbusters should be able to go ahead and do a little bit of damage on there, but Fairness is stacking that pretty well.
Let me know if the sound gets like crazy too. I'm gonna have to like move the chat over so I can
3-second death timers.
Oh my god! The moment I say that,
they definitely do have to be careful, and they can't chase the keys
thing
too fast, or else they will snowball, as we might just see happening right.
Maniac going in for more. DPR leading the front line for Area 77. Cartman taking a lot of damage. Down goes the Numion Blast. Not going to hit the stun again. That's like 3 Numion Blasts not landing for Cartman so far. And now Area 77 is going to punish on the Tier 2 turret. Maybe able to take it down as Marcuti claims it. Battle still on the way though. Bulwark Shield goes out. Merciless claims the turret on the top side. DPR with the decimation finds Cartman. A legendary kill. Another decimation. Azura's Rat. Maybe able to hit it. Wait.
The kill. Enjoy a little bit of a technical issue coming in, but we are seeing a beautiful trade coming in. 10-2. A77s definitely go ahead and pick up that stable goal lead as well. We do see Lord getting pulled over by Merciless. He's going to go ahead and grab his hands on it first. DPR is going to go ahead and sustain a lot of that Lord damage as Marcuti. And Jules going to go and take this Lord down. Merciless doing a good job zoning out the backside. And that is going to be a Lord taken up, but we do see Bravest Fighter coming in.
Gonna drop down.
Yours will do some damage on the backside. Not looking for too much yet, and they're going to keep
it looks good on my side. I don't know,
their way out.
Yeah, definitely going to go ahead and
I don't
fight
see
their
any
way
like
out.
hiccups
We're
or
going to go ahead and
frame
see
drops.
a 10-2 lead. 10 minutes in, Area 77 just having a great time so far. taking advantage of the early game, especially with DPR picking up this Martis.
We do see Fairman still doing a lot of damage, but not yet there. We do see Lord coming down that top side.
I don't know if like Eunice can't hear Wheezy or what.
For a siege, Lord is coming down on top side. Is Mark going to go ahead and take out this inhibited turret? We might just see a beautiful defense coming in. Avery doing a little bit of chip damage, uneven, using the electrifying beads. Going to go ahead and stack up some of her music, but that is going to be a beautiful defense coming in from AggravateOne, but A77 go ahead and trade that out for a mid-side turret. And that is a lot of macro lost by AggravateOne, and A77 is able to prevail and push through a lot with almost a 10k gold lead into their hands, and that is not looking too great for AggravateOne.
Yeah, not looking too great indeed. AggravateOne trying to find a way to turn this around. They were only able to claim 2 turtles so far. Area 77 definitely trying to close this out early, right? I mean, they know they need this game to be able to move forward and climb up that ladder for a possible top 4 position as they're clawing their way down in the lower bracket. They were able to claim their first victory so far in the NACT fall season. It looks like they're trying to claim another, starting to kind of stack up a win streak if you must. But as we are going to be seeing this battle possibly leading on the way, we are going to see the Black go in, but a little bit over-aggression may be costly to save them. But look at the burst fireball, the searing turret, the triple stun provided by the wizard Jules Cutie. DPR takes down Avery, may be able to get another, finds Cortman for a double kill. Is it a Maniac? A triple goes down, and Maniac, he has done it again. Will he be able to claim more? As Mark Cutie is going to go ahead and take the inhibitor on the top side. A Savage! He has done it! DPR, the second Savage on Martis. The first from Easy Peasy from Bloodhounds, but now Area 77 leading the way. A double kill as well, and they will move forward in the losers bracket, taking down AggravateOne.
That is another Savage indeed coming in from DPR as they were able to take this series. Beautiful play and beautiful rotation coming in. But we are looking at a very tight game still. Nothing's over yet. And Wheezy, what happened? You just saw everything just keep going down. And I know that Savage meant a lot to you.
Why is he like in a fighting
stance? Second one on the board right now for Martis.
Man, look, I've always been a fan of Martis. He's my favorite hero in the game. And that is how you play him right there, right? Wait for him to get low, hit the decimation, and then just start stacking up those kills. And AggravateOne just gave it to him, not once, but twice, to let him pull that off with 2 Maniacs. There was just no answer for him, and he was able to shut it down. That was a quick game, right? I mean, that means that we are going to be seeing Area 77 moving up that ladder. They got their first 2 victories so far in the NACT fall season and their first series win. A little bit of a side note on that, guys. For every series that a team wins, they win money, too. It's a new addition to the NACT fall season, so definitely credits to them and congratulations. But for AggravateOne, I liked how they played in Game 1, right? I think Game 2 was a little bit more disappointing for them as they had a little bit of a harder time finding a way to stop DPR, but there's still potential there, right? I mean, we've seen them kind of try and make it up in the mid-game for Game 1. I think Game 2 just kind of boiled down to not having an answer for DPR.
I'll be right back, Jack. Let me talk to the pro
really
players.
Didn't have a chance to ult anywhere as there was too many cancels coming in from A77. Jules QT, though, however, was able to do a lot of pushbacks, prevented Black and Cartman from even stepping up, and that burn damage is definitely going to put Avery a little bit at a disadvantage as the Cold Altar is going to definitely get canceled by a lot of damage, especially from the Blazing Duet. And we also see the Bravest Fire Stance coming from Merciless. That Cole's Altar unfortunately wasn't their saving grace for this game, but take me through these replays.
Yeah, as we are looking at that fierce battle between these 2 amazing teams. 10-2 though, Area 77 definitely leading the way in this match and leading the pace as well as we see the start to that Savage led right after the Maniac that he pulled off. Takes down Cartman, finds Avery, and then Magic caught in the damage as well. Black falls, Magic falls, just dropping like dominoes. Area 77 being patient, right? They want him to get that Savage this time, and he gets it right here on Avery on a little bit of a misplay. Not able to kind of stop them from pushing into the turret, and there it goes. You are going to see DPR alongside Area 77 forward claiming that game, and that's the second Savage on Martis.
Yeah, and that is definitely a second Savage, but that is going to make him the carry and the rich guy for this game as he was able to get... Did he end up getting 2 Savages at the end, right? As a continuous streak.
Maniac
you see
Savage.
Black being the sandbag as he is running that Fredrin, was able to get a lot of that damage, but Gauss QT coming in with the assist. 13 just missing by 3 for a full 100% kill participation score. And this post-game stats were not the same, right? We were seeing a 22-game last game, but this game, Area 77 was able to close it out for this game. So that is a beautiful, beautiful play for DPR. And I definitely think he was definitely the MVP for this game, as he was getting all these kills and beautiful rotation and being able to, you know, take all the objectives. That's what they needed, and here we go.
Right, as we look at a replay from the entire series showcase right there, Merciless taking out Cartman. This is where AggravateOne was kind of having a better game, right? This was a 21-minute, 22-minute finish. The bodies were dropping left to right. You've seen DPR take down Magic right there. Avery very low. Jules Cutie secures the kill. And overall, we're able to see Area 77 kind of move forward, right? They just have a little bit better so far aggressive synergy when it comes to the teams rushing in on these 5v5 engagements. And that's where AggravateOne kind of has to start shifting their focus as they progress through the NACT fall season. You know, they're definitely allowing the marksman, Mark Cutie, to get online super early. Even when he ran a late game marksman and he was running up against a counter, which was at Leslie, he still was able to outfarm him and get gold. As you are looking at that game too, that Maniac from DPR, which led up to a Savage, which is right here, able to get both in one match. Just let you know that they are not playing around. Area 77 may be the team to be able to stop the Gatekeepers from holding that number 4 position, and they will move forward, right? I mean, that just now means that AggravateOne is going to be still in 5th place, in last place currently so far for the NACT fall season. So looking forward to seeing how this goes. Area 77 definitely looking strong. Beautiful Savage over there from DPR. Yeah,
it was
say,
definitely
like,
a beautiful play.
Looking at everything so far with DPR, with that
and
Savage, what do you do with Martis, right? Martis is just insane right now. Do you ban him out? Do you just go more beefy? Do you just play a little bit more passive and wait? As you can't really play aggressive with him. It can definitely be a little bit tricky, but we are going to be swinging on over to our amazing host, Liz Best, for the MVP.
Well, Eunice already said that the MVP will go to DPR. I mean, I gotta say, my mind was blown when the first Savage came, but when the second Savage came, because getting a Savage doesn't seem to be a shock now because we had one in every day so far, but getting a second Savage is something to be surprised about. And Martis, like what Wheezy mentioned, Martis seems to be a hero that gets a lot of these Savages. We had a Savage last season with the Martis, and DPR has proven his skill this today with that Martis. Now, Wheezy, anything you want to say when you see your team coming back?
I'll just definitely say, don't let the Martis go into the hands of DPR ever again. I mean, a Maniac and a Savage, that's a bold statement, and it's definitely letting you know that the jungler is confident for Area 77.
Oh, the second one is a Maniac. In my head, it already went into Savages. I was so shook.
Yep, there was a Maniac then a Savage.
Yeah, he got 2 Savages, I think.
Oh my goodness.
So at the end,
wow, DPR is making the highlight of the week. And despite not having a great season, right? But Area 77's experience and the Brotherhood synergy and that Savage making DPR, their head is still in the game. And now, I'm already out of words from that amazing performance. But coming up next, we're gonna have the NightHorde versus. But after that, Eunice, what did you think? I know you were the live witness of that amazing play, but anything you want to say when you're the prediction queen right now? You're 15-0.
I am the prediction queen. Definitely thought a lot of the team fights for A77 had a little bit of struggles towards the early game, right? Both Seth, Wheezy, and I both just saw a little bit of an early struggle, and I feel like most of the teams really have a hard time creating that synergy to start the snowball. And in the first match, they did it. AggravateOne turned it around pretty well, but they fell a little bit short as they were not able to secure that. But DPR, monster on these tank jungles, right? Xborg was one of them, and now it's going to be that Lance, right? Xborg was played by A77, but I know DPR can play those tank jungles as well. But he was showing off his skills on that Lance, but now it's going to go ahead and show off his skills with that Martyr. So beautiful hero, and I know Weezy's favorite hero is literally Martis with the 3,000 different worlds. So definitely he saw a world of his own as Martis was able to prevail in today's match.
And our esteemed past champions, their heads are still in the game. And coming up next, we have the TheNightHorde versus KnightsofFate. And we're gonna see who comes on top in that matchup. So don't go anywhere, we're gonna be back in 5.
All right, Chad, I'm back. It's the feast of NAPB, MLBB. All right,
Alright, Mobile Legends, is Liz here with the weekly recap for the fall season. Now, last weekend we had an electrifying finish to stage 1 of the NACT, and we're already gearing up for an even more intense stage 2 this coming week. Now, first things first, this past weekend has shown you anything is to keep your eyes on Zia from the O'Hara brothers. This rising star stole the show in stage 1, pulling off not 1, but 2 Lord Steals against MLBBNA. His fast fingers, positioning, and quick reaction time have turned the tides around for the O'Hara brothers, securing that victory against Spring Champs BTK. Now, we've managed to snag Zia for an interview, so let's take a look at what went on in his mastermind during those game-changing plays. Alright, Zia, so obviously in the first stage of the regular season, you stunned the world with your marksman. You were the new addition to the O'Hara brothers, and you really blew the world, especially your 2 Lord Steals. Now, the first Lord Steal,
Alright, I'm back, chat.
You were against 4
You know
members
what it
of
is.
BTK, right? So your jungler
I got all the
just
players
died,
ready and everything.
then
They're in
kinda
the
walked
lobby,
bush
good to
and
go.
steal
They
that
just
lord with your
they needed a
ultimates.
little
Can you go
extra
through
break.
a little bit
I think
of
mainly
what
because
went
of
on in
production
the
and stuff
season
like
that
that.
I had to like do something to at least stay on the game, because I'm pretty sure if I
There's the
didn't
Zia.
get the Lord, I think we lost the game. But thanks to Carlos, aka best player, he gave me a space to walk on that certain bush so they wouldn't know I'm there, and yeah, just like ulted. Yeah, I get it, you know. It gave me a free space to move around the map. It was a
From, like,
good play for him.
What happened is you walked away.
Best
and then
player
they were
is really
chasing
good,
you, but
chat.
you ended
I'm
up
not
pulling
gonna
an
lie.
ISO. Like what happened there?
I think it was a misplay for them. If I'm being honest, I think it was a misplay for Bodge, because he has flicker, right? He has.
And then-
I rewatched the video. He has flicker. If he just flicker and ult me,
There's
I
there's quite a
would've
few
not killed
subs coming
ISO.
in on this
They
game,
would've
so
just killed me,
production
and,
has to like
you know,
update
And then
stuff.
he didn't though. But
Yeah, he
you
didn't.
waited
We got
and
lot. There's
We
lots
did.
of things that go in the
He
background
used
that we don't
his
even
flicker
know
at the
about.
end,
I don't
or-
even know about.
at the end when he was like getting close.
But they're taking some time, and also it's a
I
good.
was padding towards the bush.
It's
He
also
thinks I'm gonna
good
use
for
bush
the
to kill
teams
him.
to be able to communicate
he
and talk in
flickered
this
through the
time
bush, then
being.
I
Also, the
flickered out, 'cause I know
casters
that-
get to take a
'cause I know
break.
he's
Because
gonna
let
do
me
that.
tell you,
And you
casting
kind of predicted
for 4
that.
games in a
That's
row
Yeah.
is
master play
rough.
on your part. And
Rough.
when you stole that Lord, what went on in the team?
Overseas, if I'm not mistaken, I think they swap out between every 2 games. But hey, it is what it is.
I didn't say anything. I think it was them. It was them, because I still had to focus, because like four people chasing me. Oh, I cannot rack it. And then I think
Look at it!
Poon screaming. I don't
You're
know.
like,
Yeah.
And talk about making an entrance. Not only did Easy Peasy's Martis secure the first Savage of this entire tournament, his team Bloodhounds is also the biggest underdog who rocked stage 1. Their unique Valir drafts catapult them into top 4, and their Navarra Lassie combo also took a game from none other than our reigning champs, the O'Hara brothers from stage 1. Let's quickly take a look at Bloodhounds team highlights. Leading the pack, we've got the Hire Brothers with a commanding 100 points, closely tailed by BTK at 90. These teams are doing pretty well, but it's not smooth sailing for everybody. The 4 teams on the bottom tier, the TheNightHorde, AggravateOne, Area 77, and the NightHorde, are lagging at 60
Liz
points.
just gets so good at these, bro.
These foreign teams need to score approximately 150
Smoko's
points
not online.
to land their playoff
A lot of people are kind of just chilling.
Recap, guys.
I think tomorrow's going to be pretty crazy.
This weekend as we move forward to the next stage of the
Tomorrow's
NACT.
going to definitely be a
Join us
good
this
day.
Saturday, and remember, this isn't just a tournament, it's the official path to M5 and your path to glory. I'm your host Liz, and I'll see you next time.
Oh.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Sheesh.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team
The chat.
A77
You're the only one in there, Miguel. Everybody went to go get food.
August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament
Everybody's just
spanned
big chilling
13
right now.
days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship.
It's also the lower
As we
bracket.
moved into the fall
Not
of
a lot of
2022,
people like
the
watching the
first
lower
ever
bracket.
offline
They only
grand
like watching the
final was
upper
held,
bracket.
taking the tournament to a whole new level.
But
This
hey.
landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley.
Are we talking about, Carmen?
They also represented North America in the M4.
Oh, you're talking about
finishing
Miguel.
in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
I love these videos, man. 90% only watch for TOB and BTK.
This is Mara.
I feel that, George.
And I hope you guys do so well.
I'm trying to build like hype and like story around like these other teams, you know, like KnightsofFate, still a really good team. Zero's on there, like they're wild. I would say they're like Malaysia but of NA, right? Like they pull out these crazy picks, and you can never know what they pick, because sometimes they're picking like one tricks, right? Even though they're actually all good in their own unique, but some of the players are just really good at certain heroes, you know.
Especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Sorry. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international
what up,
scene.
Stoner?
You guys are coming to ISF, so that's
What's
super great.
up,
Can't see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, MLBB scene.
Hey guys, so my name's Phil, and here's the thing: we watch NACT.
What up, this
Colt?
Cole? What's up? Oh, we're back.
And we are back. Hope you're all ready for the next matchup with the NightHordes and Knights of Fate, because another team is gonna go home at least for 2 weeks. So just a reminder for you guys at home as well, we won't have a broadcast for the next 2 weeks, as some of our NACT players will be representing the United States.
Oh yeah, like we go on break after this.
In Romania. So head to their website.
The NACT goes on break after this.
And now,
it's the IESF. Yato Chicken, best player, warrior.
Please.
Right, AggravateOne in Area 77. 2-0 finish. Area 77 is going to be moving forward, which means today we're
I like this up the beat music,
Avalon,
man.
which is going to be interesting as well. I'm still competing over there with both of y'all for our predictions so far. I believe you are still ahead of me as well, Liz. I think I'm in 3rd place right now in this trio desk.
Yeah, you definitely are.
Yeah.
You're not catching up to me, Wheezy. I am king. I am the
Eunice
queen.
is always the queen.
She was
of
about to say
predictions.
she's the
Since last
king.
season, this season, she's always right with all these matches. So how do you do it, Eunice?
I don't know. It's a coin flip, right? I mean, I can also be wrong. You never know, right? But I don't know. I've been on a streak since last year, and I want to keep it up. But I think actually, Liz, you were doing good too. I don't know which. It was one of the matches that, the coin flip did not go into your favor. But we were sitting at you were sitting at 14-1, right? You and Wheezy? Or no,
I wish.
yeah, I think it's 13-2.
There's one game that I was a little
14-2.
bit off, but Yue got it. So my loss went to Yue. So he was able to secure that victory. He had the faith in the underdogs, or somewhat underdogs. So some of the teams were a little bit less familiar with, right? Area 77 were the champions for like many seasons, for a few seasons. They were always been in the community in this regular season scene, but some
I can go to
teams
Romania
are
if G's coming here.
and with those ones is
I'm not
what
coming to Romania,
really comes on top for
unfortunately.
Eunice, because you can kind of tell, or you're the mastermind.
I
in
wish I
making
was going.
predictions, and obviously you
Would
have
I
very
rather
good knowledge
Eunice
of
or
all the teams.
Liz?
So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Well,
definitely
very
picked
good
Knights
work.
of
Eunice
Fate.
is dating best
Oh yeah,
players. So
and you picked Knights of Fate
I'd
too.
rather
But
go
the
for
reason why
Liz.
I picked Knights of Fate is because
Last thing
they're
I need
known
is
for
more
1-3-1.
drama in North
So
America.
they actually don't play marksmans. They put 2 EXP
NACT's pro
in each
team
lane, and they
manager
snowball
steals
like crazy
steals
mid to late
women
game.
from the
And
best
they're pretty
player
hard
in the
to
world.
kill. And we talked about
that's
this
gonna
team
be the
actually
title.
last season. We've seen a lot
Right?
of teams, especially Empire.
So no,
go
not
1-3-1.
Eunice.
We've seen Freya getting picked. We'd seen too many get
Liz
picked. Wheezy, I know
though's in a
exactly
whole
what you're
nother
talking
country,
about,
if I'm
and
not
you know that
mistaken.
is
Like she's like
crazy, especially when it
overseas.
goes that late game.
Yeah, it definitely goes to the late game, and
I don't know if she's just like working over there or what.
I feel like this one was.
Oh, it's
very
like a
hard to
tough
roll,
thing.
right?
I don't like long
looking at
distance
Reckless,
relationships are
Tyrant
not
swapping in
my
place
favorite.
for him over there for the NightHorde. Now, for those who don't know, Tyrant, huge pillar in the North American community. All those local meetups that you see in all the remote locations, they're usually spearheaded by him, right? And definitely goes the extra mile to make sure everybody can meet up and bring MLBB into the real life time. So it's gonna be exciting. I know Tyrant is a tank main, so he will be taking the spot for Reckless today inside
pretty
of the
nice.
NightHorde.
Yeah, and
That's
I'm
I
super
feel like
excited. I haven't seen
Romania would be
Tyrant
like a
play,
super cool
so
place to be.
I don't know. Kind
Yeah.
of excited.
Super excited to see production actually joining in to play as a pro player. I would be shocked. I would be even more shocked.
Clippers
than
gonna go
that
crazy.
Savage plus Maniac.
Yeah.
If Tyrant
I'll be
made
I'll be like
plays
the
and turned
forefront of
Tyrant
North
around for this
America.
matchup.
That's not what I want.
Something exciting to see now.
Not what I want.
We know Tyrant. has played in professional.
I feel like me and Eunice are really good friends.
I guess more like
that's all it is.
It's also spearheaded and hosted some.
Top G is
right
not.
The NACT fall season, we did have the NightHorde tournament.
I'm not about sharing. Looking
at what we're going to be seeing so far,
I'm also not a type of guy that's just going to dive in there and like break something up like that, right? Like that's not.
Goes for the Knights of Fate, and speaking of the Knights of Fate, another substitution, but this time on the opposite side of the table.
That's the last thing I would want, especially if I'm looking for someone like that, right?
Yeah, what is going on,
this
guys,
time's gonna be mid.
Swatch ups.
Mikasa.
Chow Pao and Mikasa.
Chow Pao.
Oh yeah.
Because Chow Pao is a mage main or he was playing mages for the past 2 weeks. So Mikasa, as we know, is a very pro side laner. So I wanna find out what's going on in the teams that's causing.
If teams would invite me, you know,
very, very important, right, guys?
Even if teams invited me, I don't know. Like,
what do you guys think?
Since it's a
hard one. Neither side has won a single series, so it's like
my job doesn't give me enough vacation time.
I mean, both of them have been struggling so far, and the
no
lower half
home wrecker energy around here. That's for sure.
The top 8 teams, that 4 teams.
Dracula's Castles in Romania. Yo, that's lit.
7 having a slight chance.
Are you messing with me?
But nonetheless, all these teams have to claw their way up there, right? They need a top 3 and a top 4 placement. We're only getting closer to the playoffs, and these matches, points are starting to weigh very heavy.
And Mikasa getting subbed in for Chow Pao.
That's crazy.
He's gonna be playing mid, but Mikasa's known for EXP, so this might be a very interesting match. And just like Liz said, right, the team synergy is what's important, and that is what teams need to be able to prevail in the land of Dawn. So definitely want to put on a lookout right now, as there are some switcheroos happening. So Liz, take us away.
Would you rather?
And because Knights of Fate,
would I rather what?
Players, so I'm sure they can make something
of course
work. So casters,
Steph Weezy is one of my best buds. So
playing and how the team was gonna do with our game 1 of the series.
That's just it, as we are jumping into game 1 of the lower bracket. NightHorde up against Knights of Fate in a best of 3, right? We need to see who can be able to kind of push forward,
chat
to have a chance to make it back
I don't know what's
inside of a possible top 4 position, and also a chance to have a high stake in
it's
stage 2.
rented by very rich people? That's crazy.
Both teams having substitutions,
wow,
is it going to affect their synergy? I think that's the first point that we're going to be looking at so far, especially with Tyrant now in the mix as well, and a Mikasa as well, who's not going to be running the same role that you're used to seeing him on.
Look at Tyrant here,
yeah,
top
definitely
8.
Might be a very different game.
The give command's not working.
As little things have been moved around, right? But we might also see the substitutions. Weird. We can see other players getting swapped around, right? As Mikasa does prevail in the EXP lane, we might see other members from Knights of Fate actually take up that mid lane
if you want to party all day and night, I can do that in my town.
Actually run mid before, so
my town's like a college town.
Different player picks into the rest of the game, but Kadita's gonna go get ahead and get banned out for the NightHorde, and we did talk about Kadita so many times last game, but this time I can't even talk about it. It's gonna get banned. Uranus did get banned out for Knights of Fate, and in return, I'm guessing a Choriza ban might get picked out. And I'm looking at a lot of mages still open. We do see Valentina and Eve still open on the table, but NightHorde is definitely
back
gonna
for the
go
Area
for
77 match. Okay.
Protect Myth from any harassment, as he loves to run the assassin jungle route.
Yeah, and now with that Kadita taken off the table alongside the Kaj, I mean, I think those are some excellent bans for the early phase. Alongside that Uranus being taken off the table now, some things that are still strong pickups is that Terizla that we've seen kind of dominate with those penalty zones, soaking up a lot of that damage. I mean, there still is suppression on the table, such as the Franco.
For the summer?
Show your assassin.
I don't have enough vacation time to
be banned out, which
to be able to
for at least the whole past year was the Fanny, right? There's
like
not really
do all of that stuff,
presence to really ban that out anymore, at least for the 4 teams that we've been seeing.
Only way that I would be able to
I'm pretty sure Myth played
travel
Fanny,
that much
as
if I was able to make
and Zero too.
Like
there's 2 Fanny players right now.
If I was able to make content creation my
Fanny,
main,
if they do decide to leave that open, this might be a little bit scary But Zero's actually running.
But I don't think
he's not running jungle,
MLBB is
he's
big
running
enough in
marksman, I
NA
believe. He's been sitting
for
in
that
the
to
gold lane
happen
for
just
Knights
yet.
of Fate,
Even though
so
like
it's actually
MLBBNA
Kai
makes a
that's
lot of money,
running
but I mean,
the jungle position. But if Fanny's
he's
open,
also
we might
like,
see a little bit of a
I mean, like
switch again.
Hoon,
So definitely keep your eyes out.
and
But
Zane are
Terizla,
probably the
just
only
like I said,
people
is
that
going to
make
get
a
banned
livable
out
income,
for
and of course,
NightHorde, and that is going to be an
general. Like they're the
answer
only
for the
people that
units,
I
but
know
here
that
goes
make
Fanny
a
is going to get
livable
taken
income
by
off
Knights of
of
Fate.
streaming.
There it goes.
Or
That's what we were
creating
looking for.
content on
Something
YouTube
just
for
didn't feel
MLBB.
right here.
in
So now
North
the
America.
Fanny
here.
So now,
I
you
think
know, as the
everybody
options
else
are
has to
definitely
do the
being
same
limited,
thing
we
that
gotta
I
see
do,
which
which
way
is
this
have
goes
like a
for
real
the
job
NightHorde.
and
They do
do
have first
content
picks. They have
creation
the
on the
slight
side.
advantage to be able to slot in whatever they
So
want.
again,
So
all the shares, the
looking at these
likes,
teams,
all of
there
that
goes the first
help.
pick right there, the Framers. I didn't expect that one. I don't think I
Definitely
would have been able
helps
to
for
predict that one. But
helps
hey,
for
now they
my
got City, they already
dreams
checked
to
off the
become
board.
a
They will be
full-time
able to
content
themselves live
creator.
engagement, maybe be able to try and go for a Ube strat, maybe their game plan. But Knights of Fate, how will they respond, right? I mean, Claw's still on the table. You can kind of negate the Cold Altar if needed, and I think it would be an excellent pick.
I mean, there's still Eve, right, to counter out the Faramis, but ooh, we do. Oh yeah, oh yeah, Weezy. So we do see Angela getting picked up, and Mikasa,
Knights of Fate's
his
about to destroy
one
NightHorde.
signature hero, is going to be Freya,
Fucking
and Weezy.
Freya
We saw it in our
and
last
Angela?
season, right? Our spring season, we did see Mikasa run Freya. And I know Mikasa's Freya is
go to
pretty
Greece
scary,
the most.
so definitely getting that picked up into the hands of Mikasa is something you gotta definitely watch out for. But we do see picks still getting picked up for the side of NightHorde. Weezy's thinking, ooh, we're gonna go that tank route this time. Myth is gonna go ahead and pick up the Fredrin. And you wanna take a guess right now?
Esmeralda. Ah, I had to get it out there. Esmeralda would be perfect here. But they're not going to go in for it. Assault is going to go ahead and pick up this beach. There's just so much shield on that team right there. I mean, you have Freya and you have Angela. Like,
Esmeralda just doesn't
so much.
set
I don't
people.
think this is going to be a Freya in the XP lane. I think it's going to be a Freya in the gold lane.
We have gold lane.
We've seen it before. But still, nonetheless, once the Freya starts transitioning around the map,
Angela jungle? You're crazy.
turrets in play, that's when the Esmeralda is going to
got
profit.
me, like, using
So
the
I would have thought
yeah,
they could have slotted that in and did away with picking up the Fredrin this early, possibly, or even the Beatrix. I don't think the Beatrix is the worst option, but I definitely would have slotted an Esmeralda there. I mean, you're countering two heroes on the side of Knights of Fate with that one pick.
So what do you think there? Ooh.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say what. Oh.
3 heroes.
guys, Weezy's having a moment, right? There is a lot of shield coming in, and Esmeralda is definitely counters out Angela and especially Freya, right? As soon as she ults, she gets a really huge shield, and Esmeralda definitely does counter out all that damage, which is why Weezy is going crazy over there. Esmeralda would be a beautiful pick for NightHorde, but you know, as soon as he saw the expert getting picked up, yeah, he had his little moment. But I mean, hey Weezy, we can't say anything yet, right? She can still get picked up. Who knows, right? Myth can run that Fredrin jungle, so we still have EXP open. We're not done yet, but we're gonna see Kufer getting banned out from the side of Knights of Fate to protect a lot of that immediate set potential. But NightHorde is going to definitely respond, maybe with a marksman pick. If they know that Knights of Fate does go 1-3-1, they shouldn't be banning out marksmen.
I haven't checked all my.
They should be banning out more EXP laners to limit pools here. So
I haven't checked all my notifications. Holy shit, chat.
Or Yuzong, definitely some 2 good strong picks for NightHorde to go ahead and ban out. Oh, but Claude.
Dude, when I wake up in the morning, my phone is
the
like
Claude gets taken off the table. Now,
crazy.
Did they jump the gun on picking the X-Borg? I'm not really sure. I mean, they could have waited for the X-Borg pick. I don't think that would have got banned out.
Yo, Icon,
I think they could have slotted that in later in the draft and possibly took that Claude instead of allowing it to be banned. As they do need the Claude here to kind of negate the Ultra from Kong.
Sorry,
so
I'm terrible with overseas names.
It could be flexed. It could be flexed. I
Liz looking mighty fine
better
today.
to have the Claude, just considering you can stop Kong on that Faramis.
I do have my own language.
I'm hoping they ban the Esmeralda, because if they don't, there's no way NightHorde is not going to pick that up. I mean, that's 3 heroes that you profit on, right? The Board, Angela, and the Freya. Now, this is possible. Oh, no, they're going to ban the Yuzong. Do they pick the Esmeralda here?
I don't know. They still can. They still can, definitely can, but...
Oh, Knights of Fate can too, though. Oh, man. You know how much shield that's about to be?
Yeah, that is. But Knights of Fate's draft right now already looks so beefy. They have Mikasa running the Freya, then they have Kai on Xborg, and then you put Angela on both of those, the Heart Guard. It's going to definitely guard them from getting taken down pretty fast. But if Esmeralda was slotted, this would have been 10 times easier. Because if, you know, you put Esmeralda there, Powerless uses the Heart Guard, then their damage is, their health is gone until the Heart Guard shield is triggered off. But Wheezy, you might just have to say a prayer or something. Hopefully NightHorde gets the read and picks up Esmeralda and take it away. But
I knew it! I knew it! That is insane. The way that they just pulled that off and it was not noticed by NightHorde is a huge advantage for Knights of Fate. They have definitely won this draft. I mean, they have nothing to stop them right now. I mean, you can, pull in the Dyroth and hope that's enough to stop the Esmeralda in the early game, but with all of that shield that they have provided right now, Angela can pretty much ult anybody and it'll be, you can't kill them. How are you're going to have to get anti-heal and hope that you can pierce through all that shield, and that's a very beefy team. Yeah, a lot of pin, and you're going to have to bank on getting the early game to get that pin. But if early game goes to Knights of Fates, they're just going to be so sustainable that NightHorde won't be able to damage them, and I can't wait to see which way this goes. But so far, this is the first time I've ever seen 4 heroes with shield on the same team.
I don't know, right? Assault is running the Beatrix.
Full dive comp.
Beatrix,
I mean, this is what
this
is what they do, man.
But if, let's say he runs a damage lance, he's way too squishy
shield meta
kind of tank the damage for Mikasa and Kai. So I feel like he has no choice but to go tank, which means they're already lacking the damage. Fredrin is going to be the EXP.
I mean, they're gonna. I feel like they're gonna have a lot of damage, but once they get anti-heal
and Xborg,
then it's gonna put a lot of pressure on a lot of the team. Their
draft is it's just so tanky, but they give enough damage. So we're missing a mid right now, right? Or it could be Angela mid, and they can slap a actual tank. Like, they're so beefy. Like, they don't need the Angela, they just need a Heart Guard. But wait, Melissa? So Esmeralda mid.
That's interesting.
Yes, that's interesting. So Esmeralda mid, Angela roam, and then Melissa and the marksman. So Mikasa's actually gonna still stay in EXP. It's just Zero this time is gonna run the mid. This is very interesting.
Is that like a
I'm still worried about NightHorde. They need time to scale.
Is that like a play?
I mean,
time to scale.
I feel like they have a game plan around it. I mean, they don't have the worst draft possible. I mean, they do have sustainability with the Rammus, so you can keep them alive. They have the tankiness from Tyrant and also Matt for you to be able to frontline that damage. And then you have
never seen a
Lancelot
mountain
before and possibly take some of these neutral objectives. It's just gonna have to play a little bit more patient, right? Now, when you're looking at regrets, the Melissa being picked up, you know, it is interesting. I thought we would have seen a Freya in the gold lane, but they're going to go ahead and run.
Well, of course I've seen a mountain while I was in a plane.
As we are jumping into game 1 between these two powerhouses, the NightHorde and Knights of Fate. Game number 1 in ACT Fall Stage 2 lower bracket. Who will be able to take this match as they are clawing their way, trying to make a statement and a seat in the top
Paradise.
4.
Yeah, talk about seat though. Who is definitely gonna take this crown right now? As we are looking at 2 very tight matches, especially NightHorde versus Knights of Fate. These both also have a 10-point difference, but do you see Esmeralda up against a Faramis? So a lot of damage has already been chipped off of Zero, but Tyrant already under half.
Yeah, already under half, and you are gonna go ahead and see 0-0 on the scoreboard. Nobody's gonna fall in that engagement. But you're already seeing a sneak peek of what we're about to be watching today. AOF Knights of Fate, right?
Rome?
Hasn't won a single series so far for the NACT Fall, but it's the same for NightHorde. They were able to claim some matches, but not able to close out the series. So today, again, similar to the first series of the day, history will be made, and they'll be able to claim their first series. You get money for every series you win, too. So that's definitely an accomplishment and also an amazing addition to the NACT Fall season that we didn't have in the spring.
I like elbow hurts.
Yeah, definitely, but we do see Mikasa already battling out this Fredrin, Matt for you, as they are just kind of chilling right now. They're just kind of cutting waves, trying to just get the most of it, but bot side, Powerless might be stuck.
Yeah, maybe stuck, but able to sustain himself. And the later this goes, the stronger those heals are going to get, so you definitely want to look at NightHorde picking up a lot of anti-heal fast. I mean, pretty much in every lane, you almost need anti-heal minus the Melissa on the bottom side.
The casters a little bit.
I'm expecting that to be picked up from the NightHorde to be able to kind of soak in to that sustainability from Knights of Fate.
Yeah, definitely. And
I like they were a little
you said,
too
the
loud.
way this game goes, the more tankier Knights of Fate is going to get, and they have to start the snowball early enough. But starting to think about snowball here.
Yeah, you already see Myth draw first blood, find 0 on that Esmeralda. First
What
blood
a
being drawn,
good
gives them the slightest
assist by
advantage to
Khan
shift their
there.
focus on this turtle.
I don't know how to say his name.
Though, as you are seeing Mikasa wrap
Khan.
around, powerless, joining the battle. Possible stun on the way, but pulled in.
Saw that.
Look at that damage. Cold Ultra being activated. Turtle very low. Myth is going to claim it for the NightHorde. And claim a body. Drops Mikasa.
Ooh,
but
there
Knights
we
of
go.
Fate trying to find some answers of their own.
Tyrant falls.
Kai is going to find Tyrant to respond. First kill for Knights of Fate.
Using his last insanity, takes off.
They just
the
like give
kill,
you
but
food.
Assault just got chunked
That's
out
not
a little
bad
bit
at
by
all.
Regrets over there from Knights of Fate.
It's just the plane cost to get over to
with her doll.
countries, or the hardest cost.
Well, walking around with her little dress as she does not care.
I think if you plan them really far in advance, then
the rotation coming
it's a
down
lot
bot
cheaper.
side, and looks like this might be a little bit of a collapse.
Yeah, you are seeing them kind of path down there. Do they know Tyrant is in that push?
Well, they're going Esmeralda
definitely trying
like
to find a
damage.
kill. I mean, you want to
if
shut
I'm not
down
mistaken.
the ADC, right? I mean,
Because they got lethal
Alyssa,
ignition.
she's gonna have a little bit of an easier time up against Beatrix, considering she can kind of keep her at bay with the power of Muddles. But then you also drop Powerless into the mix with
The thing is, KOF has a lot of late game security
maybe
with
even harder to
Regrets.
Shut down Regrets, and I think the
plane is definitely
realizes
the
this, right?
problem.
We gotta start by
Unless you can
taking
find
down
like
the
a
gold
cheap,
laner. This is how we find our
like
power
a
spike
cheap way to get over there, maybe on boat or something.
Yeah, let's talk about power spike. We do see a
The
setup
planes
happening on the bot
cost a
side,
lot.
But I feel
Ooh,
like
what a good
Powerless
dodge.
having the heart guard available to his hands, he's kind of able to go anywhere, right? Depending on who is low, he is able to save their teammates. But Myth is looking for an invade, and we might just see a little bit of a dance here, Weezy, at the purple buff.
Yeah, you are gonna go ahead and see Myth pick up that purple buff to deny Knights of Fate.
This is
their
the first
farm.
match of this right
a
here
little
of
bit
NightHorde
behind him.
versus
I mean, you're
Knights
looking
of
at
Fate,
Myth already, right?
but
Denying that
Area
purple buff, but also
77
able to
beat
get 2 kills so far.
Aggregate
The only 2
ones.
kills on the board for NightHorde. And I mean, that's a really good start. I wouldn't say it's really a one-sided story though, but Knights of Fate is only gonna get tankier, and like we mentioned, we are going to have to see some of these anti-heals be built up super early in this game. That way, NightHorde could be effective in these neutral engagements.
Yeah, but speaking about neutral engagements, we see the objective getting bursted down fast. And Myth making his way is a little bit late, and that is going to be an objective into the hands of Knights of Fate, as Kai is going to able to retreat that beautifully, take it away from the hands of NightHorde.
Ooh, it looks like they are going to be able to take that turtle, which means both teams have claimed the turtle so far in the past 5 minutes, right? Looking at those items so far, still nobody opted in on that anti-heal, but going a little bit more in for some defense, some Legion swords being built up, and we just got to see where this goes, right? I mean, with both teams having a neutral objective in their hands, it's still pretty even.
Yes, but speaking about even, we do see Fairness kind of getting chunked down a little bit, but bot side, they're looking for a squeeze here. Regrets might just mean a little bit of trouble.
Ooh, but Power Heart Guard to kind of flip it in his favor. We'll be able to deny them on that seize for that turret in the bottom lane. And looks like NightHorde is going to go ahead and shift their focus around. They're just waiting for an opportunity.
Like
you can definitely
Pancake?
tell their passion and their aggressiveness.
Pancake?
Very eager
Jerome,
to kind
what
of
up,
claim some
Dad?
of these turrets. But Knights
Oh,
of Fate, they're
Pancake's in
doing
here.
really well on defending.
I thought you were just like saying you like
A little bit
pancakes.
deny last insanity.
Gonna
Ooh,
slow him
what a good
down, deal
dodge.
some
Wild
damage,
charge
but
missed,
not
though.
gonna take him out. Falling Star Moon from 0, joining the fight.
Iron keeps overextending.
You know, what's interesting seeing what this Esmeralda was pulled out for. Kai is going to take down Tyrant. That is going to be one member falling for the NightHorde, evening up the scoreboard 2-2.
And that is going to be equal as well. But the gold lead is starting to snowball into the hands of Knights of Fate. Looks like they are trying to make this their game, but regrets.
Ooh.
Finish rage, drop down the immobilization on the con. Powerless, very low. Dodge the Mirror's Passion. Mikasa, though, in the midst of all this chaos, is going to claim the turret in the mid lane.
And that is an objective into the hands of Knights of Fate. But we might see a little bit of a fight down here for this
2
bot
to 3
side.
meter tall wolf.
Tyrant.
It's going to go in, drop a Guardian's Barrier, but Regrets will dash right through it, right? I mean, this is the power of the Melissa. Has an easier time.
You just Googled it?
against the
Yeah, I seen it
frontline
too.
heroes.
It was a
And
pretty good
also,
looking place.
Will give Assault a little bit of a problem, so he is going to have to kind of pick his battles wisely in that 1v1 matchup, as you are going to see Assault pick up that Blade of Despair.
problem indeed, but both marksmen are equal right now. But speaking about equal, they are going to go for this fight here. You do see a little bit of a fight, but wall charge.
Goes in, but the hard guard
there we
sustained
go.
Mikasa, and now the falling star moon as well. Myth
Mikasa's
is going to claim the turtle for the Nighthorde. They got what they came for, but
they still
can they get
going?
away with their lives? Assault
They're kind of like
gets out with 1
stuck
HP, but
in
not the
between
same
a
for
hard
Khan. Zero
place,
draws the
though.
kill, gets a double, finds Tyrant. Myth very low, is going to puncture through into the turret. And it looks like he's able to get out of there. They're able to claim the turret, but lost 2 members.
Okay.
Definitely lost 2 members, and that is going to be a beautiful siege coming in.
I mean, that was good by Knights of Fate. They definitely won there.
Scared right now. I don't see any anti-heals now being started to be built in by Tyrant, and they need to be careful, right? Mikasa does have that lifesteal in his hands, but same with Zero running as Esmeralda, but most importantly, Powerless running Angela. They definitely have to get some anti-hero. This might not be a best game for NightHorde.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're looking at Knights of Fate slowly opening up this map, able to take that first turret in the mid lane, which means they have map pressure, right, in their favor. They can definitely invade the jungle of the NightHorde and possibly see some of the side lanes. I mean, they took the turret on the bottom side as well, so right now, Knights of Fate, they lost the 3rd turtle, but they were able to claim 2 towers, and that is a great trade. NightHorde needs to be careful, or they may find themselves in a hole they can't climb out of.
Yeah, talking about a hole, they might not be able to defend this turret, but beautiful ult coming from Assault is going to prevent the tower from coming down, but they are doing a good job actually micromanaging their waves, as
I forgot to end the
no
poll.
objectives taken yet from Knights of Fate. Yes, they took 2 turtles away, but it's macro that what we are really focused on. But look at the rotation coming in again. A 3-man going to top side. They might have just stepped into the wrong bush.
And Kai just providing a lot of pressure, rushing in, hard guard locked in on him if he needs the sustainability. And that just shows you the power of Angela. But speaking of power, speaking of kills, Regret's very low, is going to be able to chip a lot of damage off that turret on the top side.
Definitely told them to go away, as he is actually still staying there, making sure that they know that they can't take away any objectives right now. But we do see Lord up, but Myth, beautiful pathing.
Wild
very low. There goes the heart guard just in time. Myth needs to get out of there. Angela, powerless on the chase, is going to force him out, but the Lord has spawned in. I'm not sure if that was the right decision from Myth to try and execute that, but he's still in the battle, does have a retribution for a possible contest, and he can be invulnerable with the Thorn Rose, but a triple knockup from the Lord himself. Regrets is going to claim this Lord for the Knights of Fates. Kai is going to take down Tyrant. They get a Lord, they get a kill, they get another. Zero finds Assault. Khan trying to run away. The stun from Powerless may be able to catch him. The immobilization does catch him, but he gets across the wall just in time, so he will not fall.
Yeah, speaking of not falling,
they accidentally clicked the...
How much damage Mikasa was doing?
They accidentally clicked the thing.
Weakness finder, which makes it even more...
Smoko, people were trying to give you 9 million gold.
At 0-1, but with 4 assists, but Kai doing beautifully, seeing 3-0, perfect KDA, but we do see a Lord coming down the mid side is Tyrant. I feel like Tyrant definitely has to make a set on either Mikasa or Regrets, as they need to take away the main damage dealers. And Powerless doing a good job hovering over all the members to make sure that their heart is safe from being taken off the board into the caster's desk. But we do see a beautiful...
I mean, that's just what happens. Like, the Regrets on the Melissa is just going to be dominating. Or really was dominating. Zero is doing really good, and so is Kai.
And Powerless is going to pick up that Ice Queen one, right? So now he'll be able to provide the utility of slow on to the NightHorde when he does attach himself with the hard guard onto any of the members on his team. When you're looking at Zero, right, we harped on the importance of the Esmeralda. I mean, just look at it so far. 3-1-1, and it's only going to get harder to kill him. You know, as we do kind of panel over the items moving forward, I'm really hoping to see a lot of that anti-heal start to be built up, as they are getting very sustainable. I mean, looking right now, anti-heal has been picked up from Tyrant, from Matt for you as well. So they do have 2 Dominance Ice, but is that enough to shut down Knights of Fate when it comes to these neutral engagements?
That definitely depends on the hands of NightHorde, as they definitely need to be more careful, right? We do see Tyrant running this Grok with a wild charge, but speaking about wild charge...
Oh, and this play, Assault finds Powerless in the Bennett's Rage. A good start to turn this around, as he does pick up the Malefic Roar as well.
Yeah, they did pick up a lot of pen items, but just like I was going back to Tyrant, right? He is able to do these sets, but he needs to do it onto the right people. There is Mikasa, Regrets, and Regrets, because of all that front line coming in from Zero, Kai, And Mikasa, he is able to free hit with Angela behind
They,
his back. And that needs
Knights
to
of
be
Fate
figured
kinda
out by
like
somebody
rotate
from
around a
NightHorde, right?
lot.
We do see Faramis coming with the Colt
Like, they
Alter.
swap roles
It's going to
a
negate
lot.
a lot of damage, but immediately getting cancelled out by the last insanity coming out from Kai. Or we do see Zero coming in with the Falling Star Moon, so definitely has to time both of their ults at the same time. And this is the mid lane. And
I am not controlling the map or the camera this time
It's
around.
definitely overpowering the NightHorde right now.
Not
They
to
need to find a way
me,
to turn
not
this
to
around,
me.
right? I mean, they're stripped down to their inhibitor turrets 12 minutes in and haven't been able to claim a single turret from the Knights of Fates. I mean, just looking at the gold lead, they're up by 6,000 gold, 6 turrets, a Lord, and not in terms of turtles. The only thing NightHorde has claimed so far is 2 turtles over there.
Yeah, speaking about 2 turtles, they might just take their first objective here, but Regrets doing a beautiful job defending, and that is Knights of Fate. They are holding on to their fate to take this win away from NightHorde, but knowing that NightHorde does have a bite back with that wolf, they might be able to turn this around. But we are looking at a dance here at the Lord. Definitely has to be careful not to step on anyone's toes, but Tyrant forced to use a flicker.
Ooh, and the battle on the way. The Lord very low is gonna go to the Knights of Fate. Kai securing the Retribution mid. Will fall to powerless. Zero is gonna take down Assault 1. Regrets gets a kill. Takes down Matt for you for the double. Oh my goodness. Is that all she wrote? Khan by himself and 4 members of the Knights of Fate. A wipeout. And that is Knights of Fate trying to push forward, trying to close this out. 13-minute
BTK and
finish
TOB's
for
matches
game
tomorrow.
number 1 as Knights of Fate takes down the NightHorde.
That is a very fast match, and that was a full wipeout coming in from Knights of Fate against NightHorde, and there was not a good answer, right? I did mention that there was nobody to kind of harp on to Regrets and Mikasa as they were doing so much damage, and we did say watch Mikasa on that Freya, as that is his one trick EXP. We see it picked all the time, even banned out at one point to prevent him
KOF just had like all of the picks that they wanted.
Game. That's all she wrote from Knights of Fate. And Weezy, how are you feeling right now?
Man, it's a hard pill to swallow. I feel like it just we kind of predicted that was gonna happen, though. I mean, I felt like all the
BTK versus TOB, or the BTK match should be tomorrow.
Beat them in the draft, and they had the opportunity to counter them at multiple different stages, but
tomorrow, and they're not the first match of the day. They'll be the second match.
They had a game plan, but they just weren't able to execute it.
And then we'll have the Ohio Brothers versus someone.
A little later, they picked it up though. They picked up to Tyrant for Matt for you, but again, the sustainability from Knights of Fate was a lot to handle. I think it was a very risky play for Knights of Fate to throw that Esmeralda in the mid lane, but it was a smart move to deny the NightHorde to pick it up, and then that gave Freya pretty much the clearance to be able to have a great time in that lane. No counter for the X-Borg. And it just really worked out in their favor. So for game 2, I'd like to see a little bit of a stronger draft from the NightHorde to have a little bit of an even chance.
Yeah, definitely. And the Dominance Ice, the anti-heal you were talking about, got picked up a little bit too late coming in from Fredrin and that Grok. But Wheezy, like, what just happened here?
What's the timing? Same, yeah.
Knights of Fate just
tomorrow we'll be going to
they knew they had the numbers, they knew they had
we'll be doing 2 best of 5s tomorrow and a best of 3. So match 1 will be the final winners of today, right? We have Area 77 going against Avalon, which Area 77 beat one team. Now they have to beat Avalon. And then whoever wins this match, NightHorde versus Knight of Fate, will be going against Bloodhounds. So whoever wins from Avalon versus Area 77, and whoever wins between Bloodhounds versus whoever wins this series, will then face. And then the winner, they'll face tomorrow. That'd be the first match. And then the winner of that match will go on to face BTK. And then whoever wins versus BTK, or if it's BTK,
yes, there was Mikasa,
then they move on to face TOB in the grand finals. Again, like I said, there's 1 best out of 3 tomorrow, and then 2 best out of 5. So really good day tomorrow.
They just can't play a front-to-back draft into that 1-3-1 draft, and Knights of Fate is doing very well with that draft. So we might have to see a little bit of a different team comp,
so it's all
a different play style match their 1-3-1, which makes
we're in the lower bracket tub right now.
So many
on the Facebook side of things.
Decide to go 1-3-1.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny because it's a little bit of a different roster than we used to see, right? Both substitutions from both teams.
Cool, not confusing at all.
Right? So I mean, we got
yeah,
to look at it from that aspect,
it's not as
just
confusing if you can actually see what I'm seeing. Because essentially right now, there's the two matches that happened was AggravateOne versus Area 77. Area 77 won, so now they're facing Avalon. Whoever wins out of that match moves on to tomorrow. And then whoever wins from the NightHorde versus Night of Fates plays against Bloodhounds. And then whoever wins in that series moves on till tomorrow. And then they face off to see who faces BTK.
Especially in that team fight, right? 3 seconds and each member just kept falling off the board. So maybe
so after tomorrow the NACT goes on
there's still a lot of healers,
I think like a 2-week break. Yeah, so no NACT because of IESF
is what they're really good at. So
we should hopefully be able to have the NABA without any interruptions. Hopefully, if players friggin' show up and stop DQing.
That gets good early game.
1,000 USD and these teams are just
disadvantage is their early game, right? No one has defense. No one has time to scale early game, so maybe grab some heroes that can definitely benefit in that early game. Just like Mark Cutie, right? In the game of A77, when he paired it up with the
so TOB is technically in the grand finals right now. They're waiting to see who they face in the grand finals. The finals were technically
what are you thinking?
The fight over Grant to grand finals was BTK TOB, but then now the player that comes from the lower bracket goes against TOB again, or they'll have a chance to be able to take that #1 spot.
I mean, there
from
goes the
TOB.
Fanny Ban, you know, courtesy over to the NightHorde. They definitely have
1,000 USD and quitting, man. I'm like, what?
So,
one Avalon versus BTK.
Happen, right? I feel like in game 1.
I think that's what's going to happen, but we'll find out.
Early, right? I mean, they just took the mid lane. Nobody was even there to defend it. And there was 3 members of
NA will face their first match versus BT. Is BTR a good or like
kind of
actually a good team right now? Anime
spike that we've seen in the early phase, which helped them take that 13-minute finish. So
I haven't watched and seen how a lot of the overseas games are going.
Don't let them take things without being punished. And also, if you are going to go in for kills, make sure it's the right choice. Make sure that there's an objective behind it.
Casting a lot of the pro teams from overseas and Russia was definitely interesting, right? Like,
no,
I got to cast for some of those crazy teams.
Knights of Fate, Kai's going to go ahead and first lock in this Valentina, but in response, Terizla is going to get picked up, and I feel like that is a good pickup. Paired up with the Eve, it might be good. Uranus to get banned, so we are looking for a really sustainable EXP. So
see how it goes.
Lapu is still up on the table for them to use. I mean, Esmeralda's still up on the board, but you know, might not be too beneficial anymore. So Kong's definitely go pick up the Kufra. Good set engage.
Avalon, Avalon cannot bring in Cardi until after this series.
Right? You kind of want a marksman that can work around.
We have to go into stage 3 before they can bring in Cardi.
Rage is definitely going to be a huge setback for Claude if he does get caught. But with the battle mirror image, he should be able to kind of work his way around.
Angelo, you probably going to Philippines for M5G? That's the goal, Angelo. That's the goal.
Well,
look at Tyrant's pick.
There's no suppression on the table so far. I mean, you can go Florin, you can go Franco, considering you already have a Valentina.
Damn. ETR won against all pro teams and Snapdragon. I think I might have heard Mirko talking about that.
What do you call a comfort pick for the Knights of Fate? I mean, it's the second Fredrin we've seen so far, and when I kind of look at why was the Fredrin slotted, I mean, Fredrin's one of those heroes, he can pretty much work anywhere. I feel like against any composition, he's a safe pick. But the question is, was he the right choice this early in the draft? So,
Cardi, I've been hearing this a lot. Cardi, like people are saying Cardi is going to be in Avalon. If that is the case, chat, Cardi cannot be put in Avalon until after the stage is completed. So, Cardi is not in Avalon right now.
Seen it again,
like
right?
he's
The
not
Quad
going to be
versus the
playing
Framus
in this next
matchup.
series.
Which one overpowers
As
the other?
the rules state that you cannot change rosters. Like change roster until after stage 3, or until the start of stage 3, which is
Appraiser's Wrath coming in from Frederick, but Frederick can also be
which is
used
after
in EXP
we
or
decide on who
jungle
wins
yet,
this
know.
stage
but
2.
Leslie is getting banned out by Knights of Fate to prevent Claude.
I hope I make it to M5 too, you know?
Lane, but Freya is actually going to get banned out by NightHorde, and this is what we kind of harped on, right? You got to ban it out. Don't give that over to Mikasa, but I do know Mikasa has some pocket picks, and he's probably going to definitely run a good sustained EXP, so we're looking at a Lapu or a Yuzong that can be picked in, but Grok is going to get banned out by NightHorde.
Yeah, this is definitely turning very interesting. I mean, if I'm looking at the draft so far, late game damage checked off from the Claude. It regrets picking that up. Powerless picking up the Fredrin, so they have the frontline composition pretty solid, and also they have anti-invade from Kai, so I feel like they kind of have answers for early and for late game. So I like what I'm seeing so far for Knights of Fate. When I look at NightHorde, I mean, I see a lot of
yeah. So that's correct.
I'm not seeing the damage so far. I guess maybe
that's
Terizla,
definitely correct. Like he's just gonna be join after.
Presence. So we need to see as they close out this draft somebody that's gonna carry them through for their ADC.
Yeah, definitely ADC. But Myth is hovering over his pick. And we are missing a marksman and a jungle for the side of NightHorde, but for Knights of Fate, we could potentially be missing EXP or a jungler. And
we're not going to Vegas this time.
So kind of want to see. The thing is,
I think that's
usually if you're looking at games like TOB, BTK, Avalon, you can kind of read their draft and kind of guess along.
We're going to LA this time around. If Avalon, which I believe Avalon's definitely going to make it top 4.
Get picked in, but a little bit of a
I don't foresee them not making it to top 4. They're just too good.
Might have a little bit of a hard time
so we should see Cardi in Los Angeles, yeah.
Mikasa runs Edith too. Oh, that's one of his pocket. Whoa, Carmilla?
Oh,
that is. I'm guessing Powerless and Zero are going to swap for sure, and then Kai is definitely gonna be jungle. But I don't know who's mid. I'm guessing Zero's gonna.
Dude, a Carmilla with a Claude and an Edith.
Gonna go ahead and secure the deal, and it's gonna pick Irithel. There it goes. The switcheroos are happening.
Is it is?
Oh, wow.
Is that a? I can't tell if that's an I.
Yes. And
is that an I or an L?
Valentina. I have not seen Zero run mid before with an actual mage. Esmeralda, yes, he ran it in the mid lane, but I'm talking about actual mages. And the Cult Altar definitely going to get stoled by Zero from Kong, and also penalty zone too. So he has a lot he can use over there. If he wants to go for direct CC, he can steal the penalty zone.
What up, Shady Trading?
Help his team fight.
How you doing on the Twitch side, man? What's up?
But Carmilla, Weezy? I have not seen a Carmilla at all. This is the first time. The 2 seasons that we cast, spring and fall.
Or an I?
This is the first Carmilla game, but we are going into a game.
It's so hard to see.
Be grand final match of BO3 for one team.
It's so small.
One team
I
might
need
not
glasses.
Want to go home and stay there and stay a little bit longer.
That's right. As we are looking at the Knights of Fate going up against the NightHorde. Match point for Knights of Fate. If they win this, they move forward in the lower bracket. But if they lose,
an I. I can see it now. It is an I.
Game number 3. Now, game number 1 was fast.
That looks like a T.
About like what 13 minutes and just all the answers.
But I see like the
I feel like this time around the draft is a little bit more even.
Or the parentheses.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more even, but I'm still a little bit worried for the side of NightHorde, right? Since
check out the schedule.
Valentina, he is able to pick up a lot of ults, and that kind of prevents NightHorde from doing a lot of sets. But they do have a little bit of the early game coming from Faramis and Terizla, so I did.
You never know, like an L or an I. Like, look at this.
Fate's weakness is that early game power spike, but
an L and an I. Like, see that is a lowercase L and a capital I.
Some clearage over there.
Yeah, right now you're looking at both
they look
teams
exactly the same.
First neutral objective on the table. Now, in game 1, NightHorde lost that mid turret way too fast, so hopefully this time around they learn from their mistakes. And I mean, this is a top 8 team, so I know they're definitely creating plans in the draft, but can they execute it? That's the $1 million question right now.
Yeah, definitely $1 million question, but I'm a little bit worried for this Carmilla pick. She doesn't really benefit much until she gets her ult. And we do know that she's able to do a little bit of sustainage with her lifesteal, but also give a little bit of stun. But is that going to be enough when it comes to these team fights? Tyrant is doing a good job, and Kufra definitely has more set potential than Carmilla. But once everyone gets linked together, they're definitely going to be a game changer.
Right, smelling blood. Already
trying to see who's like winning. Who's red?
Fight on the turtle that spawned in, and you were looking at Myth. Focusing on the objective, is this possible to take this? Gotta see how.
Like the chat, everybody in the chat's like, yeah, I don't know, Carmilla. Wild. Oh fuck, are the aliens back?
Near position to take it.
I fixed it.
Looks like maybe Kai went in to take some of the farm instead, but the battle on the way nonetheless. Penalty zone dropping down. Khan draws first blood, is going to take on Mikasa. Myth will find 0. 2 kills and a turtle for the NightHorde.
Damn.
Yeah, they are all very low, but there was nothing to go ahead and follow up with all that damage. And that
I mean, chat, they said the aliens were real, right? So
on the board, but 2 for
maybe Eunice and Wheezy
is still into the hands of the NightHorde.
Yeah, right now, NightHorde needs this, right? I mean,
is it still alien?
The wall. If they lose this one, they're done for stage 2, and they really need a top 3 or top 4
being an alien?
If they want to have a chance to make it to the playoffs and compete inside of Los Angeles. The same thing goes for the Knights of Fate. So this is going to be probably the highest pressure match that regular season.
And both drafts actually work pretty well towards that mid.
You guys are trolls.
We have regrets on Claude.
Trolls in the chat.
Assault on Earthel. So both marksmen do hit some damage when it comes to mid to late game.
Okay.
So, but we all have to see on how the roamers do, right? Powerless already zoning out Tyrant.
And guys always get me.
Beautiful zonage coming in. And Powerless has to be careful though, however. He's a little bit squishy towards that
Stop
early
tripping.
game. He is running.
Dude, I'm just saying, man. They said that aliens were real.
It only depends if he can land his ult on 2 or more members, as if it lands on 1, it's just a quick immobilize. So definitely have to watch out for Powerless when it comes to these team fights.
I think KOF might lose this one.
I really want to see how the Carmilla plays into this, right? I mean, you mentioned the Curse of Blood to be able to chain the opponents together and also slow them. Is that what they need to turn this in their favor? Core ult being activated. Penalty zone dropping down from 0 into the backline. Trying to chase him down. Uses that IMU. And his advantage will force Iritho back to the base to regen. And now Myth caught between 4 members of the Knights of Fate, but Tyrant still trying to help frontline and get him out of there. It looks like he will be able to rotate around and not be taken down, as we are going to see this turtle spawn.
Yeah, that boy said the demons.
Yeah, there's still no direct answer coming in from
the demons were coming out for everybody.
On the board, but
even on Twitch.
Neck to neck in gold, but we do see both teams kind of hovering over this turtle, as this turtle will definitely start the snowball for both of these teams. But Mikasa
gonna be rushing in, and it looks like Knights of Fate may try and take this turtle. They let the other one go for free, but it looks like it's not the same story with this one. Huge penalty zone from Powerless does flicker away. Blazing Duet into the back line. Myth is gonna claim the second turtle. 2 turtles for the NightHorde. Assault is gonna take out 0, but fight not over, as Myth will find Mikasa.
Oh my God.
That is 3 members falling for the Knights of Fate. Make that 4 as a double kill. Drops down. Khan is gonna find Kai. Powerless all by himself. Now having to go back. Can they take this mid lane with the separation? They have the minions, they have the opportunity, and they will seize it.
Absolutely. And 0-6 right now for the scoreboard. NightHorde doing beautifully well. 3K gold lead and objective taken away from Knights of Fate. And we are seeing the gold, right? Claude regrets locking in his first core damage item, but in return, Assault has already finished his core item, but Tyrant
gonna dive in, but is that the right answer? He's very low. He's definitely not gonna make this one, but a huge triple set on his way out. Regrets picks up the kill, but it's like NightHorde is gonna try and claim that turret. It does fall, so overall they got what they came for.
They can't stop Myth on this lane, bro.
Beautiful play indeed, and we are looking at the first kill on the board, but Myth, can he get out of regrets? He is doing a lot of damage.
Dude, he's just so slippery. This is why assassins are so good, man.
The good end of the stick, as he was able to get back out, restart his rotations, and that is a beautiful pathing also coming in from Myth as well.
You're already seeing NightHorde leading by 3,000 gold, 5 kills, 2 turrets, and 2 turtles. nothing has been claimed for the Knights of Fate so far. This is not the same game that we saw in number 1, right? This is working in the NightHorde's favor. They may be able to drag this out.
3,000 gold lead for NightHorde, though.
Now, for Knights Fate, they definitely have to find a way to get Regrets online. I mean, he's the mid to late game ADC, but he had a very hard time in the early phase, so trying to get him some gold is definitely where they're
They need to get kills.
Be,
there we go.
Mikasa picks up Assault 1.
Ooh.
Tyrant very low. Mikasa dealing massive damage. Cold Altar activated by Khan, trying to get his teammate out of there. Tyrant
can't even get out of there.
Mikasa picking up the double.
Oh,
and now Khan taking a lot of damage. They are going to seize in, and Kai will pick up the kill with that Appraiser's Wrath.
Oh my
and now,
god, they just took out so many
turret
turrets.
on the top side, but in the mid lane, Myth gets pushed back as well, and down goes
so
the
many
turret.
turrets, chat.
Beautiful.
They took so many. They took so much.
They were able to harp on 2 turrets in the top side and the mid side, which makes the objectives equal now, as they did lose 2 turtles, but they are taking away macro 1 at a time, and turtle is going to be uncontested. Kai is going to securely pick that up, and that puts a gold lead right back to where we started, Wheezy.
Yeah, right back to where we started. And I mean, looking at the map so far, both teams have equaled out the turrets. So I think this is a win overall for both teams. This is more of a stalemate.
I don't know who's going to win this, chat. You think KOF?
Now, right? We're only 7 minutes in, and both mid lane turrets have fallen, which means the power of invasions is definitely there for either side.
KOF.
Yeah, look at the collapse. Conceal
it's a rough
coming from
play.
Tyrant.
They keep fighting a lot.
Yeah, he did opt in on that Conceal. It's not going to lead to the set, though, so a little bit of wasted utility, but that's not going to stop them from trying to take this turret. Mikasa is going to use that Primal Wrath, dealing a lot of damage. Look at Kai wrapping around, and now they're trying to run away. Hit with the Retribution for the slow, and the damage is there, forcing out the Cold Altar. But he may be able to get out. Does he extend that distance, or will they shut him down? Powerless joining the fight. Khan still alive, able to soak up all that damage and utility, and now the punish from the NightHorde may go in. Penalty zone dropping down. Myth is going to take down Zero for a mega kill. Is going to path in with the Phantom's execution. Is going to hit Mikasa, dealing damage over to Kai as well. Thorn Rose dropping. Tyrant joining the party, jumps in with the Tyrant's Revenge, using the bouncing ball for the slow, and Myth, unstoppable, finds Mikasa powerless. Now looking powerless, he's not going to be able to rush in. He's trying to play this safe, trying to help out Kai the most he can, but Phantom execution goes down. Not gonna hit Kai. He sustains himself, but Myth is gonna pass through and fight. Powerless focuses on the backline, eyes on the prize, and it looks like they are able to get some kills and still push through. NightHorde still having the slightest advantage.
I'm gonna have to turn off my cam here soon. If depending on how if Knights of Fates win, I'm part of the halftime interview, so I'll still be streaming, but you'll be seeing me on the NACT.
As
So
both teams are really they're playing everything.
Myth is
slow.
insane on
They
this
need
Lance, bro.
Their marksman is to scale, but the team fights are always one side. I kind of feel like I'm watching a TOB versus BTK game right now, right? We can't really tell which side really wins right now. As you know,
KOF has a lot of Gosu, so like they have a lot of pro players.
Knights of Fate can turn things around and make it their game as well. But
all right, chat, I'm gonna turn off my camera and get ready for the halftime, because I'm not quite sure if it's gonna come yet. I'll still be talking.
It's a little bit of a distraction, of course. NightHorde's hand for the contestant. Now everybody's swarming around. This is gonna be a 5v5 engagement. Look at Matt for you, waiting to drop in with a huge penalty zone. Phantom execution may be on the way. Zero is gonna take down Assault. Cold Altar being activated. That is 4 members left. Kai is gonna find the Lord for Knights of Fate. Powerless gets a kill, takes down Tyrant. Zero gets a double, finds Khan. Mikasa finds Matt for you. Myth by himself. Can he escape Regrets? Knights of Fate able to do it. They take the Lord. They take down 4 members of the NightHorde, and they turn this game back in their hands.
Yeah, it's kind of like trading out cards right now, right? Is it Ace for King or King for Ace? We do see Knights of Fate already
ready. My camera's like in a different area right now.
Stepped on someone. And woo! Here we go.
Myth rushes in, but Regrets is gonna shut him down. Now, I mean, Myth, he's having a good game. He's just not able to kind of, his team just needs to kind of rotate around and play in his favor, right? I mean, he is 6-1-2. He has, like, what, 60% of the kills on their team so far. So,
I have to get the
I mean, maybe just playing a little bit more safe. He definitely has the items.
Give
he
me
has
a second,
damage
I'm doing
on what he
quite
needs.
a bit.
He just has to wait to pull that trigger. But we are going to go ahead and see this Lord make its way through the mid lane.
Yeah, talking about regrets, definitely making sure Myth is regretting for going into that team fight, but Lord is coming down that mid side and it's gonna go ahead and do a beautiful defense coming from NightHorde, but they are still looking to trade some, but Tyrant trying to get set, but Myth once again pathing in again.
getting spicy in the second match between KnightsofFate and the NightHorde, as you are going to see the battle on the way. Myth finds Zero. Regrets is going to find Tyrant to respond. That is going to be a tank for a mage. KnightsofFate, though, still trying to put on some pressure, but they are low. Regrets needs to go back now, and he realizes that he's not going to stay, which is going to force them out of the base for the NightHorde. They were not able to claim any of the inhibitors, but they have the map advantage.
That was a one number trade for Zero. Very disciplined play, as they are not going to step on anyone's. And now
Echo, can you hear me? Test 1, 2, 3.
Fate, but NightHorde, they're gonna have from NightHorde.
Okay, I gotta check.
This doesn't give them the chance for KnightsofFate to steal out the game, as they NightHorde was able to capitalize it.
As long as you hear me, then I know it works.
They can't keep making those mistakes, and Myth, he holds literally 60% of the kills, but every time Myth tries to path his way through, his team is not responding as well as I would like. Might just made another mistake.
Sorry, chat.
He's not allowed to get out of this path, and Kai
there's a lot of stuff going on. I wanted to make sure that
taking a lot of damage. He's been immobilized as well.
I don't know if I can stop this, so audio might go crazy.
Matthew finds Mikasa, a punish, a counterplay. Regrets is gonna take down Myth. Kai's gonna take down Khan. Frozen Sight, the Demon Hunter's sword. I think he just picked up the Malefic Roar as well. Speaking of Regrets, gets a kill, is gonna take down Myth, who tries to pass in, trying to delay the inevitable. As KnightsofFate is looking to close this out with a sweep, but the Blaze Duet drops down. 20-second window.
I'm trying to like distinguish the audio, but I can't.
It's at a quarter of HP, and down it goes, and now they're gonna shift their focus to this Lord.
All right, chat. I'll be right back.
KnightsofFate, a clean. One prediction from Eunice. You know, you just not able to ever take a loss when it comes to predictions. But hey, I voted for that one as well, so I guess we both kind of won in our predictions rating. But speaking of ratings, now jumping into the post-game stats, I mean, that was a 14-minute game, and it looked like NightHorde had everything they needed to take that. And then slight mistakes happened toward the mid, and they got punished, and KnightsofFate was able to find their momentum, their rhythm, and claim that victory.
I mean, yeah, definitely, right? We saw KnightsofFate struggling actually early game. There was nothing happening. Powerless, keep getting chunked down, no set potential. Zero at one point was 0-3, while NightHorde was leading in gold and kills and objectives as well. But one mistake can flip things around for a lot of things, and especially the win advantage for NightHorde. So KnightsofFate was able to trade out that ace for that king of the game in the Land of Dawn, make that a 2-0 sweep, and both teams played beautifully well, but KnightsofFate definitely had that upper advantage with the team fights and definitely team synergy. And with the sub that they just swapped out, they did that beautifully well.
Yeah, just overall, the pressure was too much to handle. The late game and mid game pressure from Knights of Fate, right? I mean, NightHorde had it. They needed that victory, but unfortunately they were not able to claim it. So that is going to be a clean sweep over there for the Knights of Fate. As we do a little bit of a replay, looking at that final game, a misplay from Myth, finding himself between 3 members of Knights of Fate trapped in. But then you see his team, Khan, wrap around with the Cold Altar just in time. Almost was able to get him out of there, but he did fall in that engagement. And this is ultimately what led to them losing this match, right? They were trying to save their jungler, and that led to their downfall, a full wipeout. And it was only Assault 1 by himself to be able to fight off the full team of Knights of Fate. And this is where they just seize the opportunity, right? You just go to the mid lane, you close it out. We have the numbers, and they take the series.
Yeah, definitely take the series. The Rich Guy is definitely going to be regrets running in on that marksman pick, the Claude. He was doing also very well with Melissa from the previous game. Carry is definitely going to be Kong, coming in from Fairness. Was able to do a little bit of damage and help his team, but fell a little bit short. Matt, for you, running in as a sandbag, as he actually took more damage than Kufra. But Wheezy, look at what happened here.
Right, as we're looking at the replays between this entire series, it was a 2-0 sweep in favor for the Knights of Fate. The NightHorde just having a very hard time. I mean, you're looking at the Knights of Fate already trying to claim the turret on the bottom side. This is where they get the wipeout, right? And then they just push through and they close this game out. This is the same situation that we've seen in game number 2. Just a couple of misplays, a full wipeout, and an early finish. I mean, here it goes again, that play by Myth, just pathing around at the wrong place at the right time in favor for the Knights of Fate, and they made the most out of the opportunity. It almost didn't work in their favor, though. I would say it was a good rotation around for the NightHorde, but it's just a little too late. And again, Myth is the one that started that catastrophe. You have to kind of play safe. You got to keep in mind, like, the respawn timers are too high, and with the team at a 5-man team pushing in on you, that's definitely not where you want to be, especially as a jungler when a board will be spawning in soon. That just didn't work in their favor. So Knights of Fate, they do push forward, and that's going to be the first 2 series completed today. You got to see a Savage though. The first series was Savage, the second Savage that we've seen on the Martis, and it was a Maniac and then a Savage. But speaking of amazing things and what to look forward to today, let's move on to our amazing host, Liz Betts.
Well, thank you, Easy. What a game, right? But before crowning our MVP, we are joined with the one and only G, the Ico, the gem of the NACD community, who needs no introduction. So, G, how are you doing today? You watching the games?
I have been. I'm actually streaming at the same time of doing all of this, so it's definitely been crazy.
So did you pause your stream?
No, it's still going. Like, everything's still going right now.
Oh, wow.
So
if you guys want to get some bad stories of... Yeah. So if you guys want to get some bad stories, check out G Stream. Like, I would check it out after to see like what your live reactions were for the first game. Now, G, you're a streamer, right? You're a streamer, you a shotcaster. You're also working like very closely in the community. Like, you're everywhere on YouTube. When I search in the search bar, so what do you do for the NACT fall this season? Like, what are your roles right now?
So for this season, I'm actually the pro teams managers for the NACT. So I take care of a lot of the pro teams. I make sure they're, showing up on time. I'm making sure that if they have any questions, concerns, they reach out to me. And I'm just like their all go-to person for the NACT. And I'll be doing that even offline at LA. So it's going to be a great time. I get to meet and interact with a lot of the pro players, and it brings up a lot for me.
You're like the managers for all the players. And with this season, you work with the players individually, right? So are there anything that you feel that some players are really struggling in, or like there are some teams that you think there's a lot of potential but it's not going as expected while working with them and what's happening in the broadcast?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that there's too many teams struggling. Of course, they have to battle some of the technicalities behind the scenes on being able to travel and stuff like that. But in game and like pretty much anything that they have to do in game, it seems like all of them are golden. Like, they have managers now; they're required to have that, right? And then they also have me on the back end. So there's a lot that. A lot of support that they do have, so I don't think they're really struggling. I do think that NA does have we're stepping stones right now, so they're just trying to get it going. So I hope at some point that a lot of teams are going to be showing out and do as good as TOB and BTK.
And among the things that you've helped the players with, what is the craziest thing or request that you had to assist the player in?
So I wouldn't say that there's any crazy requests. They normally ask a lot of just common questions and, you know, concerns of scheduling and like when to go and stuff like that. So I don't think there's anything like crazy that's ever come up. They just need someone to guide them and put them in the right position and know when to show up on time. So I wouldn't say that there's any crazy questions that I've got.
And in guiding these players, which team do you look out for the most this season? Like, which team is your favorite? Or, I mean, it's hard for you to say because you work with all of them. You know these players like, very closely. So it's hard for you to give an opinion, but is there any like players or teams that in particular you feel really brought your attention this season?
So I would say there's probably two teams that have caught my attention, right? Avalon, Bloodhounds. Both of these teams are really, really strong. I do think they have some areas that they are improving in and they are working towards being better. But the biggest improvement I would say is from Bloodhounds. They're definitely like they used to not even be able to make it the top 8. They've participated in a lot of tournaments and they've just changed tides in this NACT. So seeing how far they've come from before is amazing. But Avalon, newer to the scene, definitely has a lot of potential. They're a really strong team, and I want to see which one takes it, you know.
And these two teams that you mentioned, though, they're coming up in the next half of today's matches. So how do you think they're gonna do? Are you saying that they're gonna have their tickets secured for LA?
I would say so. I think these two their potentials are amazing for top 4 now. So I do think they have the potential, but we just see KnightsofFate. They're unpredictable. So I want to say that's probably one of the biggest things that we see from KnightsofFate. So it's up in the air. I think that Avalon, Bloodhounds, and KnightsofFate really have like a potential to be there.
For sure. In Area 77, I mean...
That too.
G, thank you so much for joining us today. I mean, you're going to be watching your streams and then watching your recaps. And everybody, you already know G. But if you don't know, go follow him. Go watch his recaps. Go join in the live stream because he always takes you to something fun. Now, without further ado, let's go back to that exciting matchup. What a crazy series this morning. Regrets is going to be the MVP for the KnightsofFate. He has done...
All right, guys, I'm back.
Incredible. I mean, both games he's had a very... Like, the second game had a rough start, but both games Regrets did very well on the marksman. And Regrets, he's been in the community for many seasons. And even 3 years ago, when he was in Gosu, he was playing the side lane, the fighters.
I'm back. I'm back.
A 1-3-1. And
dude, that was a tough because like I'm hearing the stream. Series, I'm also hearing the interview, and then I was hearing myself in the interview again.
Did you expect this outcome?
It was. I had to like really focus on like the questions she was asking because I could tell which one was which. Just happened.
I wouldn't say I expected it to be as fast as it did. My bad. Powers were working against me right there. But I think that
already heard this.
Overall, they did excellent, right? Both teams fought it out, but KnightsofFate, they just had the cutting edge to be able to close it out. I think NightHorde seen the momentum.
Archwizard.
Seen their passion, but they were just not able to push through. I will say we did kind of predict the KnightHorde not winning this one, and I think something that could have definitely hurt them was some of the roster changes so suddenly. Sometimes that can make or break synergy for a team. So I look forward to seeing what they do. I mean, there's still a stage 3, but now, you know, as we do move forward, we got these teams who are going to be going up against the gatekeepers, right? The 3rd and 4th place positions. Avalon and Bloodhounds trying to hold their spot, trying to deny anybody.
I'm also managing the pro teams in the background too. So
now you're looking at 2 teams having that
what's
chance
up, chat?
Right, you have Area 77 and you have KnightsofFate. So the question is, can they pull it off?
Yeah, and for KnightsofFate versus who was the team that just went against KnightsofFate? NightHorde, right? The thing is, we
already forgot.
All right, I'll be right back, chat.
I'm
gonna talk to the pro players.
What happened? Because you know the first game was so quick, right? It was a 13-minute game, I believe. one of the fastest matches. We did see a 12-minute game today, but knowing that we both harped on it, right? Weezy and I was like, oh, Knights of Fate really goes at 1-3-1, so it's a harder time for them to start that early game snowball, right? In the second game, NightHorde was able to start the snowball, but, you know, one mistake can really flip the coin and flip things around, and the same story doesn't repeat itself twice, right? So definitely might have to be a little bit smarter next time, as any mistake in this game can cause a huge downfall for any of these teams, right? We can have a 5k gold siege, but then as soon as one mistake happens, objectives get taken away from your hands. You know, that's just all she wrote for the Knights of Fate, so definitely have to look out for the next season as well.
For sure, and definitely have to look out for these two teams because they are comprised of pro players who's been in the community and who's claimed victories in the past, and now they're going to go face with our top or bottom two teams who are trying to secure the stock. Who will win, the Contenders or Avalon? We'll find out after a short break.
What's up, chat? I'm back. Trying to get Area 77 in here. Yeah, Area 77 versus Avalon. Avalon's next too.
Mobile Legends is Liz here with the weekly recap for the fall season. Now, last weekend we had an electrifying finish to stage 1 of the NACT, and we're already gearing up for an even more intense stage 2 this coming week. Now, first things first, this past weekend has shown you anything is to keep your eyes on Zia from the O'Hara brothers. This rising star solely showed in stage 1, pulling off not 1, but 2 Lord Steals against MLBBNA. His fast fingers, positioning, and quick reaction time have turned the tides around for the O'Hara brothers, securing that victory against Spring Champs BTK. Now, we've managed to snag Zia for an interview, so let's take a look at what went on in his mastermind during those game-changing plays. Alright, Zia, so obviously in the first stage of the regular season, you stunned the world with your marksman. You were the new addition to the O'Hara brothers, and you really blew the world, especially your 2 Lord Steals. Now, the first Lord Steal especially, you were against 4 members of BTK, right? So your jungler just died, and then you kind of watch in the bush, and you steal that Lord with your ultimate. So can you go through a little bit of what went on in the team comms when that happened?
I had to like do something to at least stay on the game, because I'm pretty sure if I didn't get the Lord, I think we lost the game. But thanks to Carlos, aka best player, he gave me a space to walk on that certain bush so they wouldn't know I'm there. And yeah, just like ulted. Yeah, I get it, you know? It gave me a free space to move around the map. It was a good play for him.
What happened? Because you actually
replying to
walked
DM
away,
here,
and then they were chasing you, but you ended up killing ISO. Like, what happened?
Hopefully,
there?
I used a different. I think I fixed the volume problem. I had to separate because I had Chrome, so I have everything going off of Chrome now. Maybe the volume won't break up on the Chrome version. So let me know if you guys have anything pop up on this side, like alien wise.
At the end, or
alien wise, when it was like getting close, because I was padding towards the bush. He thinks I'm gonna use the bush to kill him, so he flickered through the bush. Then I flickered out because I know he's gonna do that.
And you kind of predicted that. That's
yeah,
master play on your part. And when you stole that Lord, what went on in the team con?
I didn't say anything. I think it was them. It was them because I still had to focus, because like four people chasing me. Oh, I cannot rack it. And then I think it was Shark, Hoon, screaming. I don't know. Yeah.
And talk about making an entrance. Not only did Easy Peasy's Martis secure the first Savage of this entire tournament, his team Bloodhounds is also the biggest underdog who rocked stage 1. Their unique Valir drafts catapult them into top 4, and their Navarra Lassie combo also took a game from none other than our reigning champs, the Ohio Brothers from stage 1. Let's quickly take a look at Bloodhounds team highlights. Leading the pack, we've got the Ohio Brothers with a commanding 100 points, closely tailed by BTK at 90. These teams are doing pretty well, but it's not smooth sailing for everybody. The 4 teams on the bottom tier, the TheNightHorde, AggravateOne, Area 77, and the TheNightHorde, are lagging at 60 points. Now, according to our calculations, these 4 teams need to score approximately 150 points to land their playoff dreams. And that is it for the recap, guys. Stay tuned for more excitement happening this weekend as we move forward to the next stage of the NACT. Join us this Saturday, and remember, this isn't just a tournament, it's the official path to M5 and your path to glory. I'm your host Liz, and I'll see you next time.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Serena. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, MLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing: we watch NACT Grand Finals
And we are back for the halftime show where we give you some deep dives in and around the tournament. Now today, I believe the topic is going to be on the jungle, the king of the jungle. So, without further ado, Weezy, you want to take us through the score chart to see who are the top contenders for this role?
Definitely nothing would make me happier as we're looking at the player stats of some of the junglers in the top 8 teams for North America. We have the upcoming Prodigy best players, been on the rise lately in the North American scene, dominating in the jungle. Now, it's no secret who the king of the junglers are, right? MLBBNA, he's been leading the way inside of North America for some time now, but now we have some additional talent spreading their wings. We have best player, who you will be seeing playing with BTK IESF here upcoming next week. And you get to go ahead and see some of his stats right there compared to Fallen, who is currently on Avalon. A great player indeed. You see both of them running those assassins, and they're definitely ready for that next level gameplay. I mean, just look at the gold, look at the KDAs. They're almost pretty much even.
They definitely are, and that's only a couple kill difference, right? If Fallen were to pick up 1 or 2 more kills, that KDA would have been very similar, but the stats of damage, rating, and gold definitely sets them apart, as there is a huge gap definitely in the damage area where 20k is definitely going to differentiate them both as well. But we are trying to give the best of luck over the best player, as he is going to represent IESF in the next week. So everyone, please put in your best wishes for best player, but also Fallen actually being one of the top 2 players right now in the jungle area for Avalon, and he is a new face, right? We haven't seen him at all in the last NACT as well, but being brought up in here now, we could definitely see who is the king of the jungle. And yes, MLBBNA does also know how to work his route around the jungle, but we are specifically talking about the target assassins, as those two have played exceptionally well, especially Fallen. His leaning is definitely something you want to watch out for, and in the upcoming match where we are definitely going to see Avalon play this time, keep an eye out for Fallen, as these KDA stats might hinder just a little bit if he is able to pull off good stats this game.
Yeah, and I mean, Fallen, right? He's definitely no secret to the community for North America. I mean, Fallen was on The Simpsons in the past, right? Not this year, but last year. They went to the grand finals in our first ever offline appearance up against the Valley. The Valley was able to claim victorious, MLBBNA leading the way. But nonetheless, it's definitely a top competitor, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to rotation and moving around with more of that assassin-style gameplay. Another jungler that I've been keeping my eye on as well is definitely that Easy Peasy from Bloodhounds. I mean, he got the first Savage. First Savage, right? Of the fall season. That's right. Just another powerhouse in the making.
Yeah, definitely Weezy's favorite hero is getting a lot of recognition, right? Easy Peasy is definitely running in that Martis jungle. First Savage to set a good season off for NACT. Definitely have to keep your eyes out for them as well. And I feel like any jungler right now in the top 4, we have Fallen from Avalon, best player from TOB, MLBBNA from BTK, and who else am I missing?
You said Area Sip? No. BTK.
TOB, BTK, Avalon.
Avalon.
Wait, this is the 4th place that we're about to find out today.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the 4th place. Yeah.
Yeah, Avalon is 4th place. So.
We have to watch out for the game though, however. So these teams are all fighting for the spot right now. And if you guys don't know, this season for NACT is your ticket to M5, one of the most prestigious tournaments over there, and being able to secure that spot is something that these teams are worth fighting for. So definitely really interested. But Wheezy, we're going to be casting soon on this match for Avalon. Fallen is representing that jungler, so these stats might change very fast, and who knows who's really going to be the king of jungle for this season, as we are going to go finish up our loser brackets sooner or later.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where it goes. Well, Fallen's actually in third place with his team, Avalon, and then Bloodhounds is right behind them with 10-point differential.
Easy peasy. Oh, it was easy peasy. That was the fourth one I was trying to talk about, the Savage.
Yeah, it was easy peasy, Fallen, MLBBNA, and best player. Those are the top 4 junglers so far out of the top 8 teams in the NACT fall season. But hey, there's still room for improvement from everybody on the table. So only on stage 2. It can definitely go anywhere, and I think right now the biggest hurdle to jump over is going to be for Area 77 and KnightsofFate, right? They got to go up against the 3rd and 4th place positions, and they have to get this win if they want to go on to the playoffs, right? They need a placement in the top 3 or top 4 for stage 2 and for stage 3. So definitely a lot of pressure as we are jumping in. That ladder is getting higher, and the question is, can they handle that altitude?
Yeah, the ladder is getting higher and the angles are getting steeper, right? If you guys look at the brackets right now, we obviously see Ohio Brothers waiting for their game tomorrow, but we are looking at the loser semifinal. That will also determine who will go against BTK for the losers final. We are going to see tomorrow, but all these teams right now are still on a 10-point difference. Mind you, if one team loses a series, they are going to be at automatic disadvantage, as they just are trying to secure their spot right now to make sure they get into the semifinals for the Los Angeles invites and potentially grand finals that we will definitely see. But whichever team that goes up against BTK, I would say you say quote unquote a comfortable spot, right? You might not secure your spot, but you are in a good position so that the next season you can definitely try to knock some other teams out from the bracket. But Wheezy, you're looking at this bracket right now. This is stage 2. We're not yet over, but how are you feeling right now, right? Just like I said, someone's going to go against BTK. These teams are on a 10-point difference, right? TOB, obviously, reigning top right now, so someone's going up against TOB. So who knows? BTK might fall off, BTK might win, and we might see which team it is that's going to go up against them for the last BO5.
And I couldn't agree with you more. These are all points that I'm looking forward to seeing as we progress through today, especially for that 3rd and 4th placement. So as we move forward, let's go ahead and swing on to our amazing host, Liz Bess.
Thank you, Weezy. Now, before we jump back into the tournament, here's some exciting news for the Grand Final. So the NACT Offline Grand Final event has already been decided. The 2023 NACT Fall LAN Final is hosted in Thunder Studios on Long Beach, Los Angeles. It's no longer in Vegas, and this is a very exciting studio. And this is going to be the biggest, greatest MLBBNA offline event yet, with double the crowd size. So more of you guys are gonna come join in the community and see your favorite streamers, your favorite talents, and your favorite pro players. So make sure you share your experiences about the grand final day on social media, including your previous offline events and what you look forward to in the 2023 NACT Fall. So casters, I know Eunice, you live in LA, right? So what are you most excited about for this, or do you know anything about the Thunder Studio or just the LA experience?
Well, for the LA experience, you know, I recently moved here, so I can't say too much, but as it's in my hometown right now, as of now, I'm actually very excited. It's held in Long Beach, which is not so far away from LA as well, so definitely a huge upgrade regarding the crowd, right? We did have a beautiful event in Las Vegas in our last season, but we wanted more people to come out, but now
all right, Chad, I'm back. Sorry,
twice that size.
That was
in our venue, and this
sticky
is
situation.
Very exciting. And Weezy, you're coming from all the way from the east side, and you're gonna be definitely.
It was a long
coming
situation.
to join and say hi to some people. And who doesn't want to come to Los Angeles, right? Beautiful weather, beautiful city, and
we're like
able
stalling.
to kind of reach out to California as well. So, what are your thoughts, Weezy? How are you feeling about this?
I was like pushing to try to get them going.
California so well. I just moved to Florida, and I might just pack my bags and move out there now. But no, I'm excited. You made some great points about the venues that we previously had, right? Las Vegas was great. The first offline event we ever did was last year. It was an amazing studio and turnout, right? We had a lot of people in the local community be able to show out and support their teams, right? And I got to be a part of that experience and got to meet a lot of the community. And
what do you guys got? Let me end this poll. Let me get back to the actual streaming aspect of this stuff. Let's get it.
To be able to actually get with the group of individuals with the same liking. And
who do you guys think is gonna win here?
Experience that you can't get anywhere else. So. Another thing I do want to harp on is it's only been getting better, right? I mean, the first venue was great, and then we got to.
I am going to LA. Yes,
I got to do it
I will be in LA.
We got to see that. It was fun.
Matching outfits too.
I'm that's right. I'm the referee.
I think this time around to be able to do it in
behind
Los
the pro
Angeles,
players.
I personally have never been.
I'm the manager and referee of the pro players.
It'll be some first times for everybody out there in the audience as well.
Know what I be doing?
To stop by and say hello if you run into myself or anybody else on the desk inside of LA.
So I'll be on the stage too.
You guys
with the pro players.
Well, I mean, LA, every time I've been there, it's almost seems like my favorite city in the whole world. But for all of you guys at home right now, we also
the match is going to be starting here soon in a couple minutes maybe. It's a little delayed, so you don't get to see it.
Win the permanent gent. Oh, sorry.
They're running through the correct production right now, so it'll be starting here like real soon.
So. I mean,
they got like a path that they have to take in order to get to
make sure you
the end
get one of those skins, type it in the link below, and you know, it's always nice to have a new skin, right?
Hopefully you guys enjoyed the interview.
And now, as you guys are typing in, I believe the matches we still need. Oh wow, the players are on the way. So we are going to go into the next game. The semifinals for the losers bracket. So I already know what Eunice is gonna predict because DPR's Two Savages has not won her heart with that jungle competition. So I mean, with this match, they really gotta prove some more, right?
Okay, I gotta ask this, right? We gave Eunice the title of the Queen of Predictions. what is the title that we're giving Yue?
The King of Believer.
I say
the Believer King.
I say the Mad Scientist, because this man is
mad
insane
scientist
with this prediction rating so far. But I think he has a master plan in the background, right? I mean, let's just take his numbers and put them in reverse. Maybe he's voting on the team that he thinks is gonna lose.
It's also very. It's also very good.
Jesus Christ!
In order to predict reversely every single time, right? So he's
the mad scientist.
He is actually a master of predictions himself.
Yeah, definitely master of predictions himself. But it looks like everybody on the board voted Avalon, and Yue definitely voting for the underdog A77. But hey, we might be wrong, so we can't put him on the side, right? Definitely A77 has been showing up.
Let's see, chat. Let's see.
Definitely played
the Yue
in our last round of games.
We're halfway through, chat. We're halfway through.
Long game. It can go BO3, or we might see a potential sweep, as we've been seeing.
I don't think we have any BO5s
today. Has only been sweeps. So
we got three
definitely watch
BO3s,
out for both teams, as both teams definitely have good players.
Bro's got no filter.
Yeah. Before we go into the next match, the
Wheezy's
IFS
wild.
is going to happen next 2
All
weeks.
in Yue,
so
a
our
mad
NACT
scientist,
players are going to be traveling to Romania, and we're going to have a break in our tournament. But make sure you check out this event to see your favorite players, the top players of the NA. Some of the top players in the NA community right now represent the United States at the IEFs. So it's gonna be Yato, Chicken, Best Player, Warrior,
the
and
chat thinks
ISO.
a 39% chance already Area 77.
What do you think, Weezy?
Well, I
Best player.
Who wouldn't want to have a trip to Romania? First of all, that's amazing experience to be able to kind of travel across the world. I can't wait to get their input on what happens out there. But nonetheless, it's an achievement, right? This is a little bit of a different roster.
Hey, maybe they'll change things around.
Playing in position from MLBBNA.
They were able to take Area 77 was able to take out AggravateOne, so now let's see if they can take out Avalon, right?
Nonetheless, I'm very confident in the team and their capabilities.
I feel like if there's a huge shakeup, this would be it, right?
Yeah, and definitely 4 of those members all have international tournament experience, so definitely might be a good game. But also Warrior, his first time going over to international, but he is a sub roamer for TOB, so he has been for a long time. So synergy is definitely going to be there with best player. But I wish the best of luck to all 5 members.
You believe the UA curse will work?
Representing North America for us, and good luck to all of you guys as well.
And hope to get some practice in. But without any more wait time, we're gonna go into the first draft of this series. Take it away.
And take it away we will, as we are now jumping in to the second phase of Stage 2, the losers quarterfinals. Avalon up against Area 77. Now, let's just take a look at these two teams individually, right? Avalon, they got some familiar faces over there. They got international experience. They have Basic, one of the most famous gold lanes for North America, and also across the Mobile Legends Bang Bang community. They've got Demon, the mid lane menace, has been a problem for a lot of the teams in North America for that position. They have Arvel, he's played on The Simpsons, he's played in the grand finals last year for the NACT first ever offline event. Then they also got Twinks as well, who has experience playing with some of the best players in North America. There was even a point where he was playing with Mobile Zane, so I'm looking forward to Avalon. Area 77 though, this is still the same roster we're used to seeing. They've been a household name since the beginning of the pro stages for Mobile Legends Bang Bang NACTs, and I'm looking forward to what they pull out. I mean, like you mentioned, they have 2 brothers on the team. What stronger synergy is there?
Definitely a stronger synergy, but we do see, and we did talk about this last season as well, there's a lot of familiar
move my
faces
camera out the way.
Avalon, especially their goal laner, which is going to be Basic, right? He's been playing everywhere. He has a lot of experience, but it all depends on how the team can push him through. But it also goes for the rest of the team, right? A77 supporting Marquee in that marksman position, but Avalon also being able to push Basic through, and Arvel Fallen also being able to represent NA in our last year NACT, as they were the grand finalist runner-up for the M4 championship. So definitely want to watch out for them as well, and they both all have good synergy with each other as they have been playing against, and a lot of practice has been done.
Demon looks like
Avalon's going to go ahead and actually ban out Kufra first, and followed up with Exporg. A77 is going to go ahead and ban out 2 EXP laners, which is going to be the Uranus and Terizla. Now, Wheezy, we just talked about this. Fallen was one of our top 2 junglers right now, currently seated. And I know you're just leaning back in your chair, watching him, think about his picks over there. But Ling has been his signature pick, actually. He's been playing it very well. He's been actually been able to successfully get a lot of fighters being targeted. Well.
Exporg, Uranus,
watch out for him too. He ended up getting a Savage on Leslie in our last NACT round.
They need to ban Valentina right now.
Well, so I feel like both teams have a lot of stories to tell, a lot of pages to turn, but only one team can rip out another page's book.
Dude, Wheezy is yellow,
so
bro.
Definitely want to watch out for both of them.
The black and yellow, man.
And you know, speaking about the level of severity on what weight this
Cardi can't, like, they can't officially pick up Cardi until
victory,
after
right? Area 77
after this.
Needs to find a way to get to the top 4. Avalon is one of those holding the keys to the doors on that number 3 position, right? They are right behind BTK. They're sitting with barely any more points. So if Area 77 can...
BTK's match and TOB's match will be tomorrow.
NACT fall season point structure. So
tomorrow.
Being able to take down Avalon is definitely their game goal, but they got to go into this with a game plan. You mentioned Basic, you mentioned some of these players, the international experience, high IQ team. And they're definitely going to give them a run for their money. I mean, just from what we've seen today, though, there's 2 players
Let's see what they
on
do,
both sides of the table that has gotten a Savage so far in the NACT fall. So maybe we get another Savage on the way between these 2 amazing teams. But I will say it's definitely going to be a high mechanical game.
And even if, right, one of these teams are definitely going to get that point difference, they are fighting for that 4th place spot. But with this year's NACT, even if you are not placed, you're still taking home a little extra money, right? Every single series win is a little bit more cash for your pocket. So definitely walking out with something good and a lot of hard work recognition as well.
Already until next week? Yes, correct.
Lock in their
if that's what they decide to do, of course.
But in return,
I don't know.
So A77 actually loves this Faramis pick a lot.
But
and
I've been hearing a lot of rumors come around that Cardi said that he is. So.
But he's been locking it in. And Eve is still open, but Mark QT is going to go ahead and lock in this Claude. He did play very well in this last series as well. So definitely want to see what those 2 have in stock. But these 2 are already good picks, right? But Avalon.
Hey, don't be
is going to
picking
definitely
serious.
respond
Don't
with
be
something
picking
good. So
on
Greed
them.
is still open.
2-0? You thinking 2-0?
Farce is still open, actually. I don't think we've seen Farce up.
34%.
So definitely a good pick on there as
36%.
well.
Lots of
But we
votes
are
coming
looking
in on the
over
polls.
To see what gets picked up. They can pick up anything right now, but it all depends on how they
They
want
picked
to
up,
counterdraft
oh, the
A77
Claude?
with
The
fairness
Claude? Okay, don't sleep on this, chat.
Now,
Don't sleep on it, right? The Claude, Fairness,
They could still
great
go in for something
combo.
like Angela too. I mean, it did walk.
They could.
They could punish it. I mean, you already got shield from the Lapu Lapu. You throw the Angela in there, but they still got to deal with the possible Esmeralda being picked up if they do that. So I'm not really sure if that's going to be the best option.
You're
Franco's still on the
Esmeralda
table.
today.
Dude, Esmeralda used to be one of my favorite fighters. I swear, I was trying to get some.
Ooh.
But yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to pull out something else that neither of us predicted. Just going to go ahead and turn the tables. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Minotaur super early in the draft. But a Diggy is still
That's
an option
very
on the table.
early. That's so early. But I feel like Jules QT and Mark QT, the Claude and the Fairness pair is actually great because usually if you see a Claude up against a Fairness, the Colt's Altar immediately gets cancelled out. So I feel like that's a good counter pick. But Minotaur's Minion Fury can definitely kind of disrupt the Colt's Altar because you kind of want to save it, right? For maybe the Appraiser's Wrath coming in, the Bravest Fighter Stance coming from Arvel, or whoever the EXP laner is going to be, which is probably going to be Toinks, right? So definitely you kind of want to watch out for that as well. But Merciless is going to pick up this Martis, and Martis has been such a hot take for every single one of these matches. So definitely Wheezy's favorite hero is getting picked up on the board. The 3000 Worlds definitely want to show the world who they definitely are. But Leslie's going to get picked up for 877. Good read. It does protect Claude in his lane to prevent the counter plays coming in. And Avalon is going to go ahead and finish up their ban phases as they have about 20 seconds left. But what are you feeling? What do you think Avalon's going to pick, or what do you think 877 is going to pick throughout this draft? Get your thinking cap up, Wheezy.
Girls, go ahead and do the pose now.
You gotta do the pose now.
I feel like Avalon, they need more damage, right? They need more
They
late
do.
game damage. Like, they have strong frontline presence. Honestly, maybe a little too much frontline. So I think they need to balance it out with, one, something magic, right? They need a mage on the table. And they also need a late game carrier, the ADC. So I think a late game damage is definitely going to be an option. Leslie being taken off the table is a smart read, though, from Area 77, right? It's a direct counter to the Claude, and it also can give vision to the entire team. So that's one option already off the table. So they kind of have to make up for it somewhere else. But when I'm looking at Area 77 and their draft, I mean, it's pretty interesting. They have the Claude, right? The late game damage, able to go in with the Blazing Duet up against the Minotaur. I mean, he's going to have to try and catch him in that Minoan Fury, which might not be the easiest thing, but he definitely could pull it off. You'll have the Martis to kind of counter it, though, right? Martis can use the Mortal Coils and kind of dodge that Minoan Fury, but the Cold Altar is what's going to keep their team alive, and we've been seeing Fairness slotted a bunch today. Now, not the same for Minotaur. This is the first Minotaur appearance we've seen, at least for today's series.
Ooh, Beatrix ban. So Beatrix, well, 2 marksmen have it banned up at 877. That finalizes their ban phase. Avalon's going to go ahead and lock in their last one in just a second. But so, Wheezy, you talked about Diggy, right? I do like the Diggy, but there's not enough front. So I do know that this Martis is definitely going to be ran in the jungle area. Probably building tank as well, but I would definitely like a little bit more sustained, right? It's more of a set versus a support.
Yeah.
So if
Merciless is a good player.
might want to look
We gotta see him show off though. We gotta show him
mage
show out.
or more of a sustained EXP definitely. But we are about to finish up the ban phase for Avalon. Are they gonna ban it or let it go? We're gonna see. Grok got banned.
They could run like a Valir, right? I mean, they could push back the Minotaur, the Lapu Lapu, the Fredrin. You could run the Valir Rome and then
They have a Faramis though.
No, Rome. Well, if they want to go that
Oh, you want Valir Rome.
Yeah, I mean, they could. I mean, if you could pull in the Valir Rome and then you could put in like the Grok was banned out because I was going to say you could put the Grok in the XP lane to make up for not having a strong frontline tank.
Why is he still up?
There's options out there. Yeah, YZ is definitely a good one as well. I mean, but the problem with YZ is he's just jumping into so much frontline pressure.
Yeah.
He's just going to get CC'd right when he gets in there. So
Cold's Altar too.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. It's like you could go for the Diggy and put the Diggy in the Rome position, and then you go in for some sort of tank that can sustain himself in the XP lane. But no, they're going to go in for something else entirely. DPR is going to go and solidify that for this team. I'm sure they're going to swap around for Gauss Cutie. But they're going to go ahead and pick up that Lolita. Now, Lolita into this combination.
Yeah.
A lot of heroes that can cancel that Numeon Blast.
Yeah, we saw it happen, actually. This was the same Rome matchup, right? Was it Minotaur and Lolita that we saw against A77? Was it their drafts? I think it was something very similar. Yes.
Today? No, we didn't see Minotaur today.
It was
sorry,
some
Chad, I'm
Rome
checking on
matchup
something
against
right
Lolita.
now.
It's just way too much CC. But Fredrin has the CC, the taunt. We have Demon with the knockup, the airborne. But we also have Lop with the bravest fighter stance, is able to stun as well. So if A77's run a Lolita, they gotta be careful with when they set, and definitely has to time that Luminum Blast. But we're gonna finalize this. Lilia is picked, right? With the recent patch, Lilia actually, when she ults, she does not get her bombs back. She gets her health back, but the CD reduction on that has reduced tremendously. But we are now seeing an Arlott. I haven't seen Arlott in so long because everyone's been picking Uranus or Terizla. But Merciless is going to lock in the Arlott. Freya was also open, but he decides to go for the Arlott, and Basic is going to lock in the Brody. And this now finalizes both teams' drafts. And Wheezy, tell me the win conditions right now, the early game conditions, the snowballs. Which side are you making sure to have a better advantage over the other, or what do you think each team has to do to start that win?
Well, I'll definitely say, I mean, you're looking at Mark Cutie. He's running the mid to late game marksman. He's going up against a Brody. Typically, the Brody possibly will have a little bit of an easier time in that match.
What happened to Wheezy?
On the ADC for both sides of the table is rule number one. And speaking of number one, we are jumping into game one of the lower round for today's NACT Stage 2. Area 77 and Avalon, who will be able to move forward. Right now, Area 77 is trying to climb their way up the ladder. Currently at the front door for a placement in top 4, but Avalon trying to deny them entry.
Chat? Area 77?
Currently sitting in the number 3 position.
Yeah, and DPR actually, as you guys can obviously tell, he's been doing tremendously well. Definitely showed us how a Martyr should be played with the Maniac and the Savage coming in. Definitely showed the previous games who really controls the 3,000 worlds with his decimation over there. But we already see a lot of damage coming in from Demon on his Lilia, and she does end up actually spiking towards that mid to late game. But Arvel
rooting here for Area 77.
Now, this is Martis again,
also
right? He's
Avalon. I mean, I like both teams.
If you're low, he's going to hit that decimation. He's already almost level 4 for DPR, so you're definitely going to have to be careful. And this is not just any Martis. This is DPR, who we just seen him get, what, a Maniac and a Savage in one game on the Martis? So, I mean, this man is a menace. He's literally a cyclone rushing through, trying to clear everything in its path. So, Avalon need to be careful, especially for the early game.
Yeah, definitely early game, but potentially also mid to late game as well, right? They have the Lilia for that sustained burst, you know? She has 2 lives, so she definitely can negate some damage, but bot side, we also have 2 EXP laners that have a lot of lifesteal and sustain as well, alongside with a lot of CC, right? The final slash, but in return, the bravest fighter coming in from Twinks will definitely negate a lot of CC and help Arvel and Fallen use that to their potential to set for Basic when he does come along in that late game team fights. But Turtle has respawned,
and Area 77 already played. Area 77 beat him.
You see a little bit of a battle of the bot side.
I don't think Merciless is going to be able to get out! A slam dunk from Twinks, drawing first blood for Avalon, and now the siege for this Turtle. Both teams on it, Fallen securing it for Avalon. 2 objectives leaning in their hands, but now a possible punish from Area 77. Fallen, no, it's going to take down Joe's Cutie. DPR not able to deal the damage for the decimation. Will fall as well. Twinks picking up yet another kill. 3-0 on the scoreboard, and Turtle going to Avalon.
Yep, and that is a beautiful lead and a beautiful start right now. Gives Basic a little bit of wiggle room, right? He's just kind of putting Mark QT at bay with this Claude and kind of letting him push up so Basic can have an easier time. But looking at bot side, Merciless getting taken off that early was kind of, he just said no. Final slashing the cold crab over there. But Merciless getting taken off early in EXP kind of puts a Turtle fight at a little bit of a disadvantage, as they don't have the EXP to kind of give that set potential. As with this new patch, both roams do not get level 4 until the next wave pushes through while Turtle is happening. So we're looking at more of those team fights. We're looking at more of those prolonged ones, as we are definitely seeing as Jules QT might have just stepped in the wrong bush, but doing a lot of poke damage, which is really great.
And you're already seeing Avalon trying to make the most out of the situation, trying to claim their spot and maintain it, right? I mean, they're sitting at the number 3 spot right behind BTK, and they don't plan on giving that up without a fight. I think something interesting so far is the itemization. When we're looking at Basic, when we're looking at Mark Cutie, speaking of both of them, you didn't see Basic pick up any shoes, right? He just went straight in for damage, and Mark Cutie picked up those steel leg plates to kind of sustain himself in the 1v1 matchup. I mean, he knows Basic has the slightest advantage and can kind of be a little bit more aggressive because he has the torn apart memories, but look at the siege. You're going to see DPR get a kill off screen, though. Is going to find Twinks, but now Fallen waiting for a sandwich play onto Marcuti. Use the Blazing Duet, and the BMI clears out the minions. Top line defense.
Absolutely. Now we do see neutral objective coming up. Avalon definitely has aggro over as Claude Marcuti was getting forced to go back, but Arvel doing a good job zoning out Gals. And this is going to be a turtle uncontested. No! Jules
trying to see like where I want my flight to be, chat.
Fallen's hands.
What is going on right now? It's only 4 minutes in, and this is madness. Jules Cutie, a huge steal. That turtle will give the entire team 12% extra experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is, well, it was supposed to be Avalon's turtle, but looks like 877's gonna go ahead and take that up off of their hands, which puts the gold lead a little bit neck to neck, but we are looking at a little bit of a pause here, a little bit of technical difficulties here. But Wheezy, what happened? I thought Fallen was gonna get that. He had no retry?
I don't know. I mean, no, he used the retribution. It just looks like it was just a little bit of miscalculation and didn't deal the final damage like he thought it would. But nonetheless, Jules Cutie able to kind of make this disadvantage work in their favor. I mean, they were down by 2 kills, and now they were able to get that turtle, which means they're not too far down in the economy. But the important thing with this, you know, the new updates and new patches is the experience boost that you get from the turtle. That 12% experience.
They threw a giveaway code up.
They're in a pause. For the early game. Now, speaking of early game, I mean, we're looking at the matchups, right? We got Demon. We know he's been such a threat compared to the other mages in the top 8. He always has a pretty decent KDA. You don't ever really see them lose a match and be like, oh, Demon was the problem. So I think they gotta have to focus in on him, especially with them running this Lilia, that early game potential. But you mentioned recently with the updates to Lilia, I mean, she doesn't get her glooms back and her orbs from using her black shoes.
Yeah, and speaking about shoes, we are going to go right back into the game, and we do see everyone kind of reshifting their focus onto the match. We do see the turret energy shield drop, so we are looking at sieges of turrets, objective plays as well. And let's take a look at these items real quick,
That's
right?
The old giveaway code?
A little bit tight. We're only looking at a 1k gold difference, but Demon locking in the Enchanted Tailspin to give a little bit of damage, but Faramis right behind her, making sure to lock in that Clock of Destiny, or if he's going the sustained cooldown reduction route, he's going to definitely lock in some more damage items to help with his cooldown. But we are seeing a little bit of damage on that top side, making sure Basic is protected, but Gal's doing a good job preventing Marcuti. And that's the thing I like both of these roams, right? They're always hovering over their marksmen to make sure they have the easiest time possible when it comes. But we might see a potential engage on that top side as both jungler and mid laners are working up. And look at DPR's positioning. Demon just smelt it right there.
You know, I think it's interesting too. I mean, Marcuti just picked up that Demon Hunter sword, especially against this heavy frontline composition. Twinks Fallen and the Arvel combination. It can work in his favor. You did see Sia Halberd picked up from Basic as his first item. Looks like he's already prepping some anti-heal super
I was looking up
game,
flights
to LA. A
LA.
little interesting, but speaking of both players, looking at the marksman, 24 memories goes in. Arvel joining the fight. Demon and Fallen as well. Gals Cutie not able to save.
And I was replying to
like
business
into the hands
DMs.
of Basic on Team Avalon.
I gotta be focused when I'm managing the pro teams.
And that's not looking too great right now, as marksmen, you do want to stay alive to start your power spike slowly but yet surely. But just saw that DPR was trying to get this turtle, but with no aggro, they are.
We're good now. We're good now.
But look at top side. They're looking to
I don't know what I did.
The top side turret, and they're gonna go ahead. But Gal's Q2 might be put in a little bit of a pickle. He's the only one right now left up there.
Oh, does he get out? Bulwark shield trying to save him. Numion Blast! The stun! Not going to connect. Arvel picks up the kill. Not trying to allow his ADC to be stunned for any given moment. 5-1 on the scoreboard so far, and it looks like they're trying to extend that lead. They were able to claim that turret to open up the map in Avalon's favor.
But in response, we're gonna go ahead and take away that mid turret as well, and we are seeing Bravest fighter stance.
I don't know if I like moved it the wrong way or what.
The turret in the mid does fall. Demon finds DPR. Not having the easiest time in this matchup like we've seen when he was going up against earlier. AggravateOne. So looking at this so far, 6-1. Avalon is kind of snowballing, right? Basic just picked up that Malefic Roar. We'll be able to kind of soak into some of the armor, penetrate it from Area 77. Right now, I mean, it's a 3,000 gold lead. Even though you were able to see a turtle go to Area 77's favor, a lucky turtle from Jules Q to get that denial, it wasn't enough to really dent the plan from Avalon so far. Was just having an amazing time. Numeon Blast drops down, big stun.
Basic diving in.
Finds Basic. Wait a minute, can get another Arvel very low. BMI straight into him. Arvel trying to get away. A couple more Basic attacks and he will fall, but no, he is gonna go ahead and get out of there. A close call.
1 HP.
Definitely a close call, but look at the sandwich coming in from Fallen.
No.
Arvel's not going to go back. He's still staying there. He's going to rush into Marcuti. He's going to get the knockup at the BMI to push him back into the turret. Golden Staff was picked up to enhance those basic attacks from Marcuti to be able to deal some additional damage and attack a little bit faster. Twice is going to take down Jules Cutie in the midst of all this chaos, trying to seize this turret on the bottom side. You were looking at a 3v4. I mean, even Twinks joined the party. He went all the way from the XP down here to take this fight, and looks like they're gonna their punches.
They are throwing some punches, but the regen coming in from Arvel and the Minotaur is actually crazy.
A clutch play by Marcuti too. You know, like taking out that back lane minion.
But fully regen. But looks like another pause coming in from Avalon. Maybe a little bit of technical difficulties, but that fight down there was crazy. You just never stopped. You just kept going. Weezy, you're not giving me any room to talk. You gotta let me talk, Weezy.
Hey, but speaking of talking, there you go. Free giveaway code. Type it in your phones right now. Claim the code in-game for a chance to win a tournament chest. Lots of goodies in there, and I'm sure they're for a limited time. So make sure you guys hit that up while it's available.
Yeah, definitely while it's available. But speaking of availability, let's take a look at these stats right now as we are in a little bit of a pause, right? 7-2. Avalon's definitely taking the lead by 3k gold. Marcuti got taken off a little bit early, right? But in return, Basic also got taken off at that set. Was a little bit unfortunate. The Luminous Blast did land on him, but we did see a lot of tussling happen at the bot side. Lord has now been up, right? So we can definitely see on a little bit of the mini map, everyone's gonna start working their way around. But Weezy, what do you think the win conditions are right now for A77 for them to turn things around? They are losing a little bit of objectives right now, right?
The win conditions for Area 77
and their mid turret, and they only have their
they just gotta turn these
standing right now. So
ties
what do you think they have to do in order to maybe turn this around and make them sustain a little bit longer as a gold spike from Marcuti is still available to them?
I would say play for the late game, right? I mean, Marcuti, he still has that turret on the bottom side that he looks like he's trying to hook onto. I would say just play a little bit more passive. They're already so far down in gold at the 9-minute mark that they don't want to be overly aggressive and extend the lead that Avalon already has. I mean, you have the Claude. The late game
definitely falls off late.
It's an upscale battle, though. I mean, you're going.
So does Martis, though.
He's already out farming him, and already is a counter to
Jules
the
is having a little bit of a hard problem against Demon and mid.
The answer. Once he gets around and he gets the items that he needs, the Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, all those additional items to soak into Avalon, that's going to be the start of it. But then the next thing.
What happened, JD?
You have Gauss running
out on
this Lolita, who has a Numeon Blast, but you also have Merciless running the R-Lot, which they picked for a reason, right? The R-Lot and the Lolita synergy is literally insane, right? You drop down the Numeon Blast, and then you get infinite eyes to be able to rush in and get those dashes that you're looking for to get a possible pick off. And when you're out of the eyes, you can go ahead and use that final slash to get some more.
Good morning,
so I think it's just going to boil down to synergy from the team when they pick their engagements. But they got to be careful because they're currently down in the economy.
Speaking about boiling down to synergy, we'll definitely see how it puts into play as the first Lord has been spawned and everyone's starting to get vision on it. DPR with the mortar coils doing a little bit of damage, but we're going to see who makes it out alive, Weezy.
That's right. I mean, the Lord's still intact. They are going in for the kills. Area 77 already having a hard start. Fallen, increasing that kill lead. Takes down DPR. Numion Blast drops down. Demian finds Joel's Cutie. Blazing duet from Marcutie. Trying to get into the backline. Does not find Demon, though. He's able to get out of that range. Marcutie, a slight mistake, and Basic will punish. Takes him out. That is a 3-for-none trade. Make that a 4-for-none trade. As Gauss falls, Basic wraps around, picks up the kill for a double. Merciless, nowhere to go. A hope and a dream, and almost a full team. And that's a bar right there, but they don't pick up the kill. Looks like Merciless is still there trying to deny them entry into the Tier 2 turf, but it's not the right decision. Just let it go, brother. There's nothing you can do.
Talk about hope. He did hang on to that last fate as he tried to defend that with all his mighty work, but definitely was not able to. And Avalon is going to go ahead and pick up this Lord uncontested, which makes that the first Lord into the hands of Avalon, and A77 having a little bit of trouble trying to make these sets work. And I'm a little bit worried about Gauss QT, right? You saw everywhere. The Lolita matchup into the into Basic, into Twinks, into Fallen's a little bit unfortunate, but look at the items right now. We are at the 10-minute mark.
BTK's tomorrow,
we are looking
Juicy.
at Lilia going to her power spot. She has 3 core items, but in return, Basic also, like you said, locking in that Sea Halberd first item, but Marcutie only has 2 damage items, the DHS and the Demon Hunter Sword as well. So we have to, that's not enough damage. Looking at a 2k goalie between the goal laners, but here comes the Siege Lord coming down mid side. We might be looking for a little bit of blood here, or, oh, here we go.
Big play on the way, trying to open up the base for Area 77. Blazing duet to the backline. Gauss Cutie finds Arvel. DPR takes down Fallen. The inhibitor gets destroyed in the process. Lord does fall. And now Basic picks up a kill. Killing spree activated. Is going to find Merciless. That's one member falling for Area 77. Do they pull their punches, or are they going to try and fight it out and claim another inhibitor? I mean, they're still in position for a possible push. Looks like they are going to try and seize the opportunity, but the numbers are not in their favor. They lost 2 members so far for Avalon, but Basic is going to take another member down. A mega kill finds DPR with the torn apart memories. You are going to see Wind of Nature picked up by Marcutie, though, so he will be able to negate some of that physical damage.
Weezy, we're going to have to get you a signed record deal. That was a lot you just spit out there. We are looking at almost a 10k goal lead coming from Avalon, and they are sitting at the top tier right now as they are just taking everything away from the hands of A77. But
watch
there
Pots
are
play
for mistakes. If Avalon does make one small one, Area 77 can definitely come back and flip things around. Just like every story tells itself, you gotta flip the pages in order for it to work and for the story to be told. But we are looking at the next Enhanced Lord coming in about a minute, and everyone's kind of playing things a little bit safe, right? Slow and steady. Marcutie trying to farm up from these minions, and Merciless trying to just zone out Twinks, right? And Arlok got a little bit of a nerf. The final slash animation is a little bit easier to read and react to, but Fallen is looking for a little bit of
Merciless
blood, but Merciless final slash.
Marcutie rushing with the blazing duet onto the team of Avalon, but is it enough to stop them from taking another inhibitor on the bottom side? The Gloom's trying to prevail. Black Shoes goes out from Demon to regain some of his HP. Still sitting at about half, but some massive damage on Joel Cutie, Marcutie, and DPR. They are going to go ahead and still try and clear out these minions. The inhibitor will fall on the bottom side. Fallen claiming it. Basic unstoppable finds Merciless. Twinks rushes in with the bravest fighter. Not going to hit the mark as Gauss Cutie hits a Euro step backwards for the dodge. 14-4 so far. One inhibitor left for Area 77. And when you're looking at Avalon, they have not lost a single turret.
Absolutely. That's how you know they were able to micro their waves very well, and their macro rotations are also top tier as they have a lot of experience, especially with people who have been from international experiments, and also a lot of tournaments they have played in the past. And speaking about in the past, they're going to go ahead and pick up this Lord that is another Lord into the hands of Avalon and Demon sieging away any farm that potentially A77 can pick up, and that's good positioning coming from Avalon as Arvel and Fallen are staying together, while we do see Basic picking up both buffs before they start their siege towards A77's base.
He does pick up the Hunter Strike and the Endless Battle as well. I mean, Basic's just having a great game so far, just leading over Marcutie in terms of
Those
gold.
two are just over there.
Basic's already level 15. Their entire team is almost level 15. Right now, in the highest on Area 77 is DPR on this Martis. The rest of them are still sitting at that 13 level and 12 level mark. And right now, it looks like they will be trying to take this game trying to have the momentum in the series. Avalon may go in for the early finish. Numeon Blast winds down from Gals. Not gonna hit the Sun Cold Ultra being activated for sustainability. Immortality being procced onto Arvel. Still in the fight though. Mark Cutie finds one, takes down Arvel. Another body dropped. Twinks finds Jules Cutie. Monster kill from Basic is gonna find Merciless. You're looking at multiple members drop, and that is 1 for 1 so far on the board. Demon makes another kill, finds Mark Cutie, still trying to claim the Space Crystal. 25%. DPR shuts down Basic. Twinks get the kill, but delays the inevitable, as we are going to go ahead and see Avalon push with game 1 against Area 77.
Definitely push through the game, and then will take that first win off of A77 hands, and that is a beautiful team fight and beautiful plays. All scripted very well by Avalon, and wow, looking at both teams, they drafted actually very well, but Avalon did have a little bit of synergy, a little bit of that teamwork, a little bit better, and A77 definitely bounces back around, but Avalon, congrats to you for taking that first win off of this series, but easy, what are your thoughts on this game?
It was a rough one, not gonna lie. It was more of a one-sided story. They didn't even take a single turn that entire game. That's kind of unfortunate to really see. I mean, they worked so hard to get to where they're at right now in this lower bracket, and they got Maniac, they got Savage, but now stopped at the front gates by Avalon, who's holding on to their seats and gotta play a little bit harder, right? Formulate a strategy to be able to turn this around in game 2.
Yeah, definitely turn around in game 2, but let's look at the post-game stats. 20-6. We're looking at a 15-minute game, so kind of a sustained game, but unfortunately fell a little bit short. Looking at Avalon Demon coming in with a 5-0-13, beautiful KDA, 2 assists short from getting a 100% kill participation score. But let's also look at Fallen, right? Was able to take a lot of these objectives off of A77's hands. Mark QT had a little bit of a struggle early game. Jules QT as well with the Fairness wasn't able to kind of help his team with the fights and kind of put them at a disadvantage. And Merciless, however, did put in a lot of work but was not able to finish it through. So definitely A77 might have to draft a little bit better or work around Avalon, and especially Basic on goal lane, right? Definitely want to put a little bit more pressure, but break me down in this replay, Weezy.
Yeah, breaking down indeed as Fallen finds DPR, Numeon Blast for the quadruple stun from Gal's Cutie. Demon finds Jules Cutie though in the midst of all the chaos. Mark Cutie with the Blaze Duet from the background, trying to deal some damage, but gets punished on the play. And Basic picking up that kill, who's just been having an easier time so far in the gold lane compared to Area 77. We mentioned the keys to victory, focusing on the gold, and Basic just leading in the economy, kind of snowballing for Team Avalon. And speaking of Basic, Mr. Rich Guy leading gold per minute, 8-11.
Definitely the rich guy, but the carry was definitely going to be Demon, as he did have that perfect KDA score. And definitely Arvel, the one roaming around with that Minotaur, was able to negate a lot of damage but also protect his team by making sure none of them fall off. But Demon was also the forgotten one, as he had the most amount of assists, 13, almost a perfect KP score combined with his kills as well. But if you see the damage to turrets, right, definitely Avalon had a lot more macro and a lot of objectives getting taken, as Fallen kind of ran an objective tank jungle, right? Fredrin is used for the objective takes, not really so much team fight until it gets them into late game. But definitely A77, I know they have some pocket picks they can pull out. I know they have some tricks up their sleeves that they definitely need it for this next game, because we are looking at a potential match point for Avalon. If not, A77 can hang on for one more match and turn this into a BO3, which means both teams will be at stake and one of them will have to be knocked off.
No, we haven't seen a a game go all the way to a best of 3, right? We've seen nothing but sweeps today, so yeah, I know. Hey, Caster's Curse right there, and I'm gonna actually try and cast it out because I want to see it go to a game 3. I don't like seeing one-sided stories. But speaking of stories, here we are, stage 2, losers quarterfinals, game 2, between Area 77 and Avalon, and just talking about what we've seen in match 1, right? Avalon led the way from the start. They had the farm, they had the gold, they took every neutral objective, they didn't lose a single turret, and they snowballed. Area 77 had no answers that entire game to stop them, so I wouldn't even say it was really on draft. It was just, again, on execution. It was a battle of micro and macro. So I think that's where they kind of need to put their focus in. I think they're great. I think they're one of the best teams when it comes to drafting. But when it comes to executing what they put in their composition, that's where they kind of falter, right? Especially against a team of this caliber such as Avalon. And it's definitely their biggest challenge yet. Avalon's holding on to that number 3 position, and they don't want to let it go. In a goes to show they have no plan on losing anytime soon. So I would say starting this off, shut down Basic. Find a way to stop the gold lane from getting comfortable. Because once Basic gets online, they can't stop him.
What happened?
Definitely unstoppable, but also for draft, you gotta use it to its fullest ability, right? You're picking these heroes for their utility and the way that they are played, but if you don't play them up to par or up to the expectations that your team drafted around, definitely is gonna, you know, knock off some steps.
1 second,
it's just gonna only make your ladder a little bit steeper than it should be. So maybe A77, we've seen them kind of go into their comfort picks, but maybe kind of work around them. If you know, look out for Mark QT, right? He's doing exceptionally well in the goal lane, so maybe work around him. Make sure he's fed enough, and make sure Basic doesn't get in the way from stopping that from happening, as Snowball was a little bit too fast for Area 76 to kind of bounce back from, right? The previous games, A77 was able to flip things around, right? Even though their backs were up against a wall against AggravateOnes, they were able to flip it around, make it their game, and protect Mark QT throughout the entire game, but they also need to do that from the start. So we are looking at bans right now. 4 bans already on the table. Teresa Frederin is going to be the bans of A77. And then Xborg and Uranus are also getting banned out. And I don't know, there's a lot of Xborg players recently. I've also seen Alice getting played in.
Yeah.
So. No, Zero actually played Alice in the previous series. So we're seeing a lot of new picks right now as the meta kind of is always shifting around. But what are you thinking? What do you think A77 needs to pick? You know, obviously DPR has comfort picks. Mark QT, you know, whatever marksman he kind of touches, he does exceptionally well. But if you had to if you were their coach and you had to kind of draft for them, what would you kind of pick if you kind of had to?
Well, I mean, okay, the Kaja just got banned off the table alongside the Valentina. Riza's gone. Uranus is gone. I mean, even if you wanted, like, I know Eve got a huge nerf, but I mean, it's not the worst decision if you can execute it, right? I mean, we've still been seeing it profit, so I feel like that's something that could be an answer. There is no Valentina to be able to steal the ultimate.
Carita.
Faramis, we've been seeing Faramis picked up nice and early in the draft. That can definitely be something that can be a possible problem. I mean, Faramis has been used pretty much almost every single game today. I'm not against the Kufra. Is it too early? I'm not really entirely sure. I feel like that's not something that would have got heavily prioed from Avalon super early in the draft. I feel like that's something they could have waited on. I think sometimes going in for more of the valuable picks early, especially when you have first pick, is something they should focus on. But again, I don't ever doubt the capability of Area 77 in their draft, and it's never been their problem, right? They've always been great on drafts. I think they're one of the few teams that I count as like 3-dimensional. They can pretty much pull off anything in the draft and make it work, but it comes down to execution in the game, where they start making mistakes and they let some of these objectives go way too easily. Now for Avalon, it's not the same story, right? They're pretty good on drafting, but their execution is where they're beating Area 77 right now.
And I just saw Arvel pick up Grok, and I'm pretty sure you saw what happened in one of these matches, right? Arvel actually is a master at a lot of these roams, right? I'm pretty sure his main roam is Kufra actually, so if I'm not mistaken. But he does play any roam very well. Lolita, also one of his signature picks. But Grok getting picked up is definitely going to be a huge play for Avalon, and that is kind of what they're good at, right? The set potential. But I know Wee's kind of giving that look over there. So Edith got picked up by Merciless. Merciless does play Edith and Freya, so it's kind of his 2 triggers right there. So Edith definitely getting pulled up. Good CC coming in from Gauss QT, and Merciless, the Earth Shocker, is going to definitely negate a little bit of that airborne knock. And just like Weezy said, yeah, you're getting predictions right now. So Eve definitely did get picked up, so you're doing good.
For the
Keep
response, though. The Lilia, I know, right? Finally, I get something. But Fallen, you know, they pick up this Lilia, and that's a great read, right? I mean, you have the black shoes to be able to get out of that manipulation when things get a little tricky, especially with Juice Cutie. With that Valentino being off the table, I mean, it's another counter that can work in his favor. But it also is to deal with Merciless and Gauss Cutie. Kind of chip them down nice and early with the power of those glooms. Now, like you mentioned, nerfs have been across the table for a lot of these mages, right? Eve took a hit, Lilia took a hit, but they're both slotted in, so it looks like they're still very effective in today's meta. Now, looking at the bans being finalized from Avalon, they are going to go ahead and take out this Lancelot, right? We still have not seen the jungler picked up for Area 77.
Yeah, definitely. They have a little bit of wiggle room for A77. They can still also go that tank route or that assassin route, right? But knowing Fallen from Avalon, he's definitely going to go that assassin. So we're going to have to see what he decides to pick. But actually, Lance got banned out So which I feel like is a good read, right? They picked up Kufra, and the ball's going to stop the dash. But Weezy has an idea. What's your idea?
I'm back, chat.
It took a hit, but he might pull out the link.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Just because they have the Eve on the table. I mean, they have the Kufra though, so I don't know. But if it's going from Avalon, I mean, you mentioned Fallen. That's like his best hero, and it's available this time around. But I mean, he did take a pretty decent nerf with the recent patch, so I'm not really sure if that's going to be the game plan. But I mean, they could still pull out an assassin in this composition. I mean, the Hayabusa would be a little tricky.
Yeah,
I would say that. But then they have the Kufra, so he has the bouncing ball to possibly be
Martis.
But no, the Martis, and Martis is genius here because he can stop
it counters
the CC,
Kufra.
right? And, yeah, the Kufra, the Jules Cutie, the E pick, it can go through all that as well. And also, it's a high IQ play because the jungler hasn't been picked up from Area 77, and they favor the Martis, right? And now they can't even pick it up at all.
Yeah, I don't think there's much right now. Frederick got banned out. Ooh, this is actually a little bit tricky for A77. I mean, DPR played Martis and played Lance, but Lance got banned. Ooh, this is a little bit... Was Mark QT might lock in... I'm gonna say Beatrix.
Oh!
And then DPR... Oh, Baksha! Interesting. Leslie. Okay, we finalized it. Alright, Weezy, what are your two thoughts? Baksha jungle.
I like the Baksha jungle. I mean, I started seeing it first from Zane, and he's been performing on it really well. He has high mobility too, so he can definitely get around and clear out the jungle pretty fast. And then the
hamster wheel
pursuance as well can definitely work out. Yeah, that hamster wheel as well can deal some damage and also applies slow when he throws his shell out there, his little shield. So I think it's an okay option. But you're going up against a Lilia, so Lilia is gonna thrive on trying to melt down the Baksha, the Edith, and also the Kufra. And none of them counter him. Actually, matter of fact, Lilia counters 4 heroes out of the 5 on their roster, right?
As long as you ult.
Edith, Jules Cutie,
the Black Shoes,
Baksha. So we are now jumping into game number 2. This is the losers quarterfinals. Area 77 up against Avalon. Possible match point. Area 77 needs to find a way to open up the doors and claim a spot in the top 4, but Avalon has no intention of giving them the keys.
Yeah, this is also potentially match point for Avalon, or if A77 can bring things back around.
You gotta be careful,
this
Jetty.
might not be match point for Avalon, but look at the poke already coming in from Basic. Maybe a little bit too much.
What are you doing all the way back there, buddy? That's what Gals Cutie is saying, as they almost picked up that early kill. Basic definitely a little bit of an overextension, almost costed him his life.
Yeah, definitely costing him his life, but that is a early spell burnt by Basic. The flicker has been triggered very early on, which means he has to be careful with the laning phase, but Mark QT definitely has aggro over Leslie, but a little bit of an invade coming in from Avalon.
Yeah, a little bit of that invasion as DPR is starting to rotate around on this Baksha jungle that we love to see.
The cheese wheel.
It's making a little bit of a special appearance so far in the new meta. The cheese wheel, if you must. But so far, I mean, Avalon, right? From game 1, it was a one-sided story. They didn't lose a single turn. They took all the neutral objectives and they closed it out with a fast finish. Area 77 this time around, I feel like even with their draft, it's not as good as it was last game. It actually doesn't really work in their favor too much. I feel like Avalon kind of beat them out in that, and so it's going to be a little bit of an upscale battle just with
What
the
team is
draft.
BTK Cardi?
On paper,
technically
and
not BTK anymore,
Avalon
right?
is more known for a team who's better at executing than Area 77, so they definitely are going to have to be on the top of their game if they want to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, but here it goes. We might see a potential collapse. Both jungles are here. Roams are here.
There's been oh shit, I gotta move my camera.
Spawning in
There's
about
been
3
rumors
seconds,
that Cardi is
everyone
gonna
will definitely
be
shift
in
their focus
Avalon,
over
so
to that neutral objective, but looks like Fallen wants to get his hands on it first, while we see DPR working his way back over. And is the cheese wheel going to save him enough here, or is he gonna have to roll over? Here it goes.
Right, he is trying to wrap around Fallen using the Mortal Coils, trying to negate the CC. Look at the turtle though, about a quarter of HP. Who will be able to get the retribution first? DPR is in position, does claim it for Area 77, and gets out of there with no punishment.
Yeah, beautiful Tortoise Puissance locked in by the box to give him a little bit of an easier time to be able to secure that turtle, but topside, Mark QT and Basic are going at it.
Oh, they're just fighting it out. Ultimate Sniper drops down. There goes 1. There goes 2. There goes 3. but not going to deal the additional damage to take out Marcuti. But he will have to go back to the base, though. But at least he was able to clear those minions.
Yeah, the ultimate sniper will definitely hit a little bit harder, but mid-side.
Demon caught by the bouncing ball, the slow, taking him very low, but they're not going to pick up the kill as well. Still 0-0 on the scoreboard, and this is looking a little bit more promising for Area 77 than Game 1.
Yeah, and speaking of promising, we do see the gold also kind of even between Beatrix and Leslie, but wow. That was our early wild charge actually burnt in by Arvel. But we are seeing a little bit of a neck-to-neck game, though. I do think A77 has a little bit more insurance with this game as they are able to kind of keep Marcuti protected, right? He didn't get taken off the board too early, but they know that they have to let Marcuti scale easily. But Gals
almost made a play there.
But only finds Arvo, which is not too much of a punishment for Avalon. They can afford for him to eat those hits and waste that utility.
EPR going boxy.
Find a member. I mean, this is now 4 minutes in, still 0-0 on the scoreboard. This is looking like a low-kill game, but I like to see that, right? It lets you know that these teams are focusing on the objectives.
Yeah, definitely focusing on the objectives, and we do see both teams already working their way over to the next neutral objective in about 20 seconds, but looks like they are looking to siege that top side as both roamers are getting a lot of vision for each other, but looks like Jules QT will actually not opt. Never mind, he's gonna go work back around into that neutral objective, but we do need to punish the marksman. We need to stop Basic, just like Wheezy said. Stop him or else these will not look out too great for A77, but Turtle has been spawned and no one's getting a hand on it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Purple Buff just got claimed from Fallen. Gonna go ahead and clear these minions in the mid lane and shift focus over to it. Now, I mean, they may be able to get this, but DPR had the faster retry last time in the 1v1 standoff between him and Fallen. Will we get a repeat in history, or will Fallen be able to claim it and even out the Turtle objectives for Team Avalon, as Turtle, again, at about 40% HP, does get reset.
Oh, Turtle got reset.
Both teams wrapping around, you know, it's still a 4v4 matchup, so it's even playing field right now. But they do have Demon on the Lilia, so he can definitely soak into the frontline presence from Area 77.
Yeah, but Toynx did actually end up burning his Flicker, which might be a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the Lord fight, when he does use a Bravest Fighter stance, but Gals QT wrapping around, Fallen.
Ooh, good mortal coils to negate all of that CC, but the battle on the way. Tyrant's Rage drops down. Fallen drawing first blood, finds Gals QT. Merciless gonna take down Fallen before he can get that decimation. Turtle gets reset. Marcuti finds Demon. That is gonna be a 2-for-1 trade in favor for Area 77. They still have their jungler. They have Retribution, which means they will be able to take this objective.
And DPR will definitely take that into his hands comfortably, as there's no contest as Fallen was taken off the board. But Marcuti, good rotation coming around to that Turtle, and he was able to take off some kills. Took 1 kill away from Avalon, but we do see a potential engage. But Marcuti's actually ahead of Basic right now, as he does have a little bit of aggro over him. So definitely want to watch out for him, as he is looking for an engage here. We might just see a little bit of a possibility here. Sniper.
Does drop down.
Really misses.
Basic did pick up that Berserker's Fury, though, so he has a little bit of that crit. But when you're looking at Marcuti, he's leading by about 500-600 gold. Looks like he's going in for that Blade of Despair to hit very hard with that physical damage. And one of the core items for the Beatrix. 2-1 so far on the scoreboard. 2 turtles claimed for Area 77. This is not the same as we saw in Game 1. They didn't win any neutral objectives, but this time they've claimed every single turtle. A kill off the board, though. Merciless does fall. Wild Charge drops in, knocking Gals QT airborne, forcing out his Flicker. 2 snipers on the way. Brennan's Empathy and the ultimate sniper from the Basic, both connecting. Basic at about half HP, but has Arvel to kind of frontline that damage. Marcuti, though, not afraid to take the fight to them. But you are going to go ahead and see Arvel still wrapping around. Gals QT, very low power nature. Winds up! Huge triple set! Bravest Fighter Fallen finds Gals QT. Will maybe be able to get another. I mean, right now, 2-3 on the scoreboard. The kills are starting to pick up, but a turret does fall on the bottom side, so Avalon has the map advantage.
Yeah, but look at the rotations already trying to defend that top side, but Marcuti unfortunately wasn't able to secure Basic off on the board, and he was 1 HP from that top side, and Jules QT was able to spot him out,
the bot
but
doesn't work
RWM wasn't able to do enough damage, as he was able to walk away free.
So now you gotta go over to the YouTube side.
A little bit sad coming in from Marcuti. He also burnt his
I'm like dealing with stuff behind the scenes.
But we do see a little bit of a lane swap, and Turtle coming up in about 3 seconds.
I'm finally able to
see
talk
another fight. Hopefully, A77 can read the situation just a little bit better, and gold is neck to neck right now.
Interesting, you know, Basic went to the bottom lane this time around.
Looks like Area 77 though is kind of doing better this time around.
The front line for these turtle plays, and I mean, right now no turtles have been claimed from Avalon, but they were able to claim a turret, which is definitely a huge objective in their favor. But with the turtle at a very low HP, about 25%, looks like DPR may be able to get a huge knockup from Gals. DPR claims a turtle. Marcutie gets a kill. Jules Cutie takes down Arvel.
Best time, bro.
My goodness. Excellent synergy from Area 77. Able to claim their third turtle and catch a body on top of that.
Speaking about beautiful synergy, that is also a turtle with their hands. All objectives actually regarding turtle has been picked up at 877, and the gold lead is starting to show. We do see Beatrix coming in with 6k gold.
What up?
Almost hitting 7. We do see she has locked in 2 core items, but Leslie Basic is also locked in as well. But beautiful Braver fighter stands coming in from 20 to defend that top side, but both gold laners. But actually, Marcutie is ahead of Basic right now, and just like you said, Wheezy, right? Once Basic is a little bit behind, 877 can start that snowball.
Yeah, Area 77 definitely putting on a good fight right now. There goes a knock up in the mid lane onto Fallen. Not really going to disrupt anything for him, though. You are looking at some heavy presence from both teams, not trying to lose this objective.
I want to see what these teams have.
Area 77, they're doing pretty good on this match, right? Game 1, it wasn't the same story. They lost everything, and they lost it fast. But this time around, they're able to kind of go toe-to-toe with Avalon, but they did lose that turret on the bottom side. They need to be able to make up for that on the map. That was their issue in the last game. They weren't able to claim any turrets, but this time, able to claim one at the 9-minute mark as Marcutie takes the top lane turret.
And A77 actually has 2 objectives in their favor. They have both turrets down on that top side and that bot side. So it is all up to that mid lane. But A77 doing a good job defending their top turret as well. And looks like A77 has a snowball potential right now. They have a 2k gold lead. And we do see Gals actually giving really good sets.
Gambles.
But Ultimate Sniper Vision has been popped. You see a little bit of siege here in mid side.
That's right. Area 77 trying to defend. Trying to put some band-aids on, not trying to allow Avalon to open up the map anymore in their favor. I mean, now it's 1-1 in terms of turrets. Actually, 2-1 now. As Area 77 is actually leading. They took the bottom and they took the top. Now it's just focusing on trying to get that mid, right? Good. Avalon, though, still trying to find some answers. Did pull the aggro for this Lord.
And look at Basic using the ultimate sniper and get vision on where everybody is, but Fallen has definitely pulled aggro on this Lord, but DPR coming in on the cheese wheel, doing his little vision checking in these bushes, and looks like we are looking for a long fight, Wheezy.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they're definitely waiting for the opportunity, trying to wait for one of the teams to waste their utility, right? This Lord is only a distraction. It's not even enhanced. They're not really worried about taking it. They're worried about getting some of these kills, and we may be able to see that Black Shoes Demon with a quick dodge as Merciless tried to knock him up. Down goes manipulation, forcing out the Black Shoes from Demon. That is a little bit of utility wasted, but Arvo rushes in with the wild charge knockup. Basic finds Gals Cutie in an amazing set. Lord goes into the hands of Fallen for Avalon. Basic picks up a turret, and Marcutie gets killed, takes down Fallen from DPR. Marcutie finds Demon. Double kill. Merciless DPR still by themselves. Twice as well. Triple kill from Basic. DPR shuts down Basic in response, though, for a double kill. So much engagement from both of these teams, and now you're only seeing Twinks and Merciless in the mid lane, and DPR are going to go ahead and clear up some farm.
I got to grab some chips for this.
Yeah, 877 definitely almost wiped out the entire side of Avalon, but Avalon does have Lord up in their hands, so they have a little bit of space to kind of get their players back into the game. But Wheezy, as we are going, we are looking at that 10-minute power spike. We are about to hit that 12-minute, but Marcutie, this Beatrix, almost 10k gold right now, has locked in 3 core items, including the Haas Claw, so the sustain is definitely going to help him out a little bit there. But as time goes, the death timer will start to go up, and simple mistakes will put both teams at risk. But wild charge coming from Arvel.
Yeah, huge wild charge for the knockup on the Merciless, but he's still able to sustain that, right? I mean, he's a walking shield right now with some CC. He is still holding on to that turret for the top lane. Turret advantage, map advantage for Area 77, and leading by 2 kills. They're up by 2,000 gold at the 12-minute mark, but it's just a minimal difference, right? I mean, this is still anybody's game.
Yeah, speaking about anybody's game, we do see still all the turrets up for A77, and this kind of looks like last game, except the teams have been flipped, right? A77 is actually having a lot more map control this time compared to Avalon. We might see a third game if this is how A77 keeps up with their fights and trades beautifully well. Avalon might not be taking this series home.
Yeah, and you know, Area 77, they're knocking on the door, and looks like Avalon may let them in for a top 4 placement if they're not careful. You did see that sniper connect. You see the damage already there. 4-1 and 2 on Mark Cutie, an American sniper in the making.
Definitely American sniper, or is that a 007 James Bond that I love to call? He is one of the best actresses out there. But speaking of that, we do see the mid lane defending it beautifully well by A77, but bot side, I feel like Avalon has to take something right now in order for them to flip the game around. But A77's map control this time, and look at the macro, Wheezy, coming in from A77. The brother synergy is definitely coming into play.
I got some Doritos. It looks like the cat came in here, huh?
Yeah, definitely falling a little short. I mean, they're forcing Avalon back, and I'm not gonna lie, the way Game 1 looked, I wouldn't even have thought this was possible. But Area 77, they got their game together, and it is working, right? You've seen that talisman picked up from Jules Cutie. We'll be able to get some mana regen and some better CDR. I mean, he's just in there for utility, right? He's running this Eve. He's dropping down that manipulation to control the entire zone and just relying on his team to soak in the damage. Now, Demon, he needs to kind of get a couple of kills, right? I mean, he is running this Lilia. He does have the potential to burst down the beefier compositions, but we're not seeing it so far. It's really more in the hands of Basic, currently leading the way in kills.
Almost gassed
1-0.
But we are seeing
I don't think I've ever seen Basic play
right now.
Leslie.
Twinks. Nobody spots me yet, but Merciless checking the bush. But we gotta focus on Mark QT. He's been sitting at 4-1-2, taking away a lot of kills, but Lord is getting chunked down fast. And Wheezy, your time to shine.
Big knockup, manipulation, drops down, Jules Cutie takes the Lord! How did this happen? Where did they go wrong? Battle still on the way, huge knockup again, Merciless finds Fallen. Can they get another Basic trying to escape? Very low, Arvel right behind him, ultimate sniper! No, Renner's Empathy goes down. Mark Cutie trying to draw blood, misses Basic though. But Jules Cutie will pick up the damage and find the kill. That is going to be 2 members dropping for Avalon. And you are going to see Area 77 take that Lord.
And everyone is still up and alive, and that Lord is heading down that bot side, looking to crash into Avalon's base. And we're looking at 15 minutes. Gold is still into the hands of A77, but we are soon about to hit everyone's huge power spike moment. Mark QT, 4-1 right now. Looking at his items, he's full build, and Basic still hasn't gotten to his 4th core item. But look at the siege. We do see DPR kind of zoning out with his cheese wheel, but Lord definitely did crash.
The cheese
They're
wheel.
Take that inhibitor base away.
What is a cheese wheel?
Open their crystal, and this might be all she wrote if A77 keeps playing this well.
Yeah, definitely playing it well. Oh my goodness! Half the HP of Demon has been evaporated by Mark Cutie and that Rainer's Empathy. 4-1-4. Highest kills for Area 77.
And look at how they're sieging all the farm, not leaving any economy for Avalon to harp over. And Arvel needs to give a good set, right? This entire time, Gallus has been pairing up beautifully with Mark QT. Their synergy is great, but same with Jules using the real-world manipulation, kind of zoning up that backside. But Basic, getting shut down early game might be the answer A77 needed this entire time. And look how they are playing it. They are playing it perfectly, and they are turning the pages in their book to make sure they don't go home today.
That's right. Looks like they don't plan on going home anytime soon, right? I mean, you would have thought with the hard loss that they took in Game 1, that would have been the finish, but no, that only strengthened their resolve, and now here we are. Area 77 is leading this game, 10-6 so far. They've got 7 turrets, only lost 1 to Avalon, and also claimed 3 turtles. This is what they need, right? A 5,000 gold lead, but the question is, where do they go from here?
Yeah, where do they go from here indeed? And they're not letting Avalon take any farm right now, which means Basic's kind of shoved in a corner. He needs gold to start spiking up, and he needs to be able to do some damage, but he hasn't.
I put a little Dorito dust on the cat's nose.
Look at topside. Twinks is going to go ahead and start that split push potential, but A77 definitely getting a read on what's happening mid side, and we do see another lore dance happening in about 15 seconds, and Wheezy looks like, from what I've been seeing, A77 is just having better sets right now.
Yeah, definitely having better sets, but I mean, the later this game goes, the turrets are not really going to come into effect anymore, as the respawn timer is going to only get higher. So Area 77, they need to be able to close this out, and they need to do it with this Lord. If not, Avalon does have a chance to turn this around.
Avalon does, but I don't think A77 is looking anywhere to go home. They did send DPR topside to prevent Twinks from split pushing, but they still have presence at Lord. And we already see the 5-man from A77 sieging over. And Merciless.
Arvel been spot in the bush. The knock up, the wild charge, trying to get away, hits the wall. A slight miscalculation in his trajectory, but he is still in play with about half HP. Lord has been reset and has been evolved, and now the big battle is on the way to determine this entire game. I mean, look at the mid lane being cleared by Twinks. Eyes on the prize, but the denial from Jules Cutie to stop it. He was trying to get a quick play to take that mid lane turret, but not going to be able to take that. Lord aggro has been pulled. Merciless in position, about half HP. And right now, Avalon sitting there looking strong, trying to gain the advantage in this pit. It's still anybody's game. Even though Avalon's been struggling so far in the objectives, this game is now 19 minutes in. This is just going to boil down to who can win the 5v5.
Yeah, MarQT picking up that red bull for a little bit extra damage, but we're still seeing a Lord dance. No one has pulled aggro. It keeps going back and forth, but Fallen's going to try this one more time, pull his aggro, but QT
is going to go ahead and flicker out. That almost was his demise right there. High IQ play, but basic, very low, needs to get out. Use the flicker just in time. Back to safety he goes, but Arvo, not the same story. Wait a minute, there goes the flicker. Power Nature winding up. Immortality has been procced. Mortar Coils from Fallen, trying to stop them from taking it down. Ultimate Sniper from Basic from afar. MarQT, Immortality being procced as well. Demon securing the kill is going to take down MarQT. The marksman for Area 77. DPR, Immortality drops as well. Decimation drops. Basic finds DPR. The stun on the Twinks, the flicker in. The rush, the suppression, the winner truncheon. The Timer's Revenge onto the wall. And the manipulation canceled out. Twinks is going to find Joel's Cutie. Justice Blades dropping. Demon finding Gal's Cutie. 4 members down for Area 77. Merciless by himself. They're chasing him. Not going to let him go. They are still going to try and clear out this Lord. The knock-up from the Landshaker on the Twinks. But the Bravest Fighter goes down. He misses. Wait a minute. This is the slowest high-speed chase I have ever seen. He's gonna knock him up again. But you are gonna go ahead and see the Lord go to Area 77. He is gonna use that Primal Wrath. He's going back in for blood. Now Twinks is the one on the run. What is going on right now? What? He's still gonna fight it out. He's trying to get back to base, but he has to run away from Twinks to get there. Twinks not letting go of the gas. Bravest Fighter's in. Demon joining the party. Basic claims the turret. Demon picks up the kill. What in the world are we watching right now? Demon, you should have just let him have it. After all that hard work, you're just gonna go in there and take that kill away from him? That's crazy.
Yeah, they were definitely looking at each other for blood, and Merciless did hang out for so long, as so he says. Lord is coming out from Avalon on that bot side, and that was a little bit of a misplay coming from A77, right? We've seen Merciless get chunked down pretty low, which already put the set potential a little bit of a disadvantage, but we still have Gal's QT on the board, and if he makes a good set here, this can turn the game around. But as for now, Avalon has pulled all aggro back over to their side, and Lord is still pushing down with no contest.
And see, their backs were against the wall, but now they turned it around. The power of the late game working in their favor, taking this Lord, crashing into the inhibitor, knock up onto Arvo. Half HP, Bravest Fighter from Twinks, flicker in, the stun connects on a Gal's Cutie, decimation from Fallen to proc the Immortality, another decimation, Gal's Cutie waiting and baiting all of that utility, and you are going to go ahead and see DPR pick up the kill, finds Fallen on that miscalculation. Do they turn this around? Manipulation for the slow, the burn on a demon. He's very low. He gets out though.
The cheese wheel?
In the blink of an eye, that may all change though. Cheese wheel goes in, but gets graded by Avalon. Gonna deny him securing that kill, trying to chase Demon on the back line.
And everyone was low on Avalon. Looks like this keeps going back and forth. A77 now have neutralized the aggro of the map, and now both teams are looking strong right now. 5 members still up for A77, but Fallen, these death timers are getting higher. We are looking at 23 minutes right now. Everyone is at full build. It all depends on the immortality and whose ever immortality gets popped faster. This might be a game for both sides. Scoreboard is even. Gold is also
crazy, chat.
2K ahead for Avalon, but gold doesn't really matter at this point. It matters about the team fights. Is a brother synergy going to be more overpowering, or is the international experience coming from Avalon going to be more overpowering in the next Lord fight that's coming up in about 20 seconds?
Too many chips are bad.
I love how you said the immortalities. We got to get an item check right now. Like, we're 22 minutes in. I got to see, like, how are the odds working, right? I mean, immortality, how many do we count, right? You got Kufra, you've got Boxia, 2 immortalities for the side of Area 77. 1 for Grok, 1 for Lilia. That's 2 for both sides. Looks like the mage of Avalon trying to sustain himself.
Yeah, Mark QT actually had immortality, but he sold it for Heptacy. So a little bit more pen coming in from Mark QT, as he is the main damage dealer right now. But as soon as he goes down, this might be a little bit of an issue. So definitely have to watch out for Gals.
Yeah, they focus on the Arvo though, so that's okay. That is a hit that Avalon can take. If you focus on Roamer, we'll bait out your utility and then we'll counterplay with the punishment. But you are going to see the battle on the way. Merciless gets a knock-up. Sending Fallen Airborne. Mark Cutie finds the Lord! The steal! Big play over there for Area 77. They got what they came for. Phone home, says the aliens.
Fallen didn't even red tree. Oh my goodness, that is a Lord into A77 right now, getting pushed off the top side, but there's a 4-man siege coming into the top side, but this is a time for A77 to clean up their lanes. And here it goes. Mark QT did swap out his shoes for immortality, so we're looking at 3 for the side of A77 and only 2 for Avalon currently. But look at the proxy. Here it comes. Gals.
Yeah, and the Lord pushing in on the top side. Gals winding up with the Tyrant's Revenge. Does not connect though. Hits the minions. Is going to go ahead and pull back. But I mean, he still has the Tyrant's Rage. Immortality just got picked up from Jules Cutie as well. It looks like they are looking to end this, but the Lord does fall. Conceal play does drop. Inhibitor may fall for them. The snipe connects. American Sniper Mark Cutie takes away half the HP from Demon and forces out the Black Shoes.
Forces out the Black Shoes with a lot of utility burnt, but looks like they're still looking for more.
Alright, no more chips.
No inhibitor turns up anymore. One mistake and it is done. It looks like A77 really wants to stay for this match and not looking to go home, and Avalon just wants their spots, but A77 doing a good job preventing that from happening. And 25-minute game, Weezy. This is our longest game today, and we are looking for a little bit more. Either way. As Lord is coming up in about a minute and a half, and they still have a lot of wiggle room to work with. Everyone's at their full build, so they have to be careful. But Twinks actually hasn't been taken off the board yet. He's sitting at 1-0.
This is just insane. I mean, we're talking about Avalon. They're holding that number 3 spot, and Area 77 giving them a run for their money. I mean, this is down to the wire. It's 11-11, 25 minutes in, and only 2 inhibitors standing for Area 77, which is practically nothing when it comes to this late game. It's going to boil down to who can get the pickoffs in the 5v5 engagements. I feel like in this match, Area 77, the aliens got an upgrade and kicked it into 3rd gear.
Or got a new spaceship and put more things in it for help them to give them a boost to win, but look at the setup coming in from A77. We do see Jules, Mark QT, and Gals QT all sitting together, trying to get a potential
I don't think we've had
off,
any like audio issues,
on the
right?
opposite side of Lord, so if they
the
potentially grab somebody out, this could be an easier fight for A77. But Basic got a read on where Gals is right now, so have to be careful. And the setup, Arva already having a little bit of aggro in that mid-side bush with Fallen, so Gals. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of babysit Jules and Mark QT around the map. But we do see Lord coming up in about 10 seconds. So whose Lord is this going to be, as one team fight is going to determine who takes this win home?
And I think this is going to be it, right? Whoever can get this Lord should be able to close this out. DPR taking some serious hits from Demon, and I mean, he's definitely hitting like a truck, but in the mid lane, you're going to see Fallen using the Mortal Coils, is going to get out to safety. They need his retribution, but a huge stun. They find Basic, find the ADC, a miscalculation from Avalon. Area 77, they have the numbers, and they don't have a marksman to worry about, which means they should be able to win this 5v5 engagement. That's practically a free Lord, but Avalon, they're not going to pull the punch. They're still going to go in for the contest, but it's going to be an awkward engagement on finding a way in, as Area 77 has gained total control of the Lord pit.
Yeah, beautiful set coming in from Gals QT, finding Basic, just pulled all aggro towards A77, and that is going to be a Lord uncontested, and this might be the end. Basic's not coming back for another 40 seconds, and if this is the story that A77 is going to write, we might see a 3rd match between these two. And it looks like A77 is not gonna go home.
You know, I would say this is the type of game that you could possibly pull off a backdoor play as long as you can keep a team distracted.
Makes me sad just hearing him diet.
Yeah, you gotta be on a diet, man. So far in the NACT,
I was eating some Doritos.
Best player on his map awareness, but
some Doritos.
Right now you are looking at this Luminous Lord making his way in the mid lane, and lanes have been synced for Area 77.
The weekends are kind of my cheat days, but I don't try to have cheat days.
Have been synced. All 3 lanes pushing in. Lord, here comes the cheese wheel. Watch, gals.
And Basic does spawn in just in time. A full 5v5. Aliens trying to land in the front yard of Avalon, but it looks like they are going to deny them entry into their home.
Oh,
you are going to see Demon use the Black Shoes. Marcuti very low, taking a lot of burn damage. Does have the Hoss Claws though. There are minions. He is still going to go ahead and sustain himself. He's not really too worried about it, but they were not able to close it out with that Lord. A stalemate, which means we're going to be going into another round of a Lord fight.
This has been 5 Lords in total, Wheezy, and we are looking at a 30-minute game. It looks like both of these teams are at it right now. Nobody wants to go home, and the gold is just stacking on top of each other. We are looking at every single member of A77 has immortality. And for Avalon, wait, both teams have full immortalities. So we are looking at an immortality game. Here we go. Oh my, Demon.
Ooh, caught out of position. Marcuti shutting him down. That's 2 misplays from Avalon, right? First it was Basic, the first to go in the 5v5 engagement, and next is the Mage. Well, I'm wondering what is going on. Like, you're the ADC and you guys are the carry for the damage dealers in these engagements. You cannot be frontlining 29 minutes in this game, and that mistake may be able to cost victory for Area 77 as they are now trying to push in. Lanes have been seeing actually just the mid and the bottom. Wild charge for the knockup. Manipulation dropping down. Arvel, half HP. Twinks wrestling with the bravest fighter. And they close it out. Base at about 50% HP. Merciless. Look at him. Using the Primal Wrath. 10%. They have done it. Area 77 takes game 2 and takes Avalon to game 3.
Holy crap, Wheezy. That was a 30-minute game. A77 does take the win right now, and that is a 1-1 equal matchup. And A77 definitely showed Avalon they did not want to go home, which means this is the first series that's going to go to BO3, and that is a match taken away. And we are looking at that 3rd round. And Wheezy, whatever tip you gave over to A77, it worked, and that was shutting down Basic. And Gals went crazy, giving away those sets, making sure to land on Basic, and the Lord fight just became so much easier. And man, 30-minute game, Wheezy.
Yeah, I mean, the aliens are beyond our comprehension, right? I mean, I think that's what we're seeing today. Some major upgrades into their synergy and also their rotations and objective prioritization for game 2 is what made the difference. They never lost in the draft. It was just always boiling down to them losing the objectives in the game. But this time around, they led the story. They took the first turtles, able to draw first blood, and it was a pretty even matchup this entire game. I wouldn't say it was a one-sided like throw out or snowball, but just to see them go head-to-head up against Avalon and pretty much be even all the way down to the wire lets you know that they are definitely capable of reaching that top 4.
Definitely capable. They turned this game around into a 30-minute game and ended up taking that win away from Avalon, which means A77 got the answer that they needed, and they're gonna make sure to do that again for that next game. But Gals QT, I would definitely have to give props to him, as he was the one making sure Avalon, especially Basic, was not able to get anywhere near them. But Wheezy, talk me through this replay. Look at that.
Oh yeah, I mean, what was that? That was Basic right there. That play we were talking about, he's just too far without his front lines to protect him, and it's just an easy target for Area 77. Literally put a bullseye on his head and sniped him out. I mean, you have to play safe when you're this late in the game. Those decisions cost your team the match, and that is what we've seen. First was him, which allowed the opportunity for Area 77 to focus on this Lord with no contest. I mean, you don't have your marksman, and when that happens, it's pretty much a free Lord, especially 27 minutes in. And then the second play we've seen was when Demon fell being a little overly aggressive as well. Both of these are backlines for the team. They should never be in that frontline position at a 29-minute mark.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension caused Avalon to win away, but we are looking at a match 3, so I'm excited. They are neck to neck right now. They are fighting for that spot to secure it in Los Angeles. I do want them to see, and A77 has been doing great. I know, Wheezy, you've been harping on this team for the longest time, And you were a little bit disappointed last season when they fell off just a little bit, but now, Weezy, I know your opinions have changed, and they're definitely going out there and showing them who really A77 is and how well they can play their team and use their draft and heroes to their full advantage.
Yeah, I'm honestly excited, right? I mean, I like all the teams equally, but to be able to see a team who's got pretty much thrashed in game one come back and just show you what they're capable of, I mean, that just boils down to they just need a little bit more time and a little bit more practice, and it can be a major threat, right? I mean, I like seeing more talent in North America. You never want to just see the same story on repeat. You want to know that we have multiple people that can represent us, especially against other regions. You know, not just coming as a caster, but also as a streamer. Like, nothing kills you more than when you're streaming and people are like, oh man, your region's not as strong as ours. And hey, we've got talent out there, right? And it's definitely showcasing in today's series. And now we're all the way to the first game 3 of today. It's anybody's match, and I mean, hey, our predictions are on the line right now, right? I mean, we went for Avalon.
Wait, it actually is on the line.
If they win this, you don't got a perfect prediction no more.
Yo, Dave, KOF and Bloodhounds are still on standby, so they said they're not going to leave VC, so they'll still be here and ready for once this is over.
I actually lose by 100%, and UA would actually get the prediction. So UA, if you're watching, this might be your game. This might be the game that you get your prediction.
That's Area 77 win,
everybody
chat.
except for UA.
What's up? Well, look at the votes now. It's 42% Area 77 now.
I'm gonna have to look into this game, but Avalon. Look
this
at
is
the
Steph Weezy's just like you,
Kufra.
black and yellow.
Can't give Gauss QT Kufra anymore. That was disgusting when he was giving great sets on the entire team of Avalon.
Honestly, that was such a good game. I mean, when you just think about it from both teams, though. I mean.
My cat is so wild.
Turn it around. Yeah, Avalon, they struggled in the beginning. Area 77, they were rocking. They didn't plan on stopping, but
they're holding it up.
The were pumped down a little bit when they came to the late game, and Avalon was able to kind of turn it around, and then it was pretty much anybody's match. So in game 3, I mean, what can we even say we're expecting, right? I mean, the impossible just became possible, and now you can't really kick out the fact that Area 77 they're back now. They're being more dominant.
They are.
Looks like they kicked it in the 3rd gear, and I'm excited to see which way this goes. Now Avalon has some worthy competition, and now I'm really wondering how Avalon's going to respond to that, right? I mean, they lost that game, and it was a 29-minute match. So
you think this is like a confidence boost for Area 77?
Better spaceship or something. Got to upgrade. They definitely landed on their backyard and said, oh, no, this is what we're going to take. This is our property. Definitely showed Avalon who A77 is. But Avalon also playing a perfect story in that first game. So both teams can play at their full potential. And this is A77's peak right now, taking a game away from Avalon, making sure that 4th place is secured by both sides. So we are seeing bans out. Avalon has finished their bans. They're going to go ahead and ban out Kufra, Kadita, and Kaja. But for A77, they are going to go ahead and finish it up. DPR on the line finishing up, and that's going to be Valentina being taken off, which means we have a lot open again once. We have Eve. Once again, we did see who played Eve. Jules QT actually played Eve, but Avalon's going to go ahead and get their hands on it first.
Yeah, and I mean,
confidence
boost. Get slotted super early in the draft. I wonder if that's going to be a repetitive thing. Same with the Lapu, and Merciless is going to pick that up again. I feel like Lapu is one of those safer heroes, right? I mean, you don't want to show too many of your cards, but he definitely is like a jack of all trades. He has Justice Blades for range damage. He has shields as well, and he has stun and anti-CC built into his kit. So you can never really go wrong with the Lapu, I guess. I think it's a safer option. And I mean, right now, you got to be very careful. And this is what I love to see. This is high IQ talent when it comes to drafting. But
like the chicken
cracks,
mode, man.
What are we thinking?
You gotta like stretch every fiber of the muscle.
They have the sustain coming in from Merciless, right? The bravest fighter. But DPR also coming in, able to deal decent damage actually, right? With the War Axe and the Bloodlust.
I think the Martis was a little
but
rough.
Also with the Last Sanity doing true damage. So definitely gonna do a lot of that backline push. We do see Frederick getting locked in by Avalon. Obviously, he can be flexed in, but we've seen him more in the jungle area. So if that is into the jungle area, which Fallen doesn't really play tank jungles, he plays more than assassin routes. But in response to the Exborg, I feel like that's why they kind of had to pick up the Frederick. But A77 is going to go ahead and finish up their last pick, and they did take away Beatrix away from Mark QT, and Mark QT has been he's been dominating on Beatrix since that first series that they did against AggravateOne. So definitely keep an eye out for what Mark QT might pick. Claude is also an option as
they got Beatrix this time, though, chat.
So definitely have to look after that as well.
Avalon got Beatrix.
I'm a fan of it. I think the Claude would actually be really good here, especially against this composition. I like DPR picking up this X-Borg. I mean, it's gonna. He could dive in and take down.
Dude, Wheezy's background is so white that it's like blending into the background of the stream.
Demon as well with that frontline Fredrin, and you're gonna go ahead and pick up this Valir, which also can give Arvel a little bit of a hard time with the burst fireballs and the Syrian turret. And Demon, well, he's not gonna be running the Fredrin, but Fallen will be running that possibly unless they swap it into the XP lane, which is still an option. I mean, it is a flexible pick.
Yeah, and we saw how Juice QT played the Valir, right? Just pushing back everybody that tried to step into his face, and also protecting his team from all that CC. But we're gonna go into the ban phase right now, and there's still a lot on the line, right? A77 is still missing a roam, or if not, that could be a roam Valir, who knows? But we have seen that being flexed around, so definitely keep your eye out. They have interesting drafts. They're gonna go ahead and ban out. Ooh, they're gonna ban out Edith? So, okay, that's very interesting. I
didn't get the Xavier one just because I'm never gonna use it.
Oh, Claude actually got banned. That's what I thought Mark QT would run. So, Claude getting banned out. I think A77 might look to ban out a roamer.
Yo, appreciate the subscribe. Welcome to the channel,
Demon
man.
is gonna go ahead and swap with Fallen. Fallen's definitely running that Fredrin jungle. So, I want to see what they're banning out. There's still a lot left, so we can actually, you know, kind of shuffle the cards around.
Appreciate the subscribe. One autumn leaf.
So, Wheezy, what do you think?
Welcome to the channel.
Who's gonna get picked up?
That's a hard one. I mean, maybe the Lolita, possibly.
I'm looking. Lolita,
it's definitely going to be challenging. I feel like both teams have an okay draft. I like what I'm seeing from both sides of the table.
Gotta stretch your arm,
I'm thinking about marksmen that can still kind of walk through here. Well, Franco
got banned.
Yeah, Franco got banned. And we haven't, interesting, we haven't seen a Franco today at all. So, I'm thinking.
I think Loli's.
Maybe Irithel?
I was gonna say Irithel, but I also think Lolita's not too great for A77 though, because they have, I mean, once Eve goes into RWM, she can't get CC'd, right? And Fredrin is tanky, so is able to push through and block Lolita.
We'll see.
From ulting with the taunt, but they actually banned out Grok, so we are looking at what's open. Lolita, Franco's banned. They have Minotaur, but Minotaur might be a good idea, but still, Eve is still kind of an issue right now for A77. They have Lapu to dive that back line, but we also have to be careful with Fredrin and Beatrix. Florin.
A Florin.
Expect that.
Wait, then we might see. We might not even see a marksman pickup from A77. We might see 131. Here comes the Ling. I clone Angela.
Yo.
Here we go. Are we looking at 131? But I feel like 131's not possible.
Brody. They're gonna pick Brody here. Yeah, because. No, I said Brody because of the Ling. When the Ling dives in with the Finch pose, he can definitely take out the marksman. I think they need somebody that has a stun, and I think the Brody would be able to provide that here. But I mean, Irithel's definitely an option. She has mobility. I just feel like the Brody would be a little bit safer. I gotta get something right. You just got 2 picks right. Give me something, man. Come on, Area 77. Oh, they're gonna go for the carry.
We didn't think about the carry.
Oh, we didn't. How do you feel about the carry though here?
I don't know. Because carry has a very short range
I don't know.
And with Eve ulting, Ling is just going to be able to just continuously dive carry. But with Florin, with the Bloom, should be able to be okay for the most part. I'm just worried about the Eve ulting into the carry. We do see.
I just feel like Mark Cutie, Gauss Cutie, and Jules Cutie are just going to be hunted.
She needs to be able to free hit a lot of things. And I think they picked carry to chunk down Toinks, which is going to be an EXP Fred, but we're seeing Ling right now, so Mark QT is going to be a little bit of a hassle, a little bit of a threat right now for Fallen to go ahead and get in there, but Wheezy take us in.
That's right, as we are now jumping into game number 3 of the Losers Quarterfinal. Avalon up against Area 77. Match point for either side to be able to move forward to the semifinals, one step closer to claiming that top 4 position in North America.
Yeah, definitely moving in to claim that 4th place, but also a lot of things are on stake right now, right? We're also looking at points, so this is also going to determine how many points to stand at. But not only that, their ticket to M5 is also going to be on the board as well. But we see a little bit of a different rotation right now, right? They sent Arvel to solo clear mid lane, puts him at level 2, and it looks like the EXP has been shared with Demon and Toying. So
oh my god, look at all those
everyone's at level 2 right now, and looks like they're doing well.
They're just trying to be fast, bro.
Yeah, and you know, looking at this carry pick, there's not a lot of survivability, and they have a pretty decent dive composition. I mean, you have the Angela onto the Ling, so he can definitely rush in and pick off Marcuti if he's not careful. And the only thing Marcuti has to really save him is that flicker, but I mean, it's just maybe a little bit of an upskill battle, so he's definitely going to have to play a little bit safer. Not to mention, I mean, you're already seeing Basic have a little bit of an easier time, considering the Beatrix is just a little bit easier to handle on that matchup.
Damn.
Yeah, absolutely, but
Basic definitely.
Yeah,
oh
Fallen.
no, Gal's cutie.
A lot of damage. I don't think he'll be able to get out. Arvo is going to draw first blood, though. That is going to be Avalon leading the way on the scoreboard 1 minute in.
Lauren is just going to have a hard time.
Avalon, and that's not
hard time tired. I'm always tired, bro. I'm actually not that bad. I've had 2 coffees already.
We also note that Florin is really squishy, very versatile in that early game stages, so very easy to get picked off, and Fallen did show the dominance over there for that assassin jungle route, but Fallen's gonna go ahead and get his
I want to see what they possibly can get done here, you know?
Their way over.
Definitely gonna be working their way over to this turtle. Now, game number 2. Area 77 was able to take most of these neutral objectives. Game number 1 went to Avalon with that one-sided story.
Ooh, they baited the turtle.
Now we're wondering where this match is going to take us. Right now, you are seeing Toy's taking a lot of damage.
Ooh.
He's already at a quarter of HP, but they do have Angela to sustain himself. But Jules Cutie doing a great job on forcing him out of this turtle pit.
Yeah, the hard guard definitely hovering over a lot of members of Avalon, and I feel like Arvel kind of has to choose. It's going to be Basic, Fallen, right? Kind of has to pick a favorite here, but DPR is starting this turtle.
Yeah, but they do have Fallen. Not going to be able to get there in time. DPR is going to get that turtle for Area 77, but they did lose first blood.
They did lose first blood, and they also were able to pick up that turret into hands of A77. So, I mean, I would say it's a decent trade, right? A kill for a turtle, but we have to really focus on Basic and Marcuti right now. Gold is looking very.
No, he just tried to quick soap the shit out of him.
Right now, they're looking for a siege here, and it's a very early kill and good snowball if they're able to pick this off. But looks like aggro is gonna go towards Avalon.
Arvel.
Whoa, Arvel almost not able to get out of that. Jules Cutie just letting it rain down with the burst fireballs. Now, you know, you did see still leg plates built up from Marcuti, so he does have a little bit of defense at his disposal. His Basic is going in for the Swift Boots for that attack speed and some additional damage. Speaking of damage, you are going to see him drop down. Picks up the kill. Marcuti finds Fallen. Demon does fall in the process, though, so that's 2 members falling so far for Avalon. 2-1 on the scoreboard. Area 77 having the advantage and make that another. Picks up their third as DPR shuts down Arvel with the fire missiles, but falls as Basic denies him his entry to escape and picks him off.
And that is going to be Basic picking up that kill, which means an easier time for him to start farming up his gold. But look at Gals.
Tomorrow teams will still play. After tomorrow, the NACT goes on like a 2-week break.
Looking once again, I can't really say who has aggro currently. The gold lead is very tight.
And then we go to stage 3,
baby. Coming up in about 20 seconds is how they decide to play this, but they are both playing it very slow and steady. They know what's on the line.
Yeah,
and
I think we
actually is a little bit ahead.
We take a 3 or 2-week break.
See how the story plays itself.
Yeah, definitely going to be keeping my eyes on what's going to happen in the gold lane. Typically, we'd be seeing Basic having a little bit of an easier time than Marcuti. And I mean, it's still definitely going to show he's trying to lead the way into the farm, but Marcuti has a little bit more experience, right? I mean, they were able to take that first turtle to give him that additional XP.
I could actually tell
kind
you.
of working his advantage, but you are seeing Arvel helping him on the bottom side. They may be able to take that turret, but you are going to see the aggro from the turtle be pulled in Area 77 in position for a possible retribution. But they pull it out? I mean, Fallen's there. He may be able to jump in with the tips of
Wow.
blades. Fallen gets it. Didn't even need the tips of
Fallen
blades.
got it.
The fast retribution and gets out of there with the heart guard, but DPR very low. Vince poised back in. Fallen draws the kill, and Merciless takes down Demon.
That was a turtle into the hands of Avalon, but bodies still have dropped. Gold lead is still neck-to-neck, Weezy. So no matter how many turtles they pick up, they are going to be at the neck-to-neck position. But to look at gold, Basic is going into that BOD first item. Mark QT has actually already picked up Corrosion. Actually a little bit behind Basic right now, but should be able to get there in time once he starts sieging that bot side once the team rotates around. But Fallen doing a good job getting all that farm, is very ahead right now currently, but DPR just right behind his ally, so not too big of a goal difference. But as for objectives, Avalon has secured one, but A77 equally coming in response.
You are going to see Merciless pick up that Bloodless Axe, so he will be able to sustain himself with a little bit of that spell vamp. But Basic, he's still building up those Legion swords, right? He's going in for that Blade of Despair, one of his main core items to deal that high physical damage, whereas Mark Cutie got something a little bit cheaper, right? He has a Corrosion Sight, and that is one of his core items locked in as well. But speaking of things locked in, down with
so it'll start back up at 9-9.
Cutie knocks him up.
9-9, yeah, so I was
shuts
right.
him down, but Basic will fall in the process. 4-5 so far.
And then we'll go all the way from 9-9 to 9-17.
Tied on the turtles and tied on the turtles.
9-9, 9-10, 9-16, and 9-17.
We might see Mark QT actually
And then
drop it down a little bit more, but we do see,
we'll see
2v3 happening possibly.
We'll
but
see
they do sense
the
that they can go
playoffs
ahead and fall back
offline
and push in, but
be streamed
we're not to
on
see,
9:30 and 10-1.
This is very slow, Weezy. We're gonna be here for a little bit.
And then grand finals is going to be also
and
on 10-1.
I love seeing this, right? Both of these teams, flawless execution on these objectives right
the
now.
first day it'd be a BO3, BO3, BO5,
where it's needed.
and then the
Not
next
being
day it'd
overly
be 2
aggressive,
BO3s and a
not wanting to be the one to
BO7.
make the first mistake. Right now, Turtle is in play, and this will determine who has more neutral objectives over the other. Fallen able to claim it for Avalon. Needs to get out of there. Heartguard goes down. Mark Cutie finds Basic. Takes down the marksman for
Stage 3 is also
Avalon
double
so
elimination.
far, so
though.
6-4 on the scoreboard, and that is going to give them the slightest advantage. But Avalon was able to take that turtle.
Yeah, but definitely can take some time to steal some jungle away. DPR looking for a little bit of a steal here, but are we going to see anything here? No, so that's going to be still... Did Fallen end up picking that up? No, actually DPR got it.
Ooh.
No, DPR got it. Yeah, DPR got it. So his blue's still up right now, and there's no red tree
I don't
for
know,
Fallen,
Carmen. I don't make
maybe a little bit of
the gamble
an interesting
rules.
match as Fallen needs
The
his
casinos
blue
are
to
always
actually
corrupt.
hit his blades, and blue is very important to him. He needs his energy up there, but he's looking to take something away. But you're gonna go ahead and see A77 take out that Bappa mid-side.
Yeah, DPR trying to contest, trying to stop Basic and Team Avalon from taking that mid-turret, but they have the advantage now, right? They're able to kind of open up the map in their favor. That one turret is going to be huge on who kind of leads the momentum in this match. You are going to see Immortality picked up from DPR, so he will be able to sustain himself on this X-Borg in the jungle.
Yeah, that's a very early Immortality pickup actually coming in from X-Borg. Usually, I understand that you do build it very often and very early into the game, but he's going to start power spiking with those items. We're very close to 10 minutes, and this is where everyone starts to get their core items in. Mark QT still sitting at 3-0 actually, and he has yet to be shut down, but it's better to keep him alive. But look at them moving over to top side, focusing on Basic.
Heart guard being activated, mirrors past it, clear the minions. No. Basic very well fallen, picking up the pieces, dives into the 3-man team of Area 77. Dose Cutie in position though. Looks like nobody will fall in this engagement, but they're still there for the pressure. DPR very low. The sniper connects on to Gauss Cutie, taking a bullet for DPR. Arvel very low. Speedy Lightwolves connects. Dose Cutie with the burst fireball is going to take down Arvel last second. One member falling for Avalon.
Oh, look at Fallen. He's looking for more. Here we go.
He is looking for more, but get hit with the burst fireball. Now he's going to kind of rotate around and do some wave management, continue clearing his farm, right? He doesn't want to get behind in the economy. I mean, this is still a pretty close game, but for Area 77, they haven't lost a single turret.
They have not, but Jules' damage is actually crazy right now, right? Was able to just single-handedly take Arvel off the board. and that is not good. And that means, you know, we do see Demon on E, right? And we were kind of worried. We did see the RWM has a little bit more zonage, more ground control over the Valier, but Fallen, why is he so low?
Ooh, able to get out of there. That heart guard from Arvel is just coming in handy when it's needed, right? He's able to save the team. I mean, Arvel has the highest kills on Avalon right now with this Angela just leading the way. Definitely showing you why she's prioritizing the ban list.
Yeah, must be my ban list. Fallen, is he able to take it?
Yes, he does. Another Lord in his hands, but Mark Cute at Speedy Light Wheels to pick up the kill and shut him down. The stun dropping in. Rapes Spider, Jules Cutie finds Arvel. Merciless finds Basic. That is 3 members dropping for Avalon. All members standing for Area 77. And it looks like they are now going to go ahead and try and open up this map. But the stun, manipulation dropping down. Demon finds Jules Cutie. Toinks. The praise drive and the energy eruption to keep them in place. Great synergy from the XP in the mid lane for Avalon.
Yeah, that Merciless getting a 2-man stun onto Basic.
Dude,
and Arvel really turned this game around. They are only left with their inhibitor turn on that top side. And let's look at the items, Wheezy.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the items so far. I mean, looking at Mark Cutie, right? He has a golden staff. He just picked up that Wind of Nature, so he can negate the damage provided by Beatrix and Ling. So that is definitely going to work in his favor. And when you're looking at Basic, he does not have the Wind of Nature, so he's going to have to be careful. It's a 1v1 standoff that will give Mark Cutie a little bit of an advantage. I mean, he is leading by about, what, 700 gold over Basic so far.
Yeah, 700 gold means a lot, especially if you're playing that marksman role. You do need items to start spiking, but we are looking at Florin, and Florin is very squishy early game. She's very easy to kill, but once it gets to that late game, she builds an Oracle, and the Blessing has been activated. It's very hard to, you know, kill the rest of the team once she activates her Bloom, but look at Florin and Carrie on the top side. They're going to go ahead and try to take these two off the board, and Gals doing beautifully well, but Mark Cutie, they just stepped into the wrong bush.
Oh, Heartguard, wait a minute, he's still alive. Will the Hills be able to sustain him? He needs to get out of there. Oh my goodness, but no, DPR with the fire missiles wraps around. Joined with Merciless with the Rapist Fighter. DPR takes down Toinks, but Arvel gets back to safety.
That was a lot of damage. That was Mark Cutie with the Speed of Light Wheels doing a lot of work. 4-0 right now, has yet to be shut down, and Fallen has still yet to get an answer to kill Mark Cutie, but DPR taking away his blue once again. But look at the damage from Jules.
Oh my goodness, down goes the manipulation, but off screen, Fallen making the most out of this Ling, uses his mobility and clears the turret on the bottom side. So that is the first turret they've been able to claim so far, 13 minutes in, but the mid lane falls. Mark Cutie is going to take it down to open up the map even more in favor for Area 77.
And that is another objective taken, right? Mid turret has
no
been
one say something about the Lord steal?
4 turrets into
Who
his
took it?
A77, and Fallen just responding with 1 turret for the side of Avalon, and they're doing beautiful this game, but oh, Fallen better run.
Quick.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing what he can, though. You know, he's rotating around. He's clearing these minions. He's just providing wave management. He doesn't have the best farm. He's kind of behind, but he makes up for it with the mobility, and this is just one of the utilities that Ling has to offer. So far, though, 5-11. Area 77 lost their first turret on the bottom lane, but they still have the advantage. They're up by about 1,000 gold. I wouldn't say this is the highest kill game, but you can definitely tell
Area 77
just how
came to
intense
play,
it is
man.
from both sides. Oh my
I mean,
gosh,
a lot of people
Mark
were
Cutie.
saying Area 77
Serious damage
was looking
on
a little
to
rough.
Fallen. Forces out the heart guard nice
they?
and early. That's what Area 77 needs, right? 2 ultimates used so far for Avalon. This is the time for them to try and take this Lord.
Yeah, and the Tempest of Blades have been popped by Fallen, so it gives them a harder time to be able to potentially steal this Lord by A77. They already have aggro over this Lord, but DPR doing a lot of damage to the backline. Arvel might just got caught out by Jules.
Ooh, Arvel very low right now, right? We're kind of keeping our eyes on Fallen. He just got that purple buff. You know, we did see him use that Tips of Blades. Wind of Nature just got picked up from Basic, so he will be able to kind of fight it out against the physical damage. But look at the Lord. DPR claims it for Area 77, but they want a little bit more. Tips of Blades dropping down with the hard guard. DPR takes down Toinks.
What are you getting put on blast for?
Brings Arvel back to safety, and Fallen jumps back into the battlefield. Manipulation, controlling the zonage to force Area 77.
You don't even know what's going on next.
Merciless and Mark Cutie are still sitting at a perfect KDA.
Who are you
Immortality
rooting
just
for?
got picked up by Arvel, so he does have another chance.
Imagine Area 77 goes to M5.
Right? But Avalon is missing a little bit of that front line that we were kind of talking about in draft, right? The Angela pick is meta right now. We've seen it used everywhere, but with this draft, I was actually worried for A77 as
rough,
the
bro.
RWM from Demon should be doing enough damage, but it's not quite doing it yet, as Jules is going to be the one doing the most damage. But here we go. Lord's pushing down. Mid side is also getting pushed, but Fallen doing the best to split push these waves and prevent them from coming in. But we already see the proxy. We do see the mid lane.
They want it, bro.
And Ice Cream One picked up from DPR
They
to
want
be able to
it.
slow down anybody caught in his fire missiles or any of his skills nonetheless. And then Mark Cutie just being a problem. 4-0-3. He's full build right now. He has over 2,000 gold
Avalon's technically
above
the
basic
Empire,
as well,
but
who's kind of
that's not
struggling
anymore.
to keep up. And there's not really any physical defense
the
to stop
Avalon
him from
now,
shredding
man.
anybody on their team. I mean, the only physical defense picked up
possibly
so far
tomorrow.
outside of shoes is Twinks, right? He picked up, I believe, the anti. No, yeah, I think he got the anti-caress. Like, we gotta check, but
You're
that's the
liking
only physical
TOB
defense
now?
I'm pretty sure they have on the table for Avalon.
Yeah, and A77 says looking at 3K goal lead, right? We are still waiting for that 20 minutes when everyone is potentially at their full build, but still tight. We are looking at some mistakes.
Area
that could
77 has
happen,
the more
but
kills.
Oh, Fallen better run one more time. Man, every single time Fallen tries to split push, we do see Mark QT and Gals always stuck together, but Heartguard.
Oh, he may be able to pick up that kill. Wait a minute, Jules Cutie falls!
Oh, can he get
Fallen
out,
though. Able to get out of there. The Heart Guard keeping him alive, and now gonna go ahead and clear the top side. Even though he's not doing the best in terms of KDA, he is keeping Avalon in there with the split pushes.
Yeah, it's keeping them a little bit on bay, but Lord is coming up in about 30 seconds.
Area 77 wants
gonna get
this.
taken off from here on out. The dead timers are starting to go up, and one mistake can be fatal. And Wheezy, give me some advantage points for A77 or Avalon to see who will actually take this win home.
Well, I'll definitely say it's going to start by shutting down Mark Cutie, right? I mean, Avalon needs to find a way to get to the back line and take that kill. I mean, we saw how much of pressure is on the mage and the marksman when it comes to the late game. We're now like, what, almost 18 minutes in. Last time, we were able to see Area 77 find basic, and that was able to claim them a neutral objective off of that, which one just spawned in. We're also finding the mage, right? I think for Area 77, they just need to do what they did before. Find Demon, find Basic if they want to kind of turn this around. But
it's the same
Basic
same level as I
locking
am.
in with that sniper, taking Gal's Cutie to 50% HP.
Yeah, but we also have to keep
Are you sure
Gal's
it's just
Cutie
not your
alive, as
value?
he is the main healer. But DPR, that sustain is wild coming from DPR, right? There is Florin to back him up, but look at how much regen he's getting, and I'm pretty sure Arvo built anti-heal already, but that's already. Whoa!
Yeah, that's the
Bottom lane, bottom lane! They're gonna go ahead and take down the ADC! Mark Cutie, Immortality has been procced. Fallen finds a kill. It takes the tier 2 turret alongside Basic. They are still in this game. Even though the aliens have landed in the backyard, they do not plan on opening the door.
They definitely do not plan to open the door or leaving their backyard, as they are still kind of hovering over this Lord. Fallen's going to deny this blue away from A77, but looks like Avalon for now has a little bit more aggro towards this Lord and A77. That was a little bit of a mistake, right? As soon as Mark Cutie was showing the board, Fallen went ahead and took proxy of that, and looks like he's still looking for a split push, but Lord is getting started in by Avalon.
Yeah, and I mean, they found the ADC. We were talking about keys to victory, and that is where it starts. And look, just like game 2 where Basic fell, this time it's on the opposite side of the table. Mark Cutie falls, which opens up the opportunity to take this Lord uncontested.
Yeah, A77 definitely has to keep Mark QT up and alive. Gauss QT definitely has to babysit him all around. But
I don't know why.
Same goes for Avalon, right?
I don't know why Carrie was
Avalon and
left
Basic
alone,
are going
man.
in pairs, and actually
That's
Demon
crazy.
right up alongside their ally are traveling in a trio to make sure those two are alive. But Lord is coming down towards the bot side for Avalon, and they have a really good wave clear, so this shouldn't be an issue for A77 unless they make a foul play. This might be a different story, but here we go.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to seize the moment and claim this tier 2 turret for the mid lane. Area 77 not able to contest this. This is starting to slip out of their hands. And Avalon making the most out of the situation. They're going to go ahead and take that tier 2, take the inhibitor for the bottom side as well. Has cracked open the base for Area 77. Immortality being picked up from Gauss Cutie. Win of Nature from Mar Cutie for the physical damage. But you are going to go ahead and see Avalon now kind of shift their focus out of the base. They got what they came for, right? They took an inhibitor. Now they got to play the passive game and wait for Area 77 to push out.
Yeah, we're looking at a long game once again. 20 minutes in right now. We might potentially see a 30-minute game, and both teams are fighting it out. And I know these two teams are tired.
I mean, Fallen's just doing so well at split pushing.
Definitely about to lose their minds, but they know what's at stake right now. It's like a battle of attrition. Once again, alone. I mean, he has Gauss right there, so I wouldn't say alone, but definitely has to be careful with Bush, with which Bush he steps in, but Demon.
Ooh, very low. Heart Guard activated to save him. DPR, though, with the fire missiles, trying to get around to the back line, but points the brick wall for the denial. The stun going in. DPR, last insanity. The stun. Oh, he could have connected. But no, he's going to go back. He's going to play it safe, and I admire his patience. But they could have possibly won that engagement. I mean, that was a triple stun, and he had the last insanity procced. His team could have just pushed through for the kills, but it's okay, right? Live to tell another tale. That's the story that they're writing today, but Avalon taking advantage of this game.
I feel like that was their chance, right, to be able to push through, or even at least get them chunked down low enough. But Lord's coming in about 40 seconds. But look at all the pressure Avalon's giving on A77.
Yeah, a lot of pressure indeed. I mean, Avalon, they're trying to close this out, right? I mean, this is anybody's game. Avalon is sitting at number 3, right behind BTK on the power ranking so far, and they have to win this one to pretty much almost solidify them a spot inside of the grand final, or at least the playoffs, right? They need to keep their points. But right now, you are going to go ahead and see Area 77 fighting it out. They realize we have to get this victory. We need at least a top 4 or a top 3 placement if we even want a chance to step foot inside of Los Angeles.
Absolutely, but Lord is up right now, but A77 is a little bit too busy trying to micromanage his ways. What? Wait, whoa. Was it an ult just popped by Demon?
Yeah, and he's very far. He got caught out of position, but gets back to safety. A little bit of a mousetrap right there. They're going to go ahead and bait him out with some cheese. DPR almost falling for it, taken very low. He does have the shielder, but look at the top side falling. Yet again, if they're not careful, he may be able to pull off a backdoor play. I mean, he's just all over the place with this link.
Jesus.
All over the place indeed, but Arvo did also burn his flicker, but Demon also doesn't
have...
Huh? Ooh, here we go. Gauss so low.
Top side though, top lane, he is going to take the inhibitor. Down it goes, Fallen will claim it and still get out with about half HP. There's just no answer to stopping his rotations.
Yeah, and that's what you get for having an assassin, right? You're able to split push all of these waves, and it sends an EXP
staying alive. Like, he's not even focusing on getting too many picks now, right? He's like focusing on
but also potentially set
taking objectives.
Both teams actually, they need to depend on the EXP, right? Arvel can't really set for them, but nor can Florent, right? So we are looking at two teams with full supports that all depend on how they want to play this lore dance out.
Yeah, I would love to. Oh my goodness, look at Fallen again. He's gonna go in and take the last inhibitor for Area 77. Just having a great time so far. I mean, his team is just being a distraction, and he is getting everything he wants so far on the map. You know, I would love to kind of do an item check so far to just see how fair off they are on both of these teams at the 23-minute mark.
Yeah, speaking about items, Wheezy, let's call them immortalities right now. Arvel Twinks running in with immortality as well, but DPR, Merciless, and Gauss also has immortality. Make that 4. Jules QT just swapped out his item for immortality as well, so we are looking at a long game right now. Everyone got their full build, but looks like this is going to be a Lord into Avalon's hand, and they gotta be careful right now, but they're looking to fight.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, they took the inhibitors. Now we're at the 24-minute mark. Another long game. You gotta love to see it. These two teams are pretty much even when it comes to their engagements. And I love to see just how well they're executing not only their drafts, but also their objectives prioritization. Now, I will say, with this Lord in favor for Avalon, they may be able to close this out. You are seeing Fallen pick up that immortality, so they are planning to end this with this push. But the question is, can they do it? Will Area 77 be able to stop them? Area 77, they need this win. They fought so hard to get here.
All right, Chad,
you're on their way through, right? They took their first victory so far today out of the whole entire NACT fall season, and it looks like they're trying to take some more. if they win this match, they will be able to move forward in the lower bracket and stop Avalon from progressing in stage 2.
And we're gonna have to write you a record label, Wheezy. Lord's crashing into that mid side, but Toinks
gonna rush in. You are gonna go ahead and see Jules Cutie taking some damage from the Void Crystal. Heart Guard being activated. Fallen. Getting back to safety. Last Insanity from DPR. Manipulation dropping down. Basic very low. Still able to. Oh my goodness! Jules Cutie with the flicker play. He's in for blood. Burst fireball. Arvel wrapping around. Jules Cutie almost able to get the kill. Winter Truncheon. They can't save him though, so he will fall in this engagement. But I gotta admire the tenacity to try and get to the backline ADC. But now getting bodied by the full team of Avalon, so they definitely have the numbers if they want to close out this game. But can they do it? Is this an overstay of their welcome? They need 64 seconds until Jules Cutie spawns back in. But waves are going in. Arvel, immortality has been proc. You are going to go ahead and see Tips and Blades drop down. Fallen with the Heart Guard combination. A lot of damage from Marcutie in the back line. They need to be able to get to him, but Marcutie with this positioning, maybe able to do the basic. Wraps around and closes it out. Avalon is going to go ahead and send Area 77 back to their own planet and will move forward into the loser semifinals.
And that is going to be a win secured for Avalon in a very 2 long matches for both Wheezy and I. But I got to give it to the players, their props. 2 almost 30-minute games, and they weren't playing for these 2 games. But Avalon does take this win, which puts them at a comfortable position for 4th place and also their seats for semifinals and grand finals. But we aren't done yet. We still have 1 more to go, but wow. That's the first BO3 and 2 of the longest games we've had so far. We break down the first game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to break down in the game. I don't know where to start, right? First of all, it's a 26-minute game. But not that high. It kills them like 8-12, right? That's not even that high for how long they game went. That definitely went down positioning. You're able to see Avalon's without basic high IQ flavors in, and able to do the last hit for the base sort of close it out. Marcutie was able to get their time to damage and the shutdown basic, and they were able to out them in the AD game. Just shows you know, Area 7 didn't lose the series. They just stepped their game to another level, and I'm looking forward to seeing them progress the rest of the NACT season. But Avalon, they will be able to maintain their spot on the number position moving forward, and they have a chance to be able to compete in the lower semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely, and both teams played it beautifully well, but gonna have to give it up for Avalon. They were playing they're doing everything great, and they just kind of playing how they wrote their draft to be. So, Wheezy, let me know what happened. Look at Basic.
Well, I mean, I think if I give everybody MVP, I'm going to give it to Fallen. This man was all over the place with this lane. Like, literally, his split pushing is what won this game, because they were losing in the fights pretty heavily, but he was just everywhere on the map. His team was only a distraction, and there you go. Fallen picking up a kill right there on that risky play from Jules Cutie. Maybe if he would have kind of stayed alive right there, they could have possibly still been fighting it out, but I see where he was going, right? He was trying to find Basic, in which Basic is the one that ended that game. If he was able to get that kill, I think they would have possibly been able to win that for themselves, but it just didn't work in their favor. And with that miscalculation, Avalon punished. They pushed through. They pierced the hearts of the aliens and sent Area 77 back, and they're able to move on to the semifinals. But nonetheless, it was a great game. I really enjoyed casting it, seeing both of these teams fighting it out, never knowing which way it was going to go. But it can only go one way in the end, and this time it was to the side of Avalon.
Yeah, and looking at the more of a breakdown, we do see Fallen coming in as a rich guy, but the carry is going to definitely be Demon, as he had all those assists coming to Eve. And look at how much damage Eve did over there on that real world manipulation. Total 41%, but the sandbag definitely going to be DPR running that export. But Gals coming with the most amount of assists, 10, 2 away from a perfect kill participation, but looks like they fell a little bit short to Avalon. A little bit of a mistake turned their whole game around. And Wheezy, what a series for this game.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. Honestly, I would say that's the best series that we've had today, right? And it's only getting better, so I can't wait to see where Avalon goes from here. You know, something funny, we almost lost our predictions. Yue, the mad scientist, almost pulled something off.
We almost started.
I'm starting to look back at my notes and wondering, like, does he have a master plan for all of this? He almost got his second prediction so far. But speaking of things in the game, a little bit of a blast from the past, a recap between these two amazing teams fighting their hearts out on that 26-minute engagement. This is game one, right? You were seeing Basic picking up a kill, takes down Marcuti, Avalon, that one-sided story. And after this, we thought they were just going to close it out. I mean, this was everything. They didn't even lose a turret in this game. So we were like, okay, well, this is pretty much GG's. But then game two, as we're looking at right now, no. Avalon struggled. Area 77 kicked it into third gear, got a little bit of an upgrade to their spaceship, and was able to pull that victory out, sending us to an amazing game three, which was another 25-minute plus game, just showing you that Area 77 definitely has what it takes to be a top 4 team. But Avalon is going to move forward, so definitely credits to both sides. I enjoyed it, right? I think that's a victory.
I did too.
Both sides of the table.
I mean, as casters, we love those long games, and we've been seeing sweeps, 2-0 sweeps every single time, especially this entire day. We literally just got sweeps, but this game, they did wrap it up, pulled us into a game 3, but congratulations, Avalon, you played exceptionally well for all these matches.
That's right, and speaking of these matches, let's go ahead and swing on over to our host, Liz Bess.
I gotta say, this was the match that got me actually sitting on the edge of my seat with all those 1 HP escapes, as well as in my deepest heart, I did want to see
BTK and BTK be tomorrow and TOB will be tomorrow.
Series, despite my predictions being on the line. Now, the MVP for this series, without a doubt, goes to Fallen.
Stella!
In this meta, the assassins do have a stronger advantage with the Andrew combination,
Look
as well as Fallen's skills just keep on split pushing and not giving up, and also just his master mechanics.
What is this?
What a game!
Definitely what a game, and I love to say give credit where it's due, and this is where it's due, right? I mean, he did not have the best time picking up kills in the early game.
Yeah,
honestly, he was falling behind,
tomorrow.
but he made up for it on his map awareness and his IQ on the objectives. He wasn't in for the kills. He was in for winning this match, focusing on these turrets, dropping them down, and there was no answer back from Area 77.
Yeah, definitely add that on to his KDA score, as we did focus on him before this game even started, right? Fallen versus best player, but now with a lot of more kills and plus a MVP into his hands, this might kind of ruffle someone's feathers and also ride the tide for who really is the king of the jungle. But for that game, he was king of macro for that one. He was everywhere, flying around. But congratulations, Fallen. Beautiful MVP into your hands for this series.
Congratulations, Avalon and Fallen with that 200 IQ. And coming up next, we're going to see the last series of the day, Knights of Fate against Bloodhounds, and potentially some mix and matches today. And remember, these teams, they still have a chance in stage 3. It just takes more of a miracle to make something happen. So without, we're gonna see you guys in 5. Mobile Legends is Liz here with the weekly recap for the fall season. Now, last weekend we had an electrifying finish to stage 1 of the NACT, and we're already gearing up for an even more intense stage 2 this coming week. Now, first things first, this past weekend has shown you anything is to keep your eyes on Zia from the O'Hara brothers. This rising star stole the show in stage 1, pulling off not 1, but 2 Lord steals against MLBBNA. His fast fingers, positioning, and quick reaction time have turned the tides around for the O'Hara brothers, securing that victory against Spring Champs BTK. Now, we've managed to snag Zia for an interview So let's take a look at what went on in his mastermind during those game-changing plays.
Alright, Zia, so obviously in the first stage of the regular season, you stunned the world with your marksman. You're the new addition to the Ohio brothers, and you really blew the world, especially your 2 Lord Steals. Now, the first Lord Steal especially, you were against 4 members of BTK, right? So your jungler just died, and then you kind of watch in the bush, and you steal that Lord with your ultimate. So can you go through a little bit of what went on in the team comms when that happened?
I had to like do something to at least stay on the game, because I'm pretty sure if I didn't get the Lord, I think we lost the game. But thanks to Carlos, aka best player, he gave me a space to walk on that certain bush so they wouldn't know I'm there, and yeah, just like ulted. I get it, you know. It gave me a free space to move around the map. It was a good play for him.
What happened is you walked away, and then they were chasing you, but you ended up killing ISO. Like, what happened there?
I think it was a misplay for them. If I'm being honest, I think it was a misplay for Bodge, because he has flicker, right? I rewatched the video. He has flicker. If he just flicker and ult me, I would not kill ISO. They would have just killed me, and you know.
And then he didn't though. But he
didn't.
Waited.
He waited.
Did he use his flicker at the end or?
At the end, when he was like getting close, cause I was padding towards the bush. He thinks I'm gonna use the bush to kill him, so he flickered through the bush. Then I flickered out, cause I know he's gonna do that.
And you kind of predicted that. That's
yeah.
Master play on your part. And when you stole that Lord, what went on in the team con?
AK, 6K. What? I'm coming. Can you look?
I didn't say anything. I think it was them. It was them, because I still had to focus, because like four people chasing me. Oh, I cannot rack it. And then I think it was Shark, Hoon, screaming. I don't know. Yeah.
And talk about making an entrance. Not only did Easy Peasy's Martis secure the first Savage of this entire tournament, his team Bloodhounds is also the biggest underdog who rocked stage 1. Their unique Valir drafts catapult them into top 4, and their Navarra Lassie combo also took a game from none other than our reigning champs, the Ohio brothers from stage 1. Let's quickly take a look at Bloodhounds team highlights. Leading the pack, we've got the Ohio brothers with a commanding 100 points, closely tailed by BTK at 90. These teams are doing pretty well, but it's not smooth sailing for everybody.
I'm trying to calculate stuff here,
chat. On the bottom tier, the TheNightHorde, AggravateOne, Area 77, and the TheNightHorde are lagging at 60 points. Now, according to our calculations, these foreign teams need to score approximately 150 points to land their playoff dreams. And that is it for the recap, guys. Stay tuned for more excitement happening this weekend as we move forward to the next stage of the NACT. Join us this Saturday, and remember, this isn't just a tournament, it's the official path to M5 and your path to glory. I'm your host Liz, and I'll see you next time.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August.
I'm trying to see
and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023,
all right, all the players are ready, chat.
Spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, MLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing: we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that.
This is it, guys. Last series of the day, Bloodhounds versus Night of Fate, and the stakes are the highest for Night of Fate. Now, as BTK will be heading to Romania to represent the US at
She's
the
got a
IESF,
nice microphone.
So NACT will be taking a short break after tomorrow's broadcast before coming back in 2 weeks for Stage 3. To feel comfortable in Stage 3 or have a better chance, the Knights of Fate really need to come back at this last series. So, as we move into the last series of the day, let's take a look at the casters' predictions for this match. Now, the Knights of Fate, this is the first time they're gonna match up against Bloodhounds, and keep in mind they did take one game against Avalon, who just won the series, so they might have a pretty good chance. And I actually
it's like a half and half,
but we had
half
more
and half,
diversity and more variety from our casters. So Wheezy and Eunice, you guys have different predictions.
Wait, whoa. Wheezy?
Look, I had to find a way to catch up to you, all right? So this is my chance, all right? Knights of Fate, I'm putting it all on the line. I actually voted alongside Yue, the mad scientist, I'm just hoping things work out in my favor. But Knights of Fate, I mean, you know, I'm hoping they're able to claim this victory. I like sometimes rooting for the underdogs, but I think Bloodhounds has done an amazing job so far.
Wait, but looking at the caster predictions though, there is 4 people right now with perfect caster prediction scores. Depending on which side wins, will knock off someone's
and you know this
perfect prediction.
This might be the day that
this might be the
Yue
day
is gonna lose.
Yue is not alone. He's not on the.
At today's performance,
he's not on the
Knights of Fate
single
has
road.
something going. Like all of their players are very versatile.
Yeah, BTK is going to Romania. Yeah, you didn't know that? IESF is in Romania.
Like some of the
I just didn't get invited out.
Play are very are some of my favorite heroes, but they might not work in every situation.
Yeah, and the thing with Bloodhounds is I feel like they're such an amazing team. They're full of surprises, but sometimes they lack in the
BTK's
early
going
game.
as
I mean, when they went up against NightHorde and they were able to claim that victory in those series, it wasn't really a one-sided thing. I think it was just some miscalculations because if you look back and go rewind, NightHorde was pretty much beating them
already forgot. I think
Chicken's
in there.
They just fell short on closing these games out, and that's where
Chicken.
Bloodhounds got the advantage to get to where they're at. So
Is
I'm
it
thinking with Knights
Yato?
of Fate, I mean, if they can take the early game, they may
There's
be able
not
to
a
shut
lot
down
of
Bloodhounds.
BTK in the actual
I think that's
BTK
what they're
lineup.
going to have to rely on. But nonetheless, interesting fact, this is the first time that we've ever seen these two teams go against each other.
And we'll find out because Bloodhounds took the game from the Higher Brothers. So let's see who will take this series.
What up, Nick? Yay!
Right, as we are going to now be jumping into the amazing draft between these two teams. You can't wait to see which way it's going to go. Bloodhounds and Knights of Fate, the final series for the losers quarterfinals today. Whoever wins this will move forward to the semifinals. I can't wait to see where this goes. But now looking at the draft, right? Let's go ahead and just talk about both of these teams.
Must be tired already. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Not too bad.
A big Twitch streamer out there, kind of one of the captains
Not
for the
too
team.
bad.
Easy peasy. The first jungler to pull out a Savage in the fall season on the Martis, right? Looking at Knights of Fate, they're up and coming, right? Kai, really good in the jungle. You would have thought it would have been Zero. You know, we got Regrets and Zero former Ghost players.
Yato and ISO.
Now in the building, you've got
Warrior
Mikasa,
best player.
kind of traveling around multiple teams and at the top 8 level. These are both powerhouses, and this is honestly a really exciting match to see. We've never seen them go against each other before.
Yeah, definitely. And Bloodhounds actually took a match away from TOB, so we're gonna keep that in mind. But Knights of Fate also, their draft phase is very interesting. We did see 1-3-1. We did see the matchup. It kind of just told itself, right? Gotta watch out for Mikasa and Freya and Edith. But looks like Bloodhound's actually gonna go ahead and ban out the assassins to prevent the fanny pick, you know, respect Zero. And we also see Ling respect Kai. And we do see Angela also being played by Powerless, and he actually played exceptionally well. The Heart Guard was able to save every single member and made Wheezy go crazy to pick Esmeralda for Zero. But Bloodhounds, I feel like Easy Peasy was the one that kind of set the tempo up for their team name, right? There are full of surprises. They were the ones that kind of came in very strong, came in with the Martis Savage first game, and then Booker Roscoe, you know, he has a lot of mage pools, right? He's literally a Supreme Sicilian, has picked up good mages as well, so gotta watch out for his mage as well. Sleeps, good marksman player, seen him prevail on the Melissa, on the Beatrix. We saw that all happen in our previous series, but we're gonna see the pig face start for Bloodhounds actually, and there's Terizla, there's Eve, but knowing that you know from the other previous games, Booker Roscoe actually got banned out so many times to the point where he played a highly
IESF is offline.
So definitely wanted to maybe get a mage pick early, but Dino's gonna go ahead and pick up Export early. And we see the Last Insanity do exceptionally well. So Knights of Fate, I'm kind of wondering how they're gonna respond to that. Definitely, I'm calling a Freya or Edith already.
Oh, the Freya or the Edith, nice and early, huh? That's a bold statement.
Nice and early.
Let's see if it happens.
What are you guessing?
Navaria or Bloodhounds.
No, I'm talking about Knights of Fate. Oh,
I know.
okay,
I just wanted to get something in because I gotta get something right. And I feel like Navaria for Boca Roscoe has been a problem, right? But Valentina was available.
Okay, Terizla.
Just saved it to Terizla, which is a great read. I mean, definitely two high-value targets, right? I mean, this is gonna provide draft pressure for Knights of Fate and their advantage. Bloodhounds now has to be careful. There's really two ways to counter the Valentina when it comes to drafting. You either pick heroes, all heroes that she can't profit from, or you pick all heroes she can profit from to overwhelm her. So really excited to see which way this goes. But I do know Dino on this export pick is a smart one. Hey, just
I say
on it.
Kadita. I will fight you on this prediction because I'm already, one of us is going to lose our prediction, so I might as well fight it out with you in draft. I think he's gonna pick Kadita.
I think Kadita would be great. Right? I said Navaria. I think both of them are great because
Martis. Oh whoa. Okay, no mage pick yet. Okay. So we have Rome still open, right? For Knights of Fate. That last one. Oh, there's still jungle open too. They might pick up Martis actually. You know, he can get through with the mortar coils, CC. Is able to do well, but Carrie's gonna burst. So I don't know if that's really a good idea. And Frederick and Carrie also got picked up in a pair, and on top of the export. So I want to see what they pick. Andrew's banned. What do you think?
Pick up an assassin. I mean, there's no suppression on the table right now, so I mean, you can lock it in and then ban out the suppression. Yeah, I mean, Kaja Franco's a good option. The Hayabusa could definitely work, especially against Bokarosco on this carry. I mean, you could just dive in, take him down, get out. But no, they're gonna go ahead and pick up a marksman, which is not the worst decision. I mean, he can kind of chip into the damage or to the physical build from Easy Peasy and Dino, right? I mean, that's two strong frontline heroes that you are gonna have to work against. So, I mean, you got early game, you got late game checked off for Knights of Fate, and then you got the frontline presence for Mikasa. So, I mean, the draft is looking solid so far.
I feel like Knights of Fate might block Bokarosco from picking anything. They have 2 bans left, right? And I cannot kid you, every single series I have seen Bokarosco play, his mages just always get so limited. So the Voliere is out. Now the Faramis is out. I mean, there's still obviously other picks, but his one tricks, his very
getting rid of the Ling and the Angela.
Out. So hopefully Bokarosco can pick up a good mage this time, and Sleeps is definitely gonna be running that carry. Coppola, I wonder what Rome can be suitable here, right? You give the Lolita, Zero's gonna take it, right? The Valentina, the IMU. So
I'm not quite sure what happened with
Valentina gives a lot of draft pressure, so
but they're in the no visa.
They can pick up suppression, but Valentina's
no visa squad. So maybe he can't get a visa to Romania.
I feel like
but he could get a visa to PH because maybe he's from PH or family's from PH. You never know.
Even so far, I mean, even looking at Bloodhounds, they have
maybe his visa doesn't let him go to Romania, but his visa lets him go to PH.
Early game damage though, so maybe going in for an early game mage could be an answer. I wouldn't go in for something like the Farza though, just considering you got a Valentina, you've got a Claude to go against. So something like a Lilia could definitely work. I mean, the Valentina couldn't profit. You can use the black shoes to basically undo all the damage that Regrets is going to do to you.
I heard from someone in my chat that Zane said that
that could possibly work.
That he got like punished and he couldn't actually go to IESF.
I don't see Navaria
he was banned.
I don't see Navaria is because I feel like
I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know what that is.
Right now.
That's just what a lot of people in my chat were saying.
They would like to, but the Kaja does get taken off the table, so I mean this opens up the door for Knights of Fate to pick up the Hayabusa.
There's still Grok open, right? Powerless has ran Grok before in that roam position. Powerless is the roamer for Knights of Fate, so I kind of want to see what they're thinking because they did pick up a marksman. Definitely Kai might go for an assassin only because of the carry. There's no peel. Or there's no dive. I mean there is Mikasa with the penalty zone, yes, but it has to be enough. And once Carrie gets fed, her speed of light wheels is gonna take him down pretty fast. So I'm gonna call my pick for Bloodhounds. Farsa. I feel like Farsa's I don't even know if Farsa's actually viable here because of Lance.
I wouldn't do Farsa.
Easy, come on. I'm gonna fight with you in all this. What are you thinking?
I said Lilia.
Fight with you in all this.
Be good here. I feel like that's probably one of their best options. The Lunox. I mean, maybe if you wanted to have some survivability thrown in there, it definitely could work. Would it be the
I'm like
off? Maybe not.
Handling stuff in the back, back side of things.
The Kagura's definitely an option too for the early phase, and also I wonder if that could sneak in there. I mean, you are right though. Like limiting a lot of the mid lane picks They're definitely worried about Bocarasco right now.
Banned.
But I wouldn't go late game mage. I would go something early because you already have the carry for the late.
Eve?
Oh!
Novaria!
Oh! I said it in the very beginning, but then I didn't think they were going to actually pull it off.
Okay. So they did pick up the Novaria. So Lance definitely has a lot of die potential on the carry. He might go for that tank slot or hybrid for sure. See, the thing is, Knights of Fate, they are very, you know, they're surprising with their draft. So I don't even know what he's going to pick anymore. So maybe...
Sustainability. Oh, they're going to go in for the... Okay.
Carmilla. Okay. So if Powerless can combo well with Mikasa, that's deadly. So Bocarasco definitely a little bit of swapping around. We've seen Edith Rome before happen. I think TOB played Edith Rome for the first time before anybody else did, but did very well. So definitely have to look. But drafts finished, Weezy, and I'm looking at this. Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of X factors out there. I really want to see which way this goes. I mean, that's definitely a Bloodhounds type of drafting style. Bocarasco getting comfortable on the Navaria. That could be a problem. I would say there's a lot more comfort picks for
yeah, but this is also a Knights of Fate draft. Like, you can just completely tell it. You don't pick Carmilla right now in this.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We got 2 comfort picks put against each other as we are now jumping into game number 1 of the last series for today, the loser quarterfinals. Bloodhounds going up against Knights of Fate in a best of 3.
Definitely, we are seeing the last series of the day. We are seeing Bloodhounds versus Knights of Fate, and we're gonna see both of these junglers do their best to keep themselves at bay with the points. But let's take a look.
The Romanian flag is
wrong.
wrong.
A little bit of trouble.
How could it be
Aggro will
wrong?
definitely pulled towards Knights of Fate towards that mid lane. They have
Yeah,
a lot
dude,
of
the
clear,
draft is always so
once
long when
Novaria
it's 10
gets
bands,
her first
man.
and second skill, she
It's
will
essentially like a
definitely be able
minute
to
per
clear
band.
minions a lot faster.
You know, it's funny too, when we were talking about the Valentino, we were talking about
And
how
then
you
like
can
a
kinda
minute
counter it in
per
the draft.
pick, like-
either pick a bunch of heroes that she profits on or a bunch of heroes that she doesn't, and they picked a bunch of heroes that
It's
she
like
doesn't
literally
profit on.
almost
So
like
it will be a
15
little
minutes.
bit of a awkward game for Zero on this Valentina, because there's not really too many ultimates that he can dominate with, right? I mean, he can get the Astral Echo from Bocarasco if needed, or rush in with the Last Insanity, or Appraiser's Wrath, but none of them are like really super strong options. I guess maybe going in for the Astral Echo can help. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a harder time. Yeah, I can give the vision, increase the hit markers, but speaking of damage, Powerless, very low. Sleep Straw's first blood picks up the kill. Doesn't go to just anybody. Goes to the ADC for Bloodhounds.
Yeah, Carmilla is very squishy. We saw the kind of same story tell itself in our last series where
Zayn
Knights of
scared
Fate
to
did pick Carmilla,
there
but
because he could get
Car's
robbed.
kept getting chunked off really easily in the early game stage, and he kind of needs to stack up on his defense in order to actually do and sustain
Bloodhounds or Knights of Fate?
Damage. But here we go mid side.
Yeah, you're already seeing Bloodhounds take the first kill, but will they be able to get the first objectives? You are slowly starting to see both teams rotate around to this Turtle. We know with the recent patch updates, Turtle now gives 12% additional XP boost to whichever team gets it, and you can definitely see them focusing on this objective heavily, forcing out the flicker. From Kopla. Easy peasy now rushing in. He does have the Retribution, but can he close the distance? A 4-man Astral Echo from Bocarasco, showing his mastery in the mid lane. Kai is going to go ahead and get that turtle, but Boca with the snipe, taking him very low. Easy peasy, takes out Powerless. Boca finds Mikasa. Kai very low. Won't be able to get out of there, but that is going to be a 2-for-none trade. But wait a minute, dodge the Appraiser's Wrath, and goes back in for that knockup. Zero finds Easy peasy, gets a double, takes down Dino, evening out the scoreboard 3-3.
And that is a beautiful micro play from Zero coming in. 2-0 on the board for him, but score is still tied up. We do see the gold leading into Zero currently as he is sitting with 2 kills on the board, but right behind him is Bocarasco. But look at the gold laners right now. We are looking at the gold pretty tight and even, but Carrie is going to go ahead and pick up her first core item, which is going to be Corrosion. But they're looking for a little bit of a siege, and this is what we want to see, the pressure towards that gold lane as they really start to snowball and really have the most amount of damage towards that mid to late game.
Yeah, and you are going to see the Demon Hunter picked up by Regrets as well. So both of them already getting their core items. Not even going in for the boots. War Axe picked up from Kai to be able to deal a little bit more damage at pin when he is in these fights. Kind of wanting to fight it in for the long run.
Oh,
there you are seeing Kai right there. Getting Boca very low, but he is going to go ahead and snipe out those minions so he can go back and get some HP.
We do see it. Kai loves to do a little bit of peekaboos here and there, right? He doesn't fully commit, but he'll come and say hi and let him know that they're there. But Regrets is farming up pretty nicely. Hasn't been taken off the board, but here comes Copla. And I feel like whichever marksman steps out right now might be a safe. But Powerless actually going back home.
Wait, Powerless in the bush does have the Curse of Blood. Is going to connect. Blazing Duet canceled out by the knockup of Copla. Using the Primal Wrath now. Vengeance activated, trying to sustain and deal the damage back. But Sleeps with the Speedy Light Wheels is going to find Powerless. That is his third death so far in the past 4 minutes.
Here comes Zero.
Good stun. Copla is going to flicker away, though. Gets back to the turret, almost falling.
That's a beautiful cancel, however, coming in on the Blazing Duet, but
Easy peasy going to claim that turtle for the side of the Bloodhounds. An objective in their hands. Both teams currently holding one turtle. Last Insanity on him. Mikasa from Dino secures that kill. Clock of Destiny was picked up from Boca Roscoe too, so he will have a little bit more sustainability and extra mana when it comes to these engagements.
Yeah, definitely engagement as well. But you said earlier, right, when Valentina can profit off of the ults, you thought Astro Echo was one, but he's actually using
it's 2:28 a.m.
the Primal Wrath.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really have the best selection to choose from, which I feel like he can still pull it off. It's just a little bit awkward for the Valentina.
It's 7 a.m.
I mean, as long as he can
it's 8:28 p.m. here.
Can definitely profit. But right now, speaking of profiting, you're looking at a pretty much even game, right? Both
BTK versus TOB
so far.
Could possibly be around this time, yeah.
2 kills.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit earlier.
So the goal lead isn't too much yet, right? But both teams are playing this nice and slow. We both know that both of these marksmen does need to scale, but Sleeps is sitting at 2-0 right now, so definitely need to have an answer for him before he starts to get way too fed for Knights of Fate
yesterday?
to go
Who
ahead
lost?
And respond to his pick, but bot side.
Still play called in. They are going to possibly get a pick off, but he does have the BMI, so I don't think they'll be able to pull that off. But you are right. Sleeps is going to be the determining factor on who has the power in this game. I mean, he has 2 kills so far, so he's definitely up in gold compared to Regrets. And speaking of Regrets, regretting stepping into that situation, hit with a chain of CC, and Sleeps with the Speedy Light Wheel is going to take down Powerless.
Look at Dino getting chipped off as well.
You guys got bonked on by G.
Also, he's sitting at 2-0 right now too, so Sleeps and Zero kind of holding the damage dealers for right now for both sides, but Sleeps definitely needs to have an answer and how he's going to determine these team fights. But Knights of Fate has to determine how they want to take Sleeps off the board, as if he gets too fed, this might be too late for things to get turned around.
And there you go, 2-for-1 jungler. When you put the Navaria in Boca Roscoe's hand, he is going to get that turtle for Bloodhounds. 2 turtles in their favor, 1 over what Knights of Fate currently has. Now looking at the battle or siege for mid lane, you are looking at a lot of pressure over there. But on the bottom side, blink of an eye, and the Speedy Light Wheels Regrets very low.
Wow.
Blazing Duet's out of there. I'm confused about the Blazing Duet.
Jesus.
I don't think that part was necessary.
Sleeps
but
was just hitting anything
he's
and
very
everything,
low. He's going to have to let this turret go. I don't think he can go in and contest it, but no, he is still going to go in. He does have Zero wrapping around. A good rotation from the Knights of Fates to punish the mobilization. Curse of Blood. Regrets is going to take down Sleeps. They get another. Copla's going to find Zero. Boca Roscoe taking down Regrets. Copla now rotating around. Powerless still in position to contest them from taking
Bloodhounds
this
is
turret.
looking good, man.
Yeah, that was a beautiful snipe coming in from Boca Roscoe. And that is one of his best mages over there. But they're going to go ahead and take this turret away from Knights of Fate. Oh, and possibly a kill on that.
Yeah,
one more basic
attack. I think he can get it. No! That's not a 1 HP. That's a 0.5 HP escape.
Wow. I know Carmilla also has regen, I believe, with her first skill, right?
See, Dino picked up the Ice Queen wand as well, so he will be able to provide that slow when he uses the fire missiles. It's a good utility to stop Knights of Fates from running away. You can definitely see the strategy that Bloodhounds are starting to form right now, as if we're able to take that turret on the bottom side, meaning they definitely have the map advantage. And now the invasion for the purple buff. Thorn Rose in the knockup, but he's able to get it. But at what cost? As Coppola is going to take down Kai. Gets another Dino, finds Powerless. 2 members falling for the Knights of Fate. Make that a third. It's easy peasy. Takes down Regrets.
Takes down Regrets. That is a 0 for 3
I turned down the slow-mo. I didn't know it was on 15 seconds.
Knights of Fate has to be careful right
15
now.
seconds
as
is
they're
pretty
not
long.
looking too great with the kill score. 11-4. Goal lead is starting to snowball into Bloodhounds' hands, and Boca Roscoe 2-0-6.
The slow-mo was on like
Bloodhounds needing this victory,
seconds.
right? They're currently sitting at the number 4 position, and they want to solidify their spot. We call them the gatekeepers. Them and Avalon currently sitting at the door, not allowing
Zane
any
also
of the teams
reduces his hero pool every
to move forward for a chance to compete in the playoffs. Boca Roscoe with the sniper from afar finds Mikasa with the 4-man Astro Echo and a sniper at the end of it. Is going to find 1 member for Knights of Fate, increasing the kill lead 12-4.
Yeah, definitely have to call up Leslie to see who has a better sniper over there, but definitely took down Mikasa, which puts him already at disadvantage, but also Mikasa's sitting at 0-3, which is not something you rarely see Mikasa doing, right? You always see him dominating his lane, but for this time, the damage is already too much, and Dino being able to kind of face him in, like, up front, get nice and personal with him, is able to take down a lot of damage, but look at Dino, see? He's just chilling. Look at him.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the top side as well. Bloodhound's definitely focusing on trying to take the turret. I think the Lord is just a distraction. Dino there to keep the team busy, and they will be able to take that turret in the top lane. I mean, Sleeps is all by himself, but no, he's just going to let the minions clear it out. They're going to go ahead and shift to the mid lane. High IQ play. He knows the minions can do it. He doesn't need to waste any time up there, and they're going to go ahead and secure that turret for the top lane.
And look, it looks like Bloodhounds is trying to siege this mid lane turret as well, but shifting their focus over to bot side and keeping 2 at mid and
get
Coppola.
some, like, ice
Good area to be giving vision, but Powerless really needs to come online. He's sitting at
left
0-5. His ultimate hasn't been able to do the best, but should be able to once he starts stacking up his defense. But wow, Boca Roscoe is always hitting more than 2 people or just 2 in general. He's never missing his Astro Echo.
And I'm just paying
he
attention
almost
to
sniped 0.
Sleeps 3-1-5 right now, on fire
Who's
with
back?
his carry, right? I mean, looking at Mikasa, he's having a hard time getting online. He's 0-3-0. Powerless is 0-5-2. Both of them combined
Ritz
make
was
a
like,
majority of the deaths for their team.
I don't need to deal
Really
with a
working out in the way they
slow-mo.
wanted it to, but the later this goes, maybe they can build some defense, but also Sleeps can build more damage, and that carry can definitely be a problem if left unchecked.
Definitely left unchecked, but we are looking at a 11-minute timestamp right now. Kind of in that mid-game area, not too much yet with the items for sure, as the gold is 5k in the hands of Bloodhounds, but definitely they do have the advantage when it comes to macro. None of their turrets have been touched either. This kind of looks like the story that we saw from Avalon versus A77, but here comes the siege on that bot side.
Yeah, the siege on the way. They are going to go ahead and take their tier 2 turret. Sleeps picks it up. Does he pick up the kill? Yes, he does. Finds Powerless with the speedy light wheels. You're going to go ahead and see the last Insanity rushing in onto 0, forcing out the flicker. Phantom Execution's in. Kai trying to deal some damage with the Thorn Rose. Boca Roscoe taking out Mikasa. The Navaria mid lane coming alive. 14-4 so far. Bloodhounds leading the way in game 1, the last series of the quarterfinals for the losers bracket.
And here we go, shifting their focus over to Lord. And everyone's gonna go ahead and start this up, and looks like this is a Lord uncontested unless Kai can work his way through. He's looking to use a Thorn Rose around, but looks like he might just have to give it up. Easy peasy. He's gonna go ahead and secure the Lord for Bloodhounds.
Right, and they trade that Lord for a turret. If you looked on the bottom side, Regrets was down there, able to take that first turret. But I think that's still a good trade for Bloodhounds, because they also got the mid turret to open up the map even more in their favor. May be able to go in for the tier 2 as well. They just have so much pressure up against Knights of Fates, and I just feel like it's boiling down to execution.
Mikasa's kind of
Yes,
doing
their
a
draft
little,
was okay, but
little riff.
just not executing it the way they
little
intended,
roughy.
right? I mean, Powerless jumped in and took like 3 deaths
Manifesting
so far
KOF
within
energy.
the first 4 minutes, and now
Oogie's not Oogie.
It's just not that effective so far.
Ooga,
On this
ooga.
Carmilla.
And talking about Carmilla, Sleeps almost at 10k gold right now, almost at his full build. Definitely looking to build in maybe that Wind of Nature as he is building that pathway up towards that item. And Powerless, his gold is so under. And you know, he's been taking on the board so many times, so he's not able to capitalize on the gold near his team. But 4-man Astro Echo ult. Boca Roscoe is definitely a lot of vision for his team.
Yeah, now gonna go ahead and take that tier 2 turret and an inhibitor, 2 for 1, make that 3 for 1. They're just going on a shopping spree right now, taking everything away from Knights of Fate. As they take 2 inhibitors, leaving only the top one standing. This may be a possible early finish. We gotta see how Knights of Fate can turn this around, right? I think it's definitely gonna start with playing passive. They're too far behind in the economy. It's already a 10,000 gold lead.
Speaking of 10,000 gold lead, looks like they're gonna go ahead and take this inhibitor turret. 5-man Astro. Oh, here we go.
Big play from Boca Roscoe to set up his team for the kill. Sleeps is gonna find one. Easy peasy takes down Powerless. Because of falls, 0 falls as well. Dino picking up that kill. Making another. Sleeps takes down Regrets for the double. Coppola takes down Kai for a full wipeout on the Knights of Fate, and Bloodhounds is gonna secure game 1.
Hit a thumbs up right there.
Beautiful game, and congratulations Bloodhounds for taking away the first win of your series. But that is, we just kind of saw how Bloodhounds played their way, right? That's just what Bloodhounds is known for, their play style. And Boca Roscoe with those mage picks is something that you don't want to give up to him, right? But that is a beautiful game coming in. It's kind of very one-sided towards that mid to early game. Knights of Fate definitely has to kind of tweak their roster just a little bit. Not the roster, but more towards a draft. As it wasn't looking too great, right? Powerless getting taken off too early. Mikasa following that as well. So definitely have to move around some picks, or possibly, you know, switch up the draft, the style, to kind of match up with Bloodhounds.
Yeah, I mean, right, it was more like a one-sided story. Bloodhounds was just able to kind of close it out with a fast finish. It's about like, what, 15, 16 minutes?
That was easy
Just definitely showing you that they're
peasy.
evolving and scaling through those times. That's one of the most things I'm excited about Bloodhounds. I mean, we kind of look at what they've been doing for the professional scene in North America. They're always in the NACTs, and this is their first time getting a top 8 placement. And now, fighting their way for a possible top 4 placement, right? They're only getting closer and closer to a ticket, possibly to M5. Now, looking at Knights of Fate, we got to see them turn this around. We're looking at the post-game stats so far. 14-minute game.
We are looking at a 14-minute game. One of those faster ended games. 19 kills on the board for Bloodhounds. And looks like Boca Roscoe is going to come in with a perfect KDA 4-0. No deaths on the board for him. But look at Sleeps coming online 6-1. And Coppola able to give many sets. And he's actually 1 away from a full kill participation. So that's how you know Coppola has been giving most of those sets. Peasy going and running that front end jungle, definitely going to give him the most objective plays. But Wheezy, break me down in this replay.
Breaking down is exactly what was happening right there.
Stella, are you still in the chat?
Knights of Fate apart, able to open up the base at the 14-minute mark, take the last inhibitor, and there's their final stand. Blazing Duet from Regrets, but that Astro Echo from Boca Roscoe, able to hit the entire team of Knights of Fate to solidify the wipeout. I think that's what kind of led the way for them to close that out. And some excellent positioning. I mean, Boca Roscoe is just known for these mage picks, right? And Navaria being one of them. You gotta find a way to get them uncomfortable.
And looks like the carry is going to go into Boca Roscoe's hand, but the rich guy definitely going to the hands of Sleeps. But looking at the damage dealt, Novaria actually did the most out of his entire team. Easy peasy being the sandbag for sure. The Frederick and Coppola coming in with 15 assists.
Stella. Am I in trouble? No, Assassin Dave wants to interview you.
Snowball and potentially take them to the victory.
Would you be down for that?
We are in our second match. This is potentially match point for Bloodhounds, which means L prediction for Wheezy. Or I could take my thing back and say this might be a 1-1.
Want to interview you on the NACT.
Wheezy's prediction is still on the line, but this is also a very scattered prediction. So there's actually half of us chose Knights of Fate and the other half chose Bloodhounds. So we have a lot of perfect score predictions. Not just me, actually. So there's Private, there's Gimmick.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna put you in a group chat with Assassin Dave.
Prediction score right now, and Wheezy's looking to take it off. He's rolling his eyes at me, so we'll definitely see who will take out the prediction. But we also have a battle over here, Knights of Fate versus Bloodhounds. So I guess we have 2 games going on, right? Is it going to be the Caster's Curse?
No, I'm not lying.
And who takes the series home for these 2
I just put you in a group with
I
them.
definitely want to see it go to a best of 3 for 2 reasons. One, because I want you know, Knights of Fates to help me with my prediction rates too, because I like seeing things go to a best of 3. I don't like seeing one-sided stories. Now, they got a lot of work to do if they want to turn this around. That's no secret, right? I mean, Bloodhounds was able to kind of dominate that entire match. I wouldn't even say it was. It could have been the draft. I mean, the Carmilla was interesting. The Terizla was a good pick though, but it just got shut down, right? I mean, Powerless and also Mikasa, right? They're just kind of having a little bit harder time. The Terizla was 0-5-0, right? Not a single kill, not a single assist that entire game. And then the start of the game, the power spike went to Bloodhounds, and that was only due to the fact of Powerless getting picked off so often and so fast, right? That just gave them what they needed to start that snowball effect, and they couldn't put a stop to it. So jumping into game number 2, number 1, pick something you're a little bit more comfortable on. Don't go for the Carmilla again. I don't think they're ready for that level, or at least if they go for the Carmilla, they got to be able to execute it. You know, maybe they get a little bit of fire. Sicilian could be a problem too. Maybe it's an Area 77 case where out of nowhere they get a major upgrade and they showcase their skills in game 2. That's what I'm hoping for. But looking at something so far, a little bit of repeat in history, we are going to go ahead and see the export picked up again.
Yeah, I feel like it's more of the comfort pick, especially for Dino. But Kai also plays export jungle, so either way, this is kind of a flex as we saw
Me and
that
Stella
in our previous
duo
matches.
interview. I don't know if it'd be.
Paquito, yeah, just shadow boxing over there and easy peasy.
She
I'm gonna go ahead and
fainted.
lock in the mage for Bokarosco and Valentina as well. Already draft pressure is coming in from Bloodhounds, which is I feel like is a good read, but there is still mages available, right? You put in the Eve, take the
Yo,
RW,
do we
you can
finally
put
get to see
Sparks,
Stella
actually,
chat?
Get the feather airstrike, but you know
Come
there's
on,
still a lot on the
Stella.
line. Nothing over
Stella,
yet.
Ella,
Krita's also
Ella.
up. I mean, I feel like there's so many like holes for Kadita to be slotted in, but nobody wants to pick it up. Instead, it gets banned out. Like for our last series, Avalon straight out banned Kadita. And in our previous series before that one, no one just wanted to play Kadita, I guess. So definitely want to see Kadita getting played out. Kufra. Oh, Kufra is gonna go into the hands of Powerless. And he has one of those interesting builds. Wheezy, do you remember?
It's Kufra build? I don't.
Yeah, do you know?
I feel like it was like magic items or something like that, like magic.
So he
damage.
goes. I always make fun of him for this, but it works. It works differently for every player, but it is going to be the shoes
What up,
depending on the team
Andy?
draft. Then he goes straight into, I believe.
Where's Stella?
BOD.
She's currently in
He
a
goes
conversation.
damage. He goes, like Thunderbelt into like BOD. He does some crazy things with Kufra.
I put her in a
I'm
conversation.
serious. He did this. He did this in last year's NACT. He might pull it off again, but that's one of Powerless's power picks actually, the Kufra. But you see regrets running the Claude, or maybe we have to go back go back to last NACT. Maybe Powerless has to pull up a Hanabi or something. You know, he might be able to harass Bloodhounds.
I do not
you
want
saw
to
his
see
build.
the Hanabi.
But you see Leslie pick up, so looks like Bloodhounds is gonna go for a late game, but that's also a direct counter to Regrets running the Claude.
Yeah, and you know, it is a direct counter. It could give Regrets a little bit of a harder time. I think something interesting about this is seeing Dino pick up this Paquito. I mean, he picked it up super early, and my thought process behind it is it's to give Powerless a hard time, right?
Who's the host that I'll be interviewed by Dave?
Two-way street. I feel like the export can beat the Paquito if played correctly. So
Better
it's
be
definitely
Dave.
a battle of execution. And when it comes to execution, I mean, the last game we seen Powerless, or at least both Powerless and also Mikasa, a very rough start when it came to execution. And it went into Bloodhound's favor, so I will give them that slight advantage as they're able to execute a little bit smoother. But now, as we are seeing the bans finalized, Bloodhounds is going to ban out the Navaria. Even though it worked in their favor last time, they're going to ban it out since they picked up this Valentina and the Kadita. So
Why?
now we're going to be
Why?
looking at possibly
Why,
some
Stella?
of the junglers being banned out right now. Knights of Fate is going to go in for that Fredger and take that off the board, but and Martis as well. So I'm really want to see what Bloodhounds pulls out here.
Okay, Frederick's
Are
banned.
you
I was gonna say
excited?
Frederick, but he got banned out.
Are you excited?
Martis
And
is banned out.
I better get a shout out.
What's left?
can't go higher. I mean, you could, but it'd be hard.
Not into a Kufra. I don't think they want to take the quad shadow into the ball.
Even the Lancelot would be kind of hard here, right?
That is hard. Kufra's direct. Wow. Alpha? They
You're
banned
nervous?
Alpha too. Okay. Wait, then what's left? Like a Boxia?
Why are you nervous?
Bane?
I was gonna say Bane. Yeah. Boxia.
Is there anything else? Is there anything
Boxia.
else? Or we can put Paquito in the jungle in the
Yeah.
slot in EXP, which I think they might do, but not sure. There's not much really room for the junglers. Oh yeah, they're still okay. They still got a lot of insurance left. Knights of Fate, however, they need a mage, and they've just banned out like good utility mages. Eve is still open. I feel like
this is turned into someone else's stream.
oh, Valera actually got banned out too. Interesting. Well,
it's a hard read. It's a hard read to say.
Oh! Okay, Minnow. Okay. So Minotaur. I feel like the BMI can easily
Why
dodge
are you throwing
out
up?
Fury though, so
Jesus,
I feel like
Stella.
everyone
What?
except for Regrets will have a hard time working around Minotaur.
Are you pregnant?
I can't read these two teams. Like they always have the weirdest picks, but it works for them. So I wouldn't say weird, but very interesting picks. But
it's not hard.
Usually Wheezy and I are good at reading drafts. We can kind of tell what they're gonna pick.
I say that, but then I had to stand in front of
I gotta put on my thinking
all
cap,
of M4.
I gotta think this one out.
All of M4
I say
on an
Knights of
international
Fates.
stage.
Knights of Fates has good late game damage from the quad.
Once more.
It wasn't scary.
Whoa!
Harley?
Harley sneaking up in here. Now this is interesting.
I know they played Harley last NACT against BTK. They were doing well with the Harley pick. So, okay, Harley mid. Wait, then Sleeps is gonna pick. Or no, what do they need? Jungle or EXP?
I don't think that's Harley mid.
Bane.
I think that's Harley.
We talked
that
about
is
the
Harley
Bane.
mid.
That is Harley mid.
It is Harley mid.
It's export jungle. Yeah, Zero's gonna run the Harley. This is literally a blast from the past. This is literally it. This is.
There goes the Bane too. We talked about the Bane being one of the last
it.
options for the jungle. So.
Yeah, so he's gonna put Dino and Paquito in EXP. Wow, this is. These two are good drafts though. Like I don't know about the Harley.
My interview in M4.
But
I'll definitely say
God.
this match is in for surprises.
Oh
I don't think there's
God.
any. It's hard to read. I feel like
I don't know.
But it's not easy to pull off either. And I will say, they pulled out some wild picks.
They pulled me out.
Was one of them, and they didn't execute. So
I'm gonna fumble. We all fumble, Stella. We all fumble.
This time it can work in their
You want me to send you my video
that? We are now jumping in.
They put me on mic in front of every influencer that I've like idolized at M4. I haven't ever released it.
Semifinals.
Or I released it, but I didn't really.
Bloodhounds.
I don't think I actually released it on my YouTube.
Although I want to keep my prediction, I would love to see this game go to a BO3 as both teams are also on the edge for points. One loss and it's going to put them at a huge disadvantage, but I want to see how Zero plays this Harley pick because I've seen it last year. You and I seen it last year, but it's gonna be a first walking for.
You got this though. You got this.
A lot of picks getting picked in for the first time, right? We saw Carmilla.
I don't do public speaking.
So definitely, and we also saw Cyclops, which is something we don't see.
Stella, you didn't do public speaking in college yet?
So ooh.
A lot of engagement, nice and early, but
let me see if I can find it.
Over-aggression can definitely be costly, especially up against a team like
Bloodhounds. It was bad.
Tries to take advantage of the early game.
I should still have it.
They've been scaling through the times. They've only been getting better and better. Knights of Fate, they need this victory, right? Both of them.
Yeah, I do.
Trying to fight it out. Bloodhounds currently sitting at the number 4 spot.
Look at this.
And that four-way tie.
You better not share this with people.
Trying to open up that door, but Bloodhounds being the gatekeeper doesn't plan on opening it. Be able to take this match. I'm definitely interested to see how Knights of Fate responds, and there goes a response right there onto Sleeps. Massive damage, bouncing ball. They might be able to take him out, but the flicker just in time. A quick escape, but now a punish. Powerless, taken down. Sleeps draws first blood. That is going to be Bloodhounds picking that up.
Yeah, he's kind of
do a shot beforehand.
Jeez. First kill.
Take a shot.
Doesn't have the Bloodhounds to start that snowball in that top side as the jungler for the side of Bloodhounds was able to put that in his hands, assisted. But we see the macro over on Turtle, but looks like Knights of Fate actually has this.
Yeah, it looks like they will be able
It's
to
so
take
hard.
this objective.
I
Kai
found it
picking
in
that up.
my videos, but
That is
then
gonna be a
like now
neutral
I have to
objective
go
into the hands of
through.
Knights of Fate. Even though they didn't get first blood, but now the penalties don't drop him down. Regrets is gonna find Sleeps on the 1v1 matchup in the gold lane. Kai is gonna take down easy peasy with the last insanity. Dino rushing in, trying to take down Kai. Boca Roscoe will secure the kill. 2 for 2 on the scoreboard. Who will be able to lead the way in kills? Will it be Knights of Fate? Will it be Bloodhounds? All of them very low. Tyrants range onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino. An amazing set. Powerless finds Coppola, gets a double. Takes out Boca Roscoe.
Like, fancy
a huge
restaurant,
play
they
from the
didn't have
roamer
like
of Knights of
alcohol.
Fate.
Gotta definitely watch out for Palos on this Kufra.
I asked
that
for
is one of
too.
his main picks, but 5-2. That quickly just turned around. Now we are looking at a 2K goal lead.
That was the first time that I've ever like held a microphone in my hand, right? Like it's different when this is just sitting in front of me because I'm just like
and looks like
talking.
Bloodhounds is gonna go ahead and look for that
And like,
right back.
there's not tons of people just staring at me.
I'm looking at the Harley, right?
Like the
Already picked up
whole
the
place
Arcane
was
Boost, has the
staring at
magic
me, and I
pin.
was like,
We're gonna
I
have to see how
talking
he
it, and then I
plays
can hear
into this.
myself,
Zero
and it fucked
definitely
me
could
up.
be a problem. Not your
It was like
traditional
it was
phase
like
that
a
you
loud
see. I mean, you
speaker,
mentioned, you know,
right?
back in last
I think if I was
with,
like I'm loud enough
Fallen,
that I
or,
don't think I
Fallout
need
back
like
then.
a microphone.
Now looking at him, you know,
But when I had a microphone in my hand, like I fumbled. Because like I'm not used to it. Also, I was standing up. Normally, I'm always sitting
He
down.
did pick up that kill, but we are still looking at the goal lead siege towards Knights of Fate. Still a 1K goal lead, 5-2. Nothing really happening, but we are about to hit that 5-minute mark, which means a lot of items.
And the NACT? No, when I was at M4.
And look at Dino.
When I was at M4.
Looking for Zero.
Zero, very low. We'll be able to get out though. You are gonna go ahead and look at that kill lead though. 5-2, 4 minutes in. Knights of Fate's having a little bit of an easier time than what they had inside of game one. Game one was more of a snowball.
But I've gotten. I feel like I've gotten way better.
It looks like they found a game plan.
They did.
I feel like I've definitely gotten way better at. It's just so much different when there's like thousands of people staring at you, bro. Like
oh, another big set from Powerless. He's just knocking him down with the Tyrant's Rage. But can they draw the kills off of that set? You are going to see the penalty zone drop down from Mikasa, forcing out the flicker. They will be able to make it back to the base. Maybe able to draw the kill on the Mikasa. Oh my goodness, a huge set goes in from Powerless yet again. Sleeps is going to draw the kill though and take him down.
But the aggro of the turtle's now going to be shift towards easy peasy. But
I've gotten way better. I've gotten a lot better.
Yeah,
not way better.
Setups, even though Powerless is out, you can feel the power from his Tyrant's Revenge. It's definitely a key factor to winning this. Boca Roscoe is going to take down Mikasa, though. You're going to see one turtle for both sides of the table, this time going to the Bloodhounds.
Yeah, and look at Boca Roscoe. He can't really walk up as Zero can definitely take him off in one go. But let's look at the items here, right? We do see Regrets.
No, that one was a little crazy too. It was the it was when I was in the front stage and Mara brought me out with combat.
He has some great micro when it comes to this Cupra, but he's definitely gonna have to be careful on not being taken down. He did find 2 deaths so far within the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, no one ever remembers like the little interviews and stuff that I did.
Kind of similar to game 1 where he fell a lot, giving them the advantage they needed to win that game. But Kai with the last insanity finds easy peasy.
It seems like Tara remembered my one with Mirko.
Is very low, so he's gonna have to go back to the base for some regen.
Absolutely, but look at the EXP laners starting to move their way towards that mid lane. Still looking for an answer.
It was definitely really different. It was definitely really different because like
off the board so easily.
I also didn't know a lot about any of the teams.
With the blazing duet canceled out. Dino rushing in with the heavy left punch. Possibly gonna get a kill.
Like,
Zero
and I
finds
was kind of put on the spotlight,
Dino
right?
finds
And I'm like, I
Powerless.
don't fucking
That is gonna be a
know.
1-for-1 on the board. Both roamers falling.
Like I didn't watch it. Like I just know about NA. What I like.
About 30 seconds, and that I feel like that is a fair trade, right? Both roamers got taken off. No other bodies were harmed, but Zero.
Ooh, hit with deadly magic, and he's gonna rush in for the kill. I think that might seal it. Yeah, Zero is gonna pick him up, take down Sleeps. They got what they came for, but just gonna deny him hitting that power spike as early as he wants to, especially running this lately. This Leslie is gonna scale through time.
This is wild.
And Zero's actually sitting at 3-0, so he hasn't been taken on the board either, but it's not easy to catch a Harley.
Oh, he flickers and dodges. Ah, if Mikasa would have came around the other side.
Through. You are going to see the aggro of the turtle pulled by Kai, getting in position.
Your
possibly
stomach
getting
hurts.
for their team as the turret is going
okay,
to fall on the
Stella.
top side. Oh, but huge knock up onto Dino. Last Sandy dropping down. Penalty zone from Mikasa for the setup. Easy peasy claims the turtle. Mikasa finds Coppola. Are they done? Looks like they are.
Yeah, I was definitely with
play,
him.
but they're able to claim that turtle into the
That
Bloodhounds'
one was
favor yet
easier. It's just,
again.
I don't know
keep them in
why,
this
but
game.
it's just so different when you're holding a microphone in your hand.
Roscoe.
I don't know.
Ooh, trying to get away, but the flicker in from Powerless. He wants to
I
take
don't
him
know,
down,
bro.
but can't seal the final hits. And now will cost him his life. It's
But
easy
Stella,
peasy,
if-
takes the kill.
if you-
but Dino
If
rushing
you need
in.
to practice or
Heavy left
something,
punch
let me
onto
know. I mean,
Mikasa.
I
He
can always
won't be
help
able
you
to
out.
escape.
Heavy left
It's
punch,
a
but beautiful
lot
assist coming in from
easier
Sleeps, but Zero is looking
when-
to take this mid turret down.
when you're
But
dealing
barely a
with.
fade, but easy peasy.
It's
Gonna
just
pick up
like
the kill
say
onto
you're
him,
talking
uses
to
the
someone in
last insanity
Discord,
for it,
right?
Picks up the immortality on his way out.
But
All I can
Mikasa-
say is just don't watch the
He
stream.
may be able to get out, but Dino,
Like,
he's
right?
not trying
Don't
to let him
watch
go for
yourself
free.
while
but Lazy
you're
Duet goes
doing
down.
it. Like,
Gonna go ahead and
treat
grab
it
his
as like
minions.
someone is just a
Bloodhounds,
one-on-one
heavy rotation
interview.
to the bottom side. Ultimate sniper drops.
Because that's really what it is. Like no
Sleeps is
no
gonna
one.
take down
Like
Mikasa.
I didn't.
Regrets is
I
able
didn't
to
see
get away
any
with
of
BMI,
the
but wait a
chat
minute.
and any of
This
that,
play,
right?
a stun from Sleeps. Tyrant's Rage onto the wall from Powerless. Almost
Send
taking him
help.
down. Does not draw the kill. They are going to have to recall back to the base.
Did you watch the
Get some
video I
regen,
sent
which
you?
will open up the opportunity for Sleep to claim this turret.
I don't think I've even
Also,
ever
in
watched
return,
it.
I'm gonna go ahead and
How
take away
bad
that
did I
mid
fumble?
turret away from Bloodhounds. And this, we're seeing a little bit of a different play style than what we
It was
saw
so loud in
Bloodhounds
there.
last game. They're playing very aggressive, but for this game, they have to be very careful as they need Sleeps to make sure that he does get farmed up pretty well, and he is a main hitter.
I
of
kept saying
damage.
a lot.
I know.
You won't hear your voice. You won't hear your
We
voice.
are starting to see Zero hit hard. That's like half HP
yeah.
on Dino right there.
Actually,
with the
I
deadly
kind of
magic.
killed that.
Definitely having to be a little bit careful.
I kind of killed
Not your
that.
traditional pick, but working in Knights of Fate's favor.
Yeah, definitely working in their favor, but Lord is coming up in about 5 seconds. Definitely going to see a lot of action happen in a few seconds. And we are about that 10-minute spike right now, so let's do a really quick item check. And I know a lot of these members are going to
her interview
have
won't
a
be
lot
tomorrow,
in stock
Nick.
for them. So Marksmans, we are looking at 2 core items for Claude, but ooh, Zero almost got caught there. But Leslie has picked up 2 core items as well, so just a 200 gold difference between both teams, and we are seeing the siege of this Lord. Who's going to get it? Dino just got chunked off really low on that backside.
He does have the Bloodless Axe, though, to be able to sustain himself for Spellbound. If he did want to stay in this fight, alongside the Brave Smite emblem that he picked up, but he's going to go back to the base for some regen. Not going to risk it. Lord at about 15% HP. Easy peasy gets it for the Bloodhounds. But Regrets will find Boca Roscoe. You're not getting this for free. Boca Roscoe takes down Regrets. An eye for an eye leaves the world blind as Kai takes down Coppola.
I do this daily. I do this daily.
And that is going to
They
be
dress in
Regrets
high
on the board,
heels?
but that might just be another one right here. Dino.
Oh my goodness,
What am I
two-man
supposed to
set.
wear? What do
May
you
lead to a
like
kill.
wearing?
Sleeps needs to get out of there. Barely
Interview
escapes
gap.
alive. Now can use the ultimate sniper.
Calm
Mikasa
down.
and Powerless making their way out of the jungle for the Bloodhounds.
How are you feeling about Powerless?
Knights of Fate actually might win.
I know you've been watching this entire game with the sets. How are you feeling?
I think the question is, how is Bloodhounds feeling? Because
Yeah.
those are pretty impactful. It's
When
very
you do
explosive.
your
I feel like
interview, just
even as a caster, I can just
focus
feel
on
the
who's
momentum
interviewing you.
between
Don't
each of his sets.
and just think of
He's
it as like a
executing
normal
it so
conversation,
well.
like between
I mean,
you and
the
that
last
person.
game,
Of
we've
course,
seen
they're
him
going to be
kinda falling.
asking you
It was more the
questions
downfall
about
for the Knights of
Mobile
Fate. But this time
Legends, about
around,
like
he's
your
leading the way to
impact in Mobile
a possible
Legends,
victory.
your
The
moderations
confidence
and
is
stuff like
definitely
that.
there from Powerless, and I feel like he's just taking that energy and driving it with his team. And look, the setup once again coming in from Bloodhounds this time, looking to siege away this top side and potentially.
It's really easy. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
Bloodhounds
not,
trying to
it's
find the
not as bad
advantage.
as it
Zero very
seems.
low. We'll be able to escape with the flicker.
You'll-
Gets a kill.
you'll
Takes down
probably
Sleeps with the
find
deadly
yourself, like,
magic. Just
either,
showing you how good the
like,
Harley is. Huge set from Powerless. Double
trying to do
set
something
on the
with your
wall. On the
hands
Dino.
or
On the couple.
something.
Mikasa draws the kill.
I mean, if you have
from that
like,
amazing
if
assist and a
there's
knockup.
anything
Boca
that
Roscoe
helps
finds
to
Zero. No fear drop
relieve,
down.
like,
Kai is gonna find Coppola to respond.
stress.
Easy peasy takes down Mikasa. Gets a double. Finds
Who's gonna
Powerless.
interview
Leaving
you?
Regrets and Kai by themselves, but Regrets is gonna claim
I
a
could
turret
probably
on the
find
bottom
out.
side. Left alone is opening up the map for the Knights
It
of
might
Fate.
be Liz, to
A
be
beautiful
honest.
set coming in from Coppola. 3-man knockup and Boca Roscoe and easy peasy.
Let me.
Take away the inhibitors. Ooh, okay, but
It's
that's
probably. Yeah,
at
I'm pretty sure I
least
can
the
already
turret
find
has
out who's going
popped,
to be interviewing
which means
you.
Lord is definitely going to go hunting down that top side for Knights of Fate. So definitely have to be careful on that. But opening up the map, Regrets also did open up the map for them as well, which leaves the top
it's gonna be Xena
open for Bloodhounds.
Gonna leave
unless
that
it
open.
changes.
So far, 15 to 11, 12 minutes in. Now making our way
It's
into
gonna be
the mid-game.
Xena.
You are looking at Bloodhounds currently taking down 3 turrets, but 4 falling for them. They're able to win in terms of turtles, though. They got one more over the Knights of Fates. You are gonna go ahead and see the goal difference pretty much even between these 2 powerhouse teams.
Ooh, is there any get taken down? Is that enough?
Powerless. Set. Powerless yet again, finding the opportunity. But Knights of Fate not able to make the most out of the situation. You just gotta give him credit. If there was an MVP in the making so far for this game on Knights of Fate, 100% going to Powerless.
Yeah, but it looks like Lord is coming up in about 5 seconds, so we're gonna definitely see.
I can always like.
You're gonna watch out for
I could always like message Xena
4-1.
for you, and I
Definitely
we could like
trying to target Sleeps, right?
we could
Sleeps
see if she'd be down with doing like maybe like a little mock interview for you, so you
can't
could
walk up too far.
You can try.
Setup right now. We do see 4
Xena and Stella.
Power.
Let me set an alarm.
The damage going in. Lord at about 50% HP. Endless battle being picked up from Sleeps to be able to fight it out this engagement. Kai though, last minute will steal the Lord for the Knights of Fate. This is what they came for, and they want blood. Easy peasy. We'll find Mikasa though to respond. You're not gonna get this Lord for free. Bo Carrasco, Winter Trenchy, and High IQ play to dodge the Blaze Duet, but not enough to save him as Powerless will get the kill. Kai Unstoppable takes down Dino. Immortality propped onto Kai. Can he get away? Last Insanity's into Sleep. Ultimate Sniper for the response. Zero taken, not 1, not 2. Is going to be able to negate the damage and allow him to escape, but at what cost? Sleeps will find Powerless.
Yeah,
Sleeps is
definitely
hitting
throwing
hard.
some bullets now, a big hit in the face, but that is a Lord for Knights of Fate. Bloodhounds gonna have
I mean,
to
if you like wearing
work their
dresses,
way
wear
back
dresses.
and
You know?
reorganize their waves, as that is not what they wanted for this.
Is Stella getting a
particular
bag
time
too,
right
or
now. We are
what?
looking at the 15 minutes, so everyone's starting to get their items in, and once the items get dragged out, and once the game also gets dragged out,
AOF's actually doing pretty decent.
Weezy, what are you feeling?
But I think that Leslie is going to start like
I feel like this can still go to either side.
Zero
it is
here.
a close game though. I wouldn't say this is one-sided. I mean, you're looking at the items, most of them getting stacked to their full build at the 14-minute mark. But here we go, Siege for the tier 2 turret. Last Sandy going in, easy peasy Immortality being proc. Copa very low, but no fear for the double knockup. Regrets getting the tier 2 and a kill. We'll find Coppola. Dino now needing to get away. He's gonna dodge the damage, but they did lose that turret for the top side.
You want me to send you a G the Ico sleeveless, and you just wear that?
Oh my goodness! Whoa! A 4-man set. Mikasa finds Sleeps. Regrets find Boca Roscoe. Easy peasy and Dino by themselves.
Jesus.
Is this what they needed? Will they be able to take it to a game 3? Deadly Magic goes on to Easy Peasy. Back for the region, but not able to sustain himself. He gets a kill. Dino by himself. Knock, knock. Who's there? Knights of Fate trying to end this game, but Dino for the denial. Not enough though. Minions are there, and Knights of Fate are gonna take Bloodhounds to a game 3.
Definitely will take it to a game 3, 1-1. This time the win is going to be Knights of Fate's hand. And looks like they are not ready to go home. Both of these teams are tight right now, and we're gonna have to see where these two teams are gonna take us. Oh, Weezy, my prediction. Look at you.
Oh yeah. Let's go. That's what I wanted. Game 3.
But that is a very intense game though. However, Knights of Fate was able to turn things around as Bloodhounds with that draft was not able to play it to their potential. And in our first match,
Sus
we saw
Ico.
Bloodhounds play more
What?
of an
How was I
aggressive
sus?
game, but maybe when they have a draft that takes time, that could be their weakness. But we are looking
Freaking
at
Russo.
a potential match 3. So
Russo
very
let me
excited, but
down.
Weezy, how are you feeling? Your predictions?
Hey man, I'm just trying to get on the same wave as you, right? I mean, he might be on to something. But now, moving on to the post-game stats, 22-13, a 15-minute game.
3, 6,
Are
and 12.
looking at a 15-minute game, 22-13. Bloodhounds fell a little bit short against Knights of Fate. We are looking at 0 and Regret. Getting taken off the board only once, but Kai, beautiful rotations
What did
coming
that
in.
say?
And looks like that is their pocket pick. Exborg should not be tossed over to the hands of Knights of Fate. But we look at Sleeps, right? you put a very late marksman, just kind of puts Bloodhounds at a little bit of a disadvantage as they love to play that aggro early game.
What did they say?
So maybe they have to switch their draft around. But both of these teams know now how each team plays. So definitely have to keep an eye out for both of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think the keys to victory for the side of Knights of Fate is to get powerless online. I mean, if you run something that he's comfortable on, they perform way differently than when he's uncomfortable. That Carmilla was not it, but that Kufra
was it.
Kufra was on another level.
He was hit.
You are gonna let him cook. Let him cook. You are gonna go ahead and see this replay as they do push through into the base for the Bloodhounds on game 2 to even out the series. Bloodhounds, they needed to close this one out, but now may lose their top 4 spot because of this. This game 3 is going to decide everything and may change the entire dynamic of the NACT fall season.
I mean, they did double damage to the turrets.
And we're going to see the rich guy being regrets coming in with that claw, but carry's going to be 0 this time. 27% damage. Dino taking most of the hits. 130,000 damage. That is more than Coppola.
I lost everything.
It's going to be the forgotten one as he has 12 assists.
I sold the house. I sold the kids.
He's just him.
I don't got a car.
The ults. I mean, Weezy, you saw it for yourself. The Kufra is insane.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the most impressive Kufra sets I've seen so far in NACT. Honestly, it was a pleasure casting that game. I didn't expect to see that. I mean, Powerless, you would have said he was the demise of the team if you only watched game 1. But when you see game 2, no, he's the keys to everything. He's got the different keys to the city. So I think for game number 3, especially for Bloodhounds, they gotta ban the Kufra out.
They have to. I think that
double
might have
it
to be
or
a
nothing.
Respect ban coming in, right? Powerless was just untouchable, and giving out those. It kind of reminds me of Gauss from A77 giving away those
why
sets,
you gonna
right?
put Stella on
so definitely
blast?
Always on the. Wait, actually, it's funny because
Stella's not gonna be on the same day as you.
Was giving was also on the same marksman, which was that Leslie, right? Basic was running Leslie, and he was very easily to catch. But Fanny and Ling, it's gonna get banned out for Bloodhounds, but Knights of Fate.
Oh shit! Good call.
Have a lot of options left.
I haven't uploaded it for a minute.
They're gonna ban out those EXP laners, so definitely.
It won't let me do it.
Will be one.
There we go.
Xborg. Okay. So Xborg has been picked up by both teams once now, so I don't think they want to give it up at all. So they're gonna force them out. They're gonna go ahead and ban out Easy Peasy's Martyrs at 3,000.
There you guys go, chat.
Savage. Angela is gonna get
I
banned.
sold the kids.
Bloodhounds' bans have been the same.
This is Nightbait doing me dirty.
Rounds so far. They're very consistent. But Knights of Fate.
If you see clips of you, I'm moving the ants art. Why?
Never know which way this is gonna go. I mean,
I really don't. I can't even. I can't tell.
Come on,
I think they just gotta get something that Powerless can profit on. I don't think the Carmilla was it, but like something with good set potential, dive set potential. I think he's a really good initiator.
You're gonna be one with the pink,
right? Not playing a hero that's more passive. He needs to be up in the front line, creating the opportunity and soaking up that damage. So I mean, Kufra is still available. Bloodhounds is gonna let it walk. Do they pick it up first pick, or they're gonna give Knights of Fate what they're looking for, a possible key to victory to close out this series?
They shouldn't have wow. Oh wait, no, now Powerless is definitely gonna pick up that Kufra. Okay. They have the Uranus. But see, in response, they can always be a Terizla, right? But Uranus is definitely gonna be hard to kill. I'm looking at maybe a potential carry pickup, Claude pickup for the Uranus for late game. Definitely won't be killing him early game. He's a big chunk of metal that walks around that just heals every couple seconds. So you're definitely not going to see him do that. But I am going to guess. You're going to do a guessing game?
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Kufra and... Okay. Got one. How about you?
Ah, shoot. Okay. This will be hard. Maybe a carry? I don't know. Something that can, like, soak into this Uranus. He's gonna be pretty much unkillable. Oh, they're gonna go in for the Fred though. Okay. It's a safe option.
I call Valentina. This side.
Bloodhounds?
Yes.
You know,
actually, I don't know.
They didn't pull out Valentina.
I don't know because Valentina can't profit off of any of this right now. So another Novaria. Eve. I don't know. The thing is, usually you and I can read.
You don't want to do.
Because there's a
Stella's interview would be like
Never
September.
responds, so
It'd be like next time.
Boca Roscoe might slot in Valentina. He played it well last game.
I think they only do one interview a day.
Okay. Game time. Well, Gord's really good right now too. I mean, I've been seeing everybody talking about him, so I can't wait to see how this plays into the Land of Dawn. And there goes the carry we were kind of talking about, but I would have expected it to be Knights of Fate, but no, they're gonna go ahead and pick that up instead. I mean, they know they don't have like a Lolita to negate the Speedy Light Wheels, so those are two frontline heroes that the carry can profit from.
Novaria or Valentina, I feel like.
Where's Inferno?
They're both really good. But actually, I feel like they might have to pick up their marksman early.
I don't know where Inferno's been.
Claude's still open, right? Brody's still open. A lot of good marksmen are open.
You sent the skin request?
Too much room for
you guys been playing a lot of Minecraft
Uranus,
together.
You put Claude or a good marksman that does a lot of burst damage. Dino's not going to do anything with the consecration over there. So.
Yo, I don't see the skin request.
You see? Early marksman pickup's gonna be the Claude. Okay, so now Knights of Fate's missing mage and what? Jungle? Potential jungle, right? We've seen Fred in the EXP lane, so there's that.
You do got plenty of time.
And a jungler.
They're going up against the Kufra.
Okay.
I'm surprised they let the Kufra walk.
I think I see
how much of a factor it played in it.
They countered out with Uranus though. I mean, Kara can also always run the Purify as well. So there's two potential Purifies. We'd see Kaja. Okay, Kaja got banned. Bloodhounds.
Mario got banned as well.
Okay,
you want the Odette skin?
That's a good one.
Archwizard?
Right? Prevents vision. But there's still no answer for Powerless.
We want purple.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fun one. I'm really interested in seeing the Gourd on Boca Roscoe. I don't think have you seen Boca Roscoe run the Gourd before?
No. We've only seen what?
Maybe a first.
We've only seen Hoon run the Gourd.
So I'm excited to see him pull that out. I think it's something that Knights of Fate is gonna have to properly counter. And so far, I'm not really seeing one. I mean, I guess you got Regrets. You can try and dive in.
I'm too busy watching.
Or maybe the Kufra as well, but
Frank was also good here.
Suppression.
Okay, Alpha.
Alpha ban.
Alpha ban. Okay. Wait, which means what can they jungle with? Export's banned. Martis is banned. Fredden's picked up. Alpha's banned. Bane's still open. They banned Harley. Okay. Probably a good ban, but Valentina's still up. Zero played Valentina.
I was gonna say the Martis, but the Martis was banned out.
Martis got
You're looking at junglers for the Bloodhounds.
Don't let that hurricane take you, Stella.
Yeah, but there's too much magic.
Come on. Archwizard, what skin did you want?
It's gonna be a pretty good one. There's a lot of frontline presence so far. Nice. You have the Drama, you have Frederick, and you have the Kufra, right?
No, it's gonna be ISO, Yato, best player, warrior. I think that's it.
Got their competition. Okay, early game. They need a little bit more. So let's see where this goes. Bloodhounds.
I mean, how does that set on Minotaur though?
Is it aliens? Is the audio messing up?
That's kind of your optimal. You can put Lolita, but it's just gonna cancel out penalty zone and BMI is not gonna do anything.
Well, now we know that it's not.
Baksha.
It's not that.
Okay, but then what is Zero gonna play? Eve? Eve is actually not bad here.
Alien.
There's not really
much
too much dive.
An alien.
Exactly. So, or even a Farsa is not bad here. Honestly, there's no dive for her.
Oh. I caught you.
I think both are definitely viable.
Kadita is still open too.
On whatever he runs. I mean, looking at the draft so far, it's gonna be easy peasy. Running this carry is what my only worry for Knights of Fate is, right? The carry is not only gonna shut down Mikasa, it can shut down Kai and also Powerless. It can definitely be a problem, and there's no dive. There's no dive to really get back to him outside of that. I guess you have Regrets and Powerless to possibly do it, but yeah, there we go. Last pick being slotted in. Knights of Fate finalizing their draft for the final game of the day. They're gonna go ahead and pick up that Harith.
Harith into a Edith though? The Thunder Shatter is gonna knock him airborne. If he gets caught once, his vision is not going to do too much. But definitely, again, 2 late game marksmen.
I just sent it to you.
Bloodhounds love to play aggressive early games, so definitely Dino running the Uranus is definitely going to help. But Knights of Fate loves to go that mid to late game. They're team fighters, so I feel like it depends on how Bloodhounds decide to snowball. But Knights of Fate also has a good draft.
We're gonna be watching it tomorrow.
So Herethus is free running until Coppola CC's 0. But Wheezy, take us in.
That's right.
Oh,
game
no.
number 3, the final game
My
of the day, the
headset's
last
dying,
match for the
chat.
quarterfinals of the losers bracket, stage
I won't
2
be
of
able
the
to hear
NACT
any.
Fall.
Won't be able to
Bloodhounds
hear
up
the
against
cat.
Knights of Fate, both of them sitting at match point. And speaking of points, Knights of Fate trying to make their way out of that 5th position
move my
into the top
camera.
4.
Oh, I thought I moved my camera. Is it still robotic? Oh, it's not even going, is it?
And his true damage, a true magic damage, is doing enough to kill a
working
lot of that
now?
back line. And we see it in first hand with TOB, Hoon running in that
I don't know why it
so
went
definitely
robotic.
the Mystic Gush is going to do a lot of damage. But I also have to keep an eye out for Sleeps. His carry was doing phenomenal, but Carlos, my goodness.
Nice and early. There it goes. This is why you don't let him pick the Kufra. Did you see that? They almost took down Boca Roscoe in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, speaking about blink of an eye, we can see how a lot of things change, and especially in the EXP lane right now. Dino's getting body bagged by Terizla, so this is a matchup that we haven't really been able to see because those two always get banned out, but we are going to see it today. Who will be the better EXP laners? Are going to be the Terizla or the Uranus, but neutral objective coming in about 30, but Boca Roscoe needs to be careful for Powerless, and he is one beast on this coup from a top side.
Yeah, and he was the deciding factor on how they won game number 2 and maybe
the cheese
option
wheel
for game number 3, but there goes the cheese wheel from Easy Peasy. Powerless winding up. Not going to go in with the Tyrant's Revenge yet, but definitely have to watch out for it. I really want to see how he kind of plays into this match.
Did I fix the audio, chat?
Was it just a coincidence, or is he just him?
It doesn't ever go robotic for me.
He might
so
just
I
be
never
him.
know.
Speaking about him, Boca Roscoe is just getting caught out every single time by Powerless with Mikasa's positioning.
No problem.
Dino rushing in is running this Uranus, the unkillable. Does have the Brave Smite as well to sustain himself. Turtle aggro has been pulled. May possibly get reset, but a huge knock on the way. Zaman Force dropping down. Coppola very low. Zero draw first blood. Everybody caught in that Zaman Force. May not be able to escape. Kai is going to take down Easy Peasy. Miscalculation for the Bloodhounds. Dino takes down Kai though. Gets a double. Finds Zero. Wait a minute. Powerless is going to find Dino. Gets a stun on a Boca Roscoe to allow Mikasa to pick up the kill. That is 4-2 so far and a reset for this turtle.
And Sleeps is just having, I don't know, Sleeps seems kind of bored. He's just sitting there waiting for Claude while there's a whole battle coming out in that turtle pit. But still, nobody has picked up this objective yet. So it looks like we're going to see one more fight, except this time, Boca Roscoe's definitely going to have that Mystic Gush to help his team
I guess
with
I can
all
put
that
these
damage.
back on, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Knights of Fate, they are leading by 2 kills and already up by about 600 gold. They need to get this turtle to kind of lead the way for the early game, but Bloodhounds is not going to let it go without a fight.
These are dying.
There it goes. Boca Roscoe connecting on the Powerless is going to shut him down with the Mystic Gush, but fight not over. Turtle doesn't get reset. Retribution out. Mikasa is able to claim that for the Knights of Fate. Easy Peasy will find Kai. Everybody very low. Mikasa is going to find Coppola, but may fall. Zero takes down Dino. Mikasa still alive. Survives all of that damage. 6-4 on the scoreboard.
And that's what we wanted to see from Mikasa. He wasn't doing so great on that Terizla pick the first match.
My mouse.
And the second match, but now he's sitting at 2-0-4. Definitely being able to sustain a lot of damage for his team. But we have to look at also at 0-2-1-3, but oh my goodness, Freezy.
Powerless just in his natural habitat right now. Just dominating, providing these sets, and Boca Roscoe is going to fall. Zero picking up that kill in the mid lane, and another kill may be on the way as Mikasa finds himself in a 2v1 situation, and they take him down.
We gotta give some love over to the top side, Wheezy. There's been too much things going on in the turtle with the EXP laners, but Sleeps is actually farming up pretty well, but Regrets does have a level up against him, and we're gonna see the potential claws here. Power.
Ooh, another set on the way. Bouncing ball with that Tyrant's Revenge. But wait a minute. Coppola very low. Kai picks up the kill with the Brazer's Wrath. Is able to shut him down. Sleeps is going to chase down Kai and take him out for the response. But Cheese Wheel in effect. Tortoise Pursuance as well. Trying to slow down Powerless. Boca Roscoe dealing damage. Able to get the stun inside of the turret as well. We were wondering how the Gorb was going to play into this so far. It's still a little shaky from what I'm seeing. 1, 2, and 2, but time will tell.
Dino just took away the blue buff, so it's for a turret, for a buff, I don't know, but definitely is a little bit farm taken away from Knights of Fate. Knights of Fate, but
why'd I come back and that was the only thing I seen?
Here, zero low.
Possible counterplay, Powerless yet again, a stun on a Boca Roscoe. He's able to find the backline at any given moment, and down goes Boca, his third death so far, but a knock up of Brazer's Wrath. The slam dunk for a double kill. Kai takes down Coppola, and now another set from Powerless. He's just all over the Bloodhounds right now.
Yeah, it looks like Dino still doing a little bit of zoning, doing a good job on this Uranus, but falling a little bit short. Carry still has time to come online. Sleeps. Gotta watch out for him as well, but Regrets also running this quad, but
Kai is gonna pick up that turtle for the Knights of Fate. That is 2 turtles so far in their hands, left unanswered, which is gonna increase their goal lead by almost 2,000 and also boost the XP for their team as a battle in the mid lane on the way. Huge penalty zone for the quad knockup. Easy peasy is gonna find Mikasa. Zero respawn finds Dino with the Zombie Force, picks up a double, finds Coppola, but Easy peasy gets a double to respond back. Will find Powerless and shut him down.
It is a 2-for-2 trade actually. EXP and Rome both got taken off the board, but looks like Knights of Fate kind of overstepped that fight as they were looking to siege a turret. However, they were not able to, but Focus comes over to top side. Easy peasy making his way over, stopping Regrets from going out this way.
Easy.
Yeah, definitely stop him. As you're looking at the items, Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff picked up by Regrets. Sleeps able to get 2 of his core items as well, the Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff. Definitely looking good for both gold laners. Neither of them finding a death so far. I think that's definitely one of the keys to victory is trying to get one of them uncomfortable and delay their late game presence.
Yeah, but Easy Peasy is actually ahead of Kai right now by 2 levels, so you can tell he's been farming. Also, sitting at more than 50% of their team's kills right now, sitting at 413, but Kai sitting at 436. Is able to tank a lot of that damage, but you can tell Easy Peasy has been just trying to farm all the objectives, but here comes the Cheese Wheel.
Right, Cheese Wheel rushing in, Easy peasy, trying to be the frontline jungler, but now responded back from the Bloodhounds and the damage. KOF though, trying to still take down some of the members, increase this kill lead.
Conceal.
May be able to pull it off, but a possible counterplay on the way as the conceal play does get called out from the Bloodhounds. Will not amount to anything for the mid lane.
But we do see Turtle coming up. Both teams looking to siege over this neutral objective, but mid side, you see a little bit of a pairing with Sleeps and Boca Roscoe. Mikasa in a good position to get those 2 squishies in the back lines, but looks like aggro is being pulled towards Knights of Fate for this objective.
Third time's a charm, right? I mean, Bloodhounds lost both turtles so far, but can they get this? Powerless again! The monstrosity, Kufra being a problem, but there goes Boca Roscoe trying to get a kill with the Mystic Gush, flickers in, finds Mikasa. Kai will get the turtle for the Knights of Fate. Additional shield has been activated. Powerless gets a kill. Zero takes down Easy Peasy. Blazing Duet from Regret. Zero Unstoppable is going to take down Easy Peasy. A double kill as he finds Dino on his path to destruction. Leaving Boca Roscoe, leaving Sleeps by themselves. Both backlines for the Bloodhounds. Can they stop them from pushing in the turret? Kai is going to activate a kill. Is going to get Boca Roscoe. Killing spree does go into effect, and down goes the turret for the mid lane.
I feel like there had to be a little bit more of that focus towards Sleeps, right? He's sitting at 103. It hasn't been taken off the board, but Copla's sitting at 0-6. Not something you really kind of want to see the roamers dying too much, right? Powerless is sitting at 2-2 with 12 assists. So that's how you know he's been everywhere on the map, but we gotta have to protect Sleeps as he is really the determining factor.
What's going on here, chat?
How fast can they get there?
Zero's popping off, bro. He is 7-1
from Knights of Fate, and Bloodhounds looking for an answer.
Oh, and they may have found an answer in the hands for Knights of Fate. Easy peasy, taking down to about 50% HP. And right now, I mean, Knights of Fate they're pretty solid. It's almost 10 minutes in. They haven't lost a single turret. They've taken every single turtle, and they've taken 3 turrets away from the Bloodhounds, increasing their goal lead to 5,000.
Boca is using
Absolutely,
Gourd.
but we might see a potential sandwich over here from Knights of Fate. Power charging up.
There it goes, gets a set on to Coppola, and they are going to lock in for a possible kill. Coppola not able to get the Primal Wrath in time. Godlike kill is taken down. Regrets will claim the tier 2 turret for the lane as well, but on the bottom side, a possible trade and objectives as you are going to go ahead and see Dino left uncontested. Maybe able to clear that out. Does claim that turret for the Bloodhounds.
But leaves open the inhibitor, but Powerless charging up once again. Now, see, Bloodhounds can't really walk up because of Powerless. That's how much pressure he's giving on this Kufra. And because of the Tyrant's Rage, the CC, the instant CC as well, can't really do much. And Sleeps and Dino is definitely running the period for but once Bokarasco gets caught out, the damage is not there anymore, which kind of puts Bloodhounds at a disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely going to put him at a disadvantage as you are going to go ahead and see another set from Powerless, this time catching Dino, the unkillable Uranus. Can they take him down? Mystic Ghost from Bokarasco from afar. You are going to go ahead and see Dexter join the party, give him a slight advantage in numbers. Lord at about 75% HP. Bokarasco takes down Mikasa. Blatant duet from Regrets. Zero is going to find a kill. Legendary one. Regrets is going to take down Dino. Zero is going to find Coppola for the double. This will open up the opportunity for the Knights of Fate to claim this Lord.
Powerless
and
on this
Bloodhounds is doing a good job choking off Knights of Fate, but there's always
16,
zeros, as they don't have enough damage just yet. We are looking at almost a 10k goal lead coming in from Knights of Fate. Bloodhounds kind of in a very difficult situation. Bokarasco got picked off way too many times in that early game, but Coppola also getting taken off the board
can be mad annoying, bro.
Now they're great as they were looking for more set potential, right? But we did talk about this in draft. Can't really pick a good roam into Knights of Fate's draft as they have a lot of CC.
10 kills, bro.
Zero. Trying to get back online. He is level 12 right now.
Kills,
but
bro.
Regrets is sitting at the full 15-minute power spike.
Doggy now. We got a pause with a ward coming down.
That is called in from Bloodhounds. And it looks like a little bit of a technical issue coming here, but Wheezy, I know this. You see this Lord coming down this mid side. You think Knights of Fate can close this game out?
Oh, there's a giveaway code.
It's definitely possible. Bloodhounds is going to be at the top of the game to deny it.
Damn, they
the
charge
giveaway
40%.
code did just pop up on the screen, though. Make sure you guys claim this code in game for a chance to win a permanent Dark Jit Roger skin. I mean, who wouldn't want to play that, right? Roger, we've seen him get that last M-Series skin, and now a free permanent skin for you guys to be able to pick up as well. Grab those phones, put in that code now while it's still available.
Yeah, definitely. But going back to what I was saying, right? Regret sitting at 1-0. Power sitting with 18 assists and zero sitting at 10 kills right now. And that's what happens if you kind of give Power over with that Kufra pick, and their synergy is just unstoppable right now. And Wheezy, give me some tips for each team, how they can flip things around.
For Knights of Fate, they just got to keep doing what they're doing. Trust in Powerless, get the sets, and make the most out of the sets that he provides. For Bloodhounds, stop getting in Powerless's way. Find a way for him not to get you set up. That's definitely a start. Also, keeping Sleeps and Bokarasco alive. Bokarasco's already fallen 4 times on this gourd. Only 11 minutes in, and that's the most deaths that we've really seen on Bokarasco in a while. Sleeps not really hitting the mark on this carry. Even though he has the potential to burst down all of the frontline composition for the Knights of Fate, he doesn't have the items yet. They're too far back in the economy. That's a 9,000 gold lead to the Knights of Fate. So play for the late game. Get Sleeps the items he needs, and they can close it out and turn this around. If Bloodhounds last to the late game, they have the composition that can win, but Knights of Fate looking to end this early.
Yeah, Sleeps definitely has the potential to come back into the game, but how soon can he do that? As Regrets already has level 15. Sleeps is still sitting at level 12 and easy peasy. The Boxer pick is doing good. He's frontlining with Dino and Coppola, but I don't feel like there's enough burst coming in for Bokarasco and Sleeps just yet. And Sleeps hasn't hit his power spike yet. We're only looking at 11 minutes. He's a little bit behind. Purify's still up to his advantage, but this Lord is spiraling down, and this might be the end of it, or we might look to see for another. Oh, that just got deleted. Never mind. We're gonna look for another Lord Siege potentially.
That was the fastest Lord I've ever seen fall. I don't think that's a record breaker right there. Everybody on Bloodhounds focusing on it. It's a good defense. Maybe the pause working in their favor for that plan. But now you are going to go ahead and see Knights of Fate having to kind of pick their next play. Do they push in? Do they try and be aggressive and claim some of these inhibitors? Or do they wait for the next opportunity, starve out the Bloodhounds, make them rush out for some economy, or rushed out to try and contest the next neutral objective on the board.
Somebody needs to shut down Zero. Zero's just been free hitting everything, right? He's sitting at almost
Zero
10K
is the
gold
problem.
with his full, almost his full build, and he has one item left for him to go ahead and build.
I'm not gonna be cameraman in LA. No, I'm gonna be the. I'm gonna be on the onstage rep.
4K gold difference. Yeah, Godly is right. But speaking of Godly, look at the siege.
The Oregon Sea Regrets get to the back line, finds Boko Roscoe with the blazing duet and the BMI. He gets back out to safety again. Just not profiting on this Gord pick. Not what Bloodhounds was really looking to kind of do with it. And now it's working against them as they are going in for the finish. Easy Peasy is going to find Mikasa. Zero going to find Coppola. Gets a double. Finds... Oh my goodness, a triple. Easy Peasy will find Powerless. That is going to be only Easy Peasy by himself to defend. There's only one lane of minions. He is going to use the Cheese Wheel, but may get graded down from the Knights of Fate's. Regrets is going to shut him down. A full wipeout, but Boko Roscoe back in time, but not enough. And down goes the base crystal. The Knights of Fate has done it. They have disrupted the space-time continuum and have disrupted Bloodhound's placement in the top 4.
What? That secures a spot for Knights of Fate for the semifinals bracket. But Weezy, I am happy for Knights of Fate, but I just lost my prediction.
Oh yeah. You know what? UA just got his second prediction, and I'm right alongside him. So hey. Trust in UA, trust in Powerless. I guess that's the way we're going today.
I did lose my 100% prediction rate, but congratulations, Knights of Fate. You guys actually played that very well, and that's what happens if you give Powerless Cooper. And if I had to give MVP, Powerless. But break these down for me, Weezy.
Let's just start with Powerless, right? 2, 3, and 9 KDA on fire. 19 assists. He almost hit 20. That is literally insane. When you're looking at Bloodhounds, their highest assist is 6. It shows you, or actually 7. It just shows you how much of a menace he was. And he knew he was a threat on this Kufra. Bloodhounds knew he was a threat on this Kufra. And they let him use it yet again, which led to this 13-minute game. A very fast finish, 25-12, to be able to close that out. And you got to give Knights of Fate's credit, right? This is an underdog team. Everybody predicted Bloodhounds to take this, but they didn't.
Look at Zero's KDA, 13-1-7. But let's look at Powerless and Zero's synergy.
Synergy, Boko Roscoe from afar. You got to see a little bit of that Gordon action, but just not able to do what the team was looking forward to. Just too stationary on the high mobility team. Boko Roscoe did find Mikasa though, but then we started seeing a lot of bodies dropping as Zero took down Easy Peasy. Regrets found Dino. A double kill from Zero as Coppola fell as well. Group members dropping for the Bloodhounds. 1 on the Knights of Fates, which opened up the opportunity for them to take that Lord in game number 3. Knights of Fate just on fire so far, as you can see these post-game stats.
But speaking about fire, let's look at these stats right now. We do see Knights of Fate absolutely dominating these stats over here. Most of it is colored red, but Rich Guy definitely going to be Regrets, sitting at 900 gold per minute, but Zero coming in with the carry, getting all of that damage and all the kills, right? He was sitting at 10-1 at one point. Easy Peasy being the sandbag. Definitely going to have to take a lot of that damage as he's running the tank jungle, but Powerless, just like you said, 19 assists as a roamer.
This does not mean KOF to LA.
Very hard to achieve, but he's just him. To give all, I really want to give my MVP over to Power.
Season 3 is gonna mean a lot.
Kufra is something everyone should be scared of, and Bloodhounds just got a taste of their own medicine for not banning out Kufra. But Weezy, let's look at a replay of one of these plays.
Yeah, that huge Astro Echo from Boko Roscoe. This is back in game 1, which led to the victory for the Bloodhounds to take that match. Boko Roscoe, the Navaria master, just showing you his expertise. Dino getting the kill as well, and then you were seeing Kai all by himself, a double kill from Sleeps, killing spree activated from Coppola, and down with the base crystal. As we do move over on to game number 2, this is where Knights of Fate was able to find their rhythm. This is when Cooper came into effect, and everybody figured out that a god was in the making for the side of Knights of Fate. Powerless, unstoppable with this Cooper mechanics, and they were able to pull it out yet again in game number 3.
Camera looking very moddable
over that game as well. It just shows you some players are just unstoppable with comfort picks, and Powerless just happens to be him on the Kufra. You cannot allow this man to pick that up without a proper plan, and just seeing them excellent excellent drafting, excellent compositions. But now let's swing on over to our amazing host, Liz Bess.
Caster predictions got all messed up, bro.
Wow, what a game. It looks like my predictions is are one step closer to you, but I am very happy. NightsofFate is the team that I had the most high hopes even before the tournament started, where I thought they would make it to top 3, and they have taught me today to never stop believing. Now, Powerless Krupa is overpowered, and he is the MVP for this series. Powerless himself has never failed to impress, as we have seen last season with his Ooga Booga Hanabi. But moving from Powerless, I also want to talk to you guys about what we saw with Zero on the Harley. What is up with that?
Oh, I mean, it was definitely a problem. It caught me off guard, but as Eunice mentioned, it's something that he's used before. Previously when he played for Gosu and Fallout, right? It was just been a problem, and being able to kind of sneak that in just shows you that these teams have
Alright, chat.
cards up their sleeve.
That's it. That's it. That is it. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do this giveaway, fam. Uh-oh.
Use unexpected hero picks that can change the dynamic of what we know as meta, and you definitely gotta have to watch out for it in the future.
But definitely Powerless being the MVP. This was his fight and his moments for this series. Definitely have to give kudos over there for Power, but also Zero was also doing exceptionally well on Harith and was able to carry his team through it all, sitting at a double-digit kill score, which isn't something we usually see in NACT either, but the high kill score definitely made them one of the top-tier teams, and they did secure their position in a comfortable spot as we're going to go into our next series for the next days for NACT. Definitely gonna have to have a lot in stock, but today's match is Weezy. Whew. 2 series going to BO3s. That's something we want to see.
Definitely a lot going on, and fun fact, I actually lost both of my predictions with Bloodhounds with their debut match as well as their closing match of regular season 2, so we never know what's gonna happen in 2 weeks, right?
All right, chat.
Definitely took a loss today, Liz.
All right, let's get out of this. Let me put on Streamlabs. Let me get out of dude, my sinuses have been going crazy, bro. I thought I was about to have to sneeze. All right. Let's pull up the giveaway, chat. Let's pull up the giveaway. Let's go. Go, go, go. Hey, there we are. All right, giveaway. Let's see. We got 61 users, chat. 61. All right, fam. I'm going to give you guys a minute or so to get your last bit of entries in. See how we can do. I'm still answering some right, chat. Now we can do it. We got a couple more entries. I replied to some DMs. Let's do the drum roll. Closer down. Drum roll. Da, 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 da. The first winner. Is it Alicia? Alicia. That's actually someone new. What's up? Alicia, are you in there? All right, drum roll for second winner. Da, 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 Stella. Stella's a double winner today. Stella's a double winner today. She's getting an interview and got a skin. Jerome, not Stella. Sheesh. I'd like to thank my mom. Xander, appreciate the subscribe. Welcome to the GTA chat, bro. Is Loki rigged? How's it rigged? Don't come at me. She didn't do the interview yet. She didn't do the interview yet. She's getting the ultimate glaze. Ultimate glaze of what? Has the other person messaged? Hey! Alicia's in the chat. Is that Janelle's sister? What's up? Congrats, congrats, congrats. It's so rigged. How's it rigged? Don't be mad. You'll win one day, I promise. I promise you'll win. There's not been too many of the same people. I don't control the winner, man. I don't control the winner. I just hit pick winner and it picks. It picks the winner, man. It's not me, dude. Not today, but when. Hey, you gotta always be on the grind, man. You gotta be always on the grind. I get like unlimited diamonds, so like I'm always giving away skins. I'm always giving away skins. Slapping my thighs. You don't like it when I slap my thighs on chat? All right, chat. GG's. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you guys are on the West Coast, hopefully everything is safe. No problem, Alicia. I definitely message me your ID if I don't have you added already. Yeah, it's Streamlabs is the problem, not me, man. All I do is click the button. Don't hate the messenger. Don't hate the messenger, man. All your names are here. All your names are here. But all right, guys, GG's. Catch you later. I'll see you tomorrow. Like I said, if you're on the West Coast, stay safe out there. I know a hurricane's coming. I wish you guys the best of luck. I'm praying for you. Until then, I'll see you guys tomorrow. GG's.